the channel. It's gonna be an essay. A video essay. Pure hatred. A collection of critiques regarding the various parts of the game and its mechanics, ending it with a mental breakdown that's canonically accurate with the game itself, as I abandon all professionality and allow unfiltered rage to fly free, like a butterfly.
Whoa, damn, bro! Fire! Fire rating! Amazing!
Bro's got a severe case of annoying ass syndrome. That's interesting. Get a heal in real quick. 0? What, he liked it? Brother's new mental illness meta just dropped. Now how the fuck is this a thing? Damn, a disease? Damn, another disease.
I just cured it! What?
As it would turn out, I was getting so many diseases because of this quirk.
What the fuck?
$25. I paid $25 for this shit. They made me pay $25. $25. I paid.
Is a turn-based roguelite that's meant to be difficult until orphan information battle than lane, then the more difficult fights involve mechanics that are heavily obscured. The tutorials are pretty bad, coming in the form of text walls that you can read in the menu, and sometimes they are incomplete, leaving out some pretty valuable pieces of information. For example, one important mechanic I discovered after beating the game is that the higher the stress on your heroes, the less likely they are to get positive relationship points with the others. This is a pretty important piece of information, and it's never explained in the game. I think you're meant to just guess that it exists, and I didn't. There's quite a few examples of this. So, things will look difficult until you figure out the mechanics involved, unlock the right abilities, or give in to the fact that the developers have a bias towards certain characters and abilities. But we'll get into that later. There's two game modes, Confessions being the primary game mode, with Kingdoms being more of an arcade. For the time being, I'll be focusing on Confessions, as it is the primary game mode and the way it was intended to be played. Confessions is a campaign of 5 missions, each mission containing a trip through 3 regions and ending with the mountain where the main boss of the campaign mission is located. However, to enter the mountain, you're gonna need a boss trophy, which is obtained by killing bosses in their lairs. Each region has one boss and you only need one, so you can choose when to do it. Fun fact, mini bosses are usually harder than bosses in this game. The reason for that is because bosses are primarily primarily mechanical in their difficulty. So once you understand what's happening, it's usually pretty easy to proceed, whereas mini-bosses said fuck that and instead use their multiple turns per round to do high damage to your entire party. Watch as the entire team gets shit on in a single turn with a mini-boss, whereas a boss may very well just play a game of Stardew Valley, replying to your violence and abuse with a bucket of compost and then planting 2 Raynar seeds from RuneScape. Any good game of strategy has some degree of farming in it, planting the seeds for the future. But I have to admit, in a game about battling Lovecraftian nightmares, I would have never expected violence to be replied to with a diet consisting of nothing but uncooked broccoli. It seems pretty effective too, as the entire team gets so desperate for an unhealthy meal that they turn onto each other. Speaking of Lovecraft, this game is more about the love than the craft, as the narrator actively encourages you to push on. However, the game's storytelling is backwards, starting from the very beginning before telling you what predicament you're in. So it's gonna be a pretty long time before anything starts to make any sense at all.
Heralded a new, pernicious phase of our investigation.
Cool. So when does any of that start making any fucking sense?
Which is unfortunate, because now that I've fully understood the story, I think it's actually pretty good. Just that it was told in a bad way. Let me give you an example. I had a cat once, and it lived its entire life in pure passion, containing nothing but love for all the people around her, even to the people that she didn't know. Then one day, with seemingly no reason, she started crossing from our balcony to the neighbors, where it would then pick a fight with the most elderly person in there consistently. Now imagine if what I just told you was somehow connected to Darkest Dungeon 2's story. You'd think to yourself, wow, that example makes no sense and is seemingly completely disconnected with the environment and everything happening in it. And you'd be quite right. That's exactly how the game tells its story. So you're likely to play the game, not understand much about the story, then go watch a video that explains it all, and then think to yourself, damn, my man is not only fucked up in his imagination, but his definition of basic geometry as well. The gameplay revolves around you making your team and then going off riding through the 3 regions that you choose, and along the way you choose your route as it comes and try your best to make the most of what the game gives you. Your ride is some knock-off AliExpress edition of the Maserati. They unironically get you to play the Subway Surfer-ass minigame. As you go from location to another and choose your route, you'll have to interact with the various points of interest in this game. Sometimes it'll be an organized group of enemies, sometimes it's some terrible road engineering, sometimes it'll be a group of people asking for help or offering to help. To each of these, your team of heroes will react differently. For example, one hero might offer to trade relics for other items. One hero might spend time helping them out for pay, while another will just say, hey, that's some nice stacks of cash you got there. It's so unfortunate that my gun happens to misfire 13 times into your body and that your money was simply completely surrounded in glue. So I couldn't give it back and had to leave with it. Man, that's so unfortunate. What an unlikely set of circumstances. Wish I could do anything about it though. Depending on your choices, but mostly your luck, your team will have either a positive or negative relationship with each other. Though every choice will tell you how it affects the team. Every time it has a positive effect, you get 1 relationship point, and every time it's negative, you lose 2 relationship points. So it's biased towards being negative, and the more negative a relationship is, the more likely it is to stay negative. You'll get some situations where the highwayman, you know, the guy whose career is to literally steal, will outright despise the other member of the team that you keep choosing over him to steal from people. And if no choice was involved, then the subject is gonna be a lot more ethnically concerned, because while driving, there's a random chance for your heroes to banter with each other, saying shit like, damn bro, you look more flamboyant than usual. At which point, the reply is gonna be something along the lines of either, thanks man, appreciate you, or 192.168.35.33. Every relationship starts neutral at 10 out of 20 points, with 0 being an extremely high chance of a negative relationship and 20 out of 20 being an extremely high chance of a positive relationship. If this sounds intuitive, well, as is with a lot of things in this game, it's intuitive with a catch, as every point doesn't matter until you reach certain thresholds in relationship points. The game, of course, never relays this information. I had to find it on the wiki. Another piece of hidden information is that the stress level of every hero affects the chances of their banter being positive, with higher stress reducing the chance of positive banter. I found out about this by reading 2-year-old patch notes. At the end of every region, you will reach an inn. They act as a checkpoint of sorts, sorts. It comes with a shop where you can buy various items, like combat items, which are consumables that you can use as a free action in a fight. There's also in items, which is a broad term for a bunch of items that you can use to get a buff that will last for the whole region usually. For example, food increases your maximum health, which in turn means that you will heal more as healing is percentage based. Right after exiting any inn, the game will roll the chances for a relationship. When a positive relationship forms, a random ability will be chosen from both heroes to have a positive effect. The negative relationships, though, are much more severe in their effects, doing shit like making the game unplayable every time the dedicated healer does less healing than the poison gas expert. This happens too many times. On top of this, a negative relationship will force you to have the negative ability selected at all times. You can only select 5 abilities, so if a commonly used ability is selected, well,
I'm fucking dead.
the relationship system feels like a slippery slope for the most part. You can of course prevent this slippery slope from taking place by buying several liters of alcohol and forcing your unpaid employees to chug it down. Nothing makes friends better than turning their body from 70% water to a 70% chance for a car accident. But this is only possible if 2 things take place. Number 1, you gambled hard enough to get it from the gacha machine, and number 2, it shows up in the shops and you happen to have the cash for it, which, much like the gambling phenomena that I keep experiencing with this game, it's there when I don't want it and never there when I do want it. And if it's ever there when I do want it, it's in the form of 1 relationship point for 8 gold, which can only be defined as a really good inside joke implemented into the game by the developers. Every hero starts out with 5 abilities, with 6 other unlockable abilities. You can unlock abilities by exploring the story of each hero, which you do at a location called the Shrine of Reflection. You find it randomly on a run. Every unlock is permanent and is shared across all runs. The game functions off of a currency called hope. You get some with every run. Before you start any run, you will visit a spot called the Altar of Hope. This is where you spend hope for various upgrades or unlockables, such as bigger inventory, higher durability on the Maserati, new heroes, subclasses, and cosmetics. I have more to say about the progression system, but for it to make sense, you have to understand the combat itself and the design around it. The combat is very similar to its predecessor on a surface level. It's still turn-based, and you're managing not just the health, but also the stress of every hero. If health hits 0, the hero enters Death's Door, where every hit has a chance to kill off the hero for good. If stress maxes out, your character experiences a mental breakdown, putting their health to 5% and losing a lot of relationship points with everyone else. Where the game functions very differently is in 2 ways. First of all, stunning has been almost completely removed, and stalling as a strategy has been overkilled in this game, largely due to the strict rules around healing in general. You can heal health passively as you travel around the map, but you can't heal stress passively. You have to manually heal that with abilities in the middle of a fight. This change might not sound like much, but if you understand how the first game functioned, you'll know that one of the most dominant mid-combat strategies was to stall. You would often bring a team that's capable of doing that, with some members on the team having the dedicated role to stun and crowd control. But since crowd control as a role doesn't exist anymore, most fights end up boiling down to a DPS race, and the ideal team composition just looks something like this. And the items you unlock via the gambling machine at the Altar of Hope, they don't do much for you. I mean, just look at these stats. Why are they like this? Why is it 1%? What is that ever gonna do for you? For the most part, the valuable items will be anything that either removes negative quirks or gives relationship points. Outside of that is just food items for more health and combat items for damage or debuffs. The backline of the enemy is usually the most dangerous. If not clearly dangerous right away, then eventually dangerous when you find out that they have a retrieve IP address ability.
What? Hey, no, what the fuck? That shit just got me queasy. I don't recall seeing this one in the difficulty settings.
Now, for the second way that the combat heavily differs from the combat of the first game, well, that would be due to the token system, and this is where I really have to hold my tongue on the game. Before I continue, let me familiarize you with a certain concept I like to call the layers of progression in a game. Progressing in any game happens in 2 layers. The internal layer, which is progressing inside the game, usually in the form of getting better gear, higher stats, unlock better items, more of them, and so on. Basically, direct increases in numbers. And then there's the external layer, which is the player understanding the game, how it functions, and most effective tactics. While you can unlock quite a lot of items at the Altar of Hope, and some of those items can be quite powerful, most of the progression progression takes place through you in the external layer, as the game can heavily obscure some of the key information to beating it. So while you can unlock subclasses, items, and improve your abilities, and all of that will definitely help, the key to this madness lies straight through googling the individual bosses to understand how they work. This is especially true for the Obsession campaign boss fight, which is a fight that ends almost as quickly as it starts. I'm not gonna spoil much during part 1 of the video, but this is a fight that obscures what's happening so much so that I don't know anyone who didn't just look up the boss. So you can have several runs that reach the boss but lose all of them because you don't understand what's happening, and start the next run just as clueless as the first run. Now, how does any of what I just said tie into the token system? See, the game is generally less reliant on chance than the first game. Sure, there's the obscured behavioral mechanics of some of the enemies, but generally speaking, everything's much more certain, except for the terminology. And I'm so close. I'm so close to losing it. I'm so close. At any moment. Bear with me here, because this part is not easy to explain. We all know what a buff and debuff is. A buff is a boost to stats, and a debuff is the opposite of that. Pretty simple. You probably already know this if you played any RPG ever. Very standard terms. Darkest Dungeon 2 saw this and decided to reinvent the wheel. The design is very human. Check this stupid ass shit out! For whatever reason, the term buffs and debuffs got renamed several times in the same game. Instead of buffs and debuffs, you got tokens. Positive and negative tokens. Combo tokens. Vanguard buffs and debuffs. Not to be mixed up with buffs and debuffs, or in buffs and in debuffs, consecrations and orange tokens. The game's more difficult battles revolve around controlling tokens, so this is a system that you'll be interacting with quite a lot if you're looking to win. There's an in-game list of every token in the game, but not only is it missing a lot, but it doesn't explain itself on some things either. For example, it took me around 70 hours to find out what the worship token does. The thing is, on its own, it doesn't do anything. It's a mechanical token. It can only be used in special conditions, such as the presence of a mini-boss or special types of enemies. What's confusing though is the conditions are never clarified in-game, and if the conditions are never met, they still generate the token. They just don't use it, and you're left asking the question about what it do. Anyway, buffs and debuffs still exist, except that they exist in two separate UIs. You know, I'm starting to think, with how separated the UIs are, they really should have called this game Segregation Dungeon 2. Tokens are a one-time use buff. For example, a strength token causes the next hit the character does to do 50% more damage, and once it gets used up, it's gone. Positive tokens are yellow, while negative tokens are blue. This distinction is important because there's two abilities in the entire game that interact with them separately. Very quickly though, you'll find one of those abilities becoming the center of everything you do. The rest is basically buffs but with mechanics. Orange tokens usually allow the enemy to use special abilities or receive unique buffs. I have a lot more to say about this, but I decided that getting detailed about the token system is pointless. I also realized, after deleting this script 12 times in a row, that if I get into it, we're never gonna see the light of day again. So instead, I'm gonna do that in part 2. You can think of it as buffs and debuffs, but they can be turned to other things depending on whatever's going on at the time. We live in the Disney Channel! I have to point out a certain problem with the game. There's this overarching narrative that you're learning by failing and that you'll eventually learn enough to overcome the final bosses. This wouldn't be a problem had failure sometimes meant losing 3 hours of a single run, and all you have to show for it is some vivid understanding of a poorly communicated mechanic, and that's assuming it's communicated at all.
I'm next. Yeah, I would fucking hope so. What is he gonna do otherwise? Bust into a rhythm and rhyme and shit, guys?
Learning by failure is best executed when the game respects your time in the process. For example, in Elden Ring, there's a bonfire relatively close to every boss, so you don't waste much time before getting right back into fighting the boss after a failed run. Whereas in Darkest Dungeon 2, you have to spend an entire run to reach the final boss, who are all heavily mechanical and they don't always communicate what they do effectively. So you will usually fail your first run against them, which is frustrating because that means you have to spend another 3 hours to get there, and in those 3 hours, there isn't anything new. It's just all more of the same things again. Not to mention, the game constantly takes this slow approach, letting every cutscene or camera pan take its sweet ass time. Even the buttons can't be clicked until a full 3 seconds pass. It's a game about learning by failure, but it does a lot to make it clear that it doesn't respect your time.
Alright. We took 3 hours, but we're at the final boss. Let's see what he's got over here. Oh, cool. He only does 72 critical damage every hit, and the only way I can counter this was in the previous phase. You know, the time where I didn't know that this would happen. That's cool. That's great. That's amazing game design. I really hope these guys go on to make more games.
While the game is procedurally generated, until you unlock a lot of items, the experience is going to feel very repetitive very quickly because there won't be many differences between every run. So that's the gameplay loop of the Confessions game mode. You start a run, make your team, traverse the map, choosing which locations you want to check and what trouble you want to run into. You try your best to get the team to like each other and equip them with the best trinkets you can get your hands on to prepare them for the harder challenges of the game, which is usually a boss lair or the many stresses of a campaign boss. Whether you win or lose, you'll go back to the start and pass by the Altar of Hope. In this location, you spend a currency called Hope that you get by playing the game to receive various permanent buffs or unlock new items, heroes, or subclasses. As for the Kingdoms game mode, well, it's got its own group of obscured mechanics, but you can think of it as more of an arcade. Instead of a campaign mission, the story takes more of a backseat. You're meant to protect the various inns around the map from enemy sieges that happen occasionally. If you lose too many inns or run out of time, you will lose. To win, you have to progress the quest enough and eventually confront the leader of the Beast faction. As you go around, you can upgrade the various inns around the game with some restrictions. You can also control every character in the game individually, so you can have them defend against the sieges when you want to go somewhere else to do a quest or something. Though if they're not in your party, then they can't go on their own missions, only fend off the sieges that you don't want to deal with yourself. You get one of every hero in the game, so you can form little defense parties that you move around the map. The game mode has its own share of hidden mechanics as well. For example, there's text saying underground network available, but I never figured out what it means or if it even means anything. That's about it. There's a fatigue mechanic that's meant to discourage you from using the same heroes over and over in your party, but the stores suck so much ass and have so little to offer, even when upgraded, that I just kept paying to heal their fatigue every time instead, as the trinkets you find on the road are usually far more valuable than whatever the store has to offer. I would go into more detail, but in all honesty, I'm so sick of obscure mechanics. Just the other day, I found out that you can actually skip a day in the game and choose to do nothing to let your heroes recover from their fatigue. I had to find out about this from Red Hook's official YouTube channel community posts, but by the time I had found out about it, I had already finished playing through the game mode. Overall though, everything happens much quicker in the Kingdoms game mode. Every region is much shorter and every currency reward is vastly reduced. This is likely because the amount of fights you'll be going through is going to be a lot more than you usually would go through in the Confessions game mode. That's it. That's all I have to say about the game as far as a calm review goes. If you wanted a review, that was the review. From here on, I'm doing this for me. Not for my own well-being or anything healthy like that, but because I rolled a d20 on a willpower resistance check and landed a nat 1. Not because of bad luck, but because I paid $25 for a game not just this shallow, but also so different from what it portrays itself to be. You've heard me explain the game. Now you're gonna hear what I hate about it, of which there is quite a lot. While the combat felt initially improved from the first game, all the cool parts of the combat from the first game have been removed. No more stunning, no more disrupting enemy rank, it's just a DPS race through and through. Even the corpse mechanic on the enemies was watered down. Whether you kill an enemy using damage over time or a critical attack no longer matters. Enemy corpses now always spawn to ensure a consistent degree of bullshit present at all times. For a roguelite game, this one is a marathon. The longest roguelite run I ever had in any other game was about 1 hour and 40 minutes in Slay the Spire. In Darkest Dungeon 2, you're looking at an average of 3 hours per run. Every character starts out with 5 abilities and 6 other unlockable ones. Other than the fact that you don't get to see what abilities are locked or even the order you'll be unlocking them in, the fact that it takes 36 hours to unlock all abilities gives us reason to believe that the developers took inspiration from systems involving forced labor. Roguelites are usually made to have high replayability. 36 hours is a high amount of repetition for a game that has little variety to offer. We're talking less than 7 different enemies per region. Each character having a subclass initially sounds like a cool idea. Unfortunately, you don't get to know what they do until you unlock them. There's a short descriptor, but it doesn't mean anything because sometimes it can be completely wrong. Not to mention, some subclasses are just there as noob bait, like the Carcass subclass for the Hellion, where 2 rounds in, she will do, and I shit you not, 0 damage consistently. There's no mechanic at play or anything here. You get some damage reduction, but that's it. The relationship system sounds cool initially until you realize that you'll be spending every playthrough trying to avoid its many punishments. It's so heavily biased towards giving you negative relationships, and the only way to deal with it consistently is by using the items you get from the inn, and that's assuming you already have them unlocked, which will set you back 20 hours of gameplay. Information in general is so heavily obscured now or outright missing from the game, with bosses being the biggest and worst culprit of the matter. In the first game, you were able to retreat to save what you have and recover from the blows of interacting with bosses for the first time. In the second game, that's no longer the case. You're in it to win or lose. This wouldn't be so bad had it had not have taken 3 hours per playthrough to win. The concept, the design, the idea, the entirety of the memory system. I could explain more, but you know what?
Brothers, fellas, my goobas! Bowser can't keep this one in anymore!
An infinitely replayable roguelite featuring the hottest new drop in the motorized vehicle industry. This shit is so slow that it takes 1/3 of the playtime you spend in this game. That's right. For every 3-hour run, an entire hour is just you watching the Maserati drive around at a snail's pace. An infinitely replayable roguelite featuring the worst meta progression in the entire roguelite genre. We're talking meta progression that makes you ask questions like, should I or should I not feed slime mold to my soldier so that he can enjoy the perks of 10% more health, which is, and I shit you not, about 2 to 5 more HP. Should I or should I not spend 12 gold on an item that has a 5% chance of making any difference for 1 turn? Should I or should I not? Unlock subclasses that are usually worse than the starter subclasses, and sometimes are just joke subclasses outright, sometimes making the hero do literally nothing after 3 rounds in the fight. Should I or should I not cry when the game turns out to have locked a critical, important ability that makes the entirety of the cultist viable as the last ability you unlock? So everything you've been unlocking till the end is not gonna be usable until you unlock the last ability. I found out about this after 50 hours of playtime. Again, no information in the game about this. Should I or should I not keep investing into the gacha machine in hopes to unlock the better items, knowing that that would reduce the chance of me getting the good items I currently have unlocked already? What's most frustrating about this game is how close it is to being good. Don't get me wrong, no version of this game could have ever been better than the first one, but it's so close to being a good game on its own, but too many shortcuts are taken everywhere. At every layer, at every part in the game, something is missing. An idea not fully actualized, a mechanic too obscure to be understandable, information that is just false at times. In the gameplay, the list of tokens is there but unfinished. In the loot, you get 10 versions of the same trinket and there's no loot protection either, so if you had just thrown away an item, you can absolutely get it back again. Even in the UI, you have over 7 different shapes for buttons in the entire game. Even in the tutorial, featuring UI and buttons that aren't even there anymore. Even in the subclasses, with some that seem like they're just meant to be bad on purpose. Even in the DLCs, we'll open that can of worms way later in the video. And worse yet, they're selling this phone game for $40. 40 USD! I downloaded malware and it was more fun than this shit.
Now that's crazy. But you know what's really crazy? Calling this game Darkest Dungeon 2?
Advertising it as a roguelike, charging people 40 doubloons to then find out it's a roguelite. And there isn't even a single dungeon.
Wow! Wow!
A sequel usually takes what the first game did and tries to refine the formula. Some things might change, but for the most part the games are usually similar. Take Dishonored 1 and 2 for example. Very similar games, with the second making minor changes, but overall simply just giving more of what the first game already offered. Darkest Dungeon 1 was a game about taking risks, about understanding the threat and adapting to it, about caring for each and every hero you use, upgrading their gear, their skills, and taking care of them mentally too, kissing them goodnight and reading them a bedtime story. You'd use the loot and various currencies you get from each and every run to upgrade the facilities around town, unlocking more advanced upgrades for cheaper or just to get scammed at the local trinket merchant. All of the time in between the gameplay, investing into the facilities to care for the heroes better, created this special feeling with every one of them, which made the times where things got spicy very intense.
Divine intervention, sunshine and rainbows. His Spidey's in the bag. What is he gonna do about it, Pip? That's a good one. That's a...
Every run was a build to the next one, leveling the heroes and eventually equipping them with better trinkets. The game was more than just the combat. It was about the care, about the preparation, about slowly building up the hamlet and the heroes involved. Then eventually, when you have the confidence and the trinkets to back it up, you could finally take your first steps into the Darkest Dungeon itself. Darkest Dungeon 2 looked at what the first one did, said fuck that, and changed everything including the category of the game. The combat has been reduced in its complexity, but made more obscure with the term buffs and debuffs getting renamed several times in the same game. The narrative is told backwards, in pieces, and makes no sense at face value.
You were blind.
Holy fuck. It was a Disney ritual. They brought back Walt Disney and he trademarked everyone that was present at the ritual. Probably. Possibly, maybe, I don't know. I'm more than halfway through the game and I don't know what's happening at this point.
The environment is seemingly random and has nothing to do with the story. This is because the game doesn't tell you what predicament you're in until the very end of the game. So there's practically no storytelling until you're near the end of the story. There isn't a mystery to put together either. It just tells you stuff that you have no context on. Death isn't permanent anymore. It's only permanent for that one run. So if a hero dies, that means you can't use that hero anymore and have to replace him at the next checkpoint. Not to mention, before every checkpoint, there's a particularly difficult battle in place, so recovering a run where a hero dies early is quite the struggle, and if you succeed, you don't get any rewards for it. And due to the lack of hero diversity, most of the time a death will usually mean that you're not gonna beat the final boss due to mechanical restrictions. And the entirety of the hamlet has been canonically replaced with reverse dementia, as well as information being heavily obscured, with some mental quirks just outright lacking description, both in-game and in the Wikipedia. It just says that it affects stuff, probably, and the stagecoach items say some stupid shit like, has a chance to produce some items, and the chance is actually 3% or something along those lines, but it doesn't tell you to make it seem like it matters. There's also this symbol. I have 160 hours in the game. I don't know what this symbol means, but it shows up a lot. Not to mention, the game calls itself a sequel. It gives you many reasons to think that it'll be similar to the first one, only to shock you by showing you that it has nothing to do with the first game except the voice actor and the art style. Darkest Dungeon 2 has a bigger focus on single session experiences. Things only matter for that one run, and afterwards, nothing matters. You get that hope currency that you can spend on the Altar of Hope to unlock other neglected characters like the Leper. And in between all the action, driving the stagecoach feels more like a minigame than anything else. It's almost like an interactive loading screen. I saw a comment the other day that put it better than I could, so I'm gonna quote it. The cinematic, slow-paced style that the game takes doesn't mesh perfectly with the idea of an endlessly replayable roguelite. It makes the learn by dying aspect of the game's difficulty feel even more punishing and the grind feel even that much grindier. I'll be honest, this game had its own charm and kept me going for about 20 hours, and then I started to feel like things were getting very repetitive. A Shrine of Reflection here and there might unlock a cool new ability, but in most cases it didn't. The roguelite genre is at its best when it's wacky, and this game was shallow. A lot of the loot didn't feel like it mattered. Not to mention, the average roguelite playthrough is about 30 minutes. Darkest Dungeon 2 is a fucking marathon. It's like 3 hours on average. Now, Darkest Dungeon 2 is not a bad game, but imagine if the people behind Dishonored 1 released the sequel, Dishonored 2, and you boot up the game to find out that a single playthrough is about 2 hours of gameplay and that the ideal DPS composition involves homosexual tendencies. Now, does that sound like a bad game? No. It had its charm, it was nice to see, and kept me going for a little bit. But does that sound like what you came here for? No. No, it's not. Well, except the homosexual tendencies part. I mean, have you seen the Steam Workshop of the first game? You know, I didn't come here for it, but similar to how you didn't play Ultra Kill for the butt plug integration, maybe they just know what the people want, you know what I mean? I didn't come to Darkest Dungeon 2 to drive a goddamn Maserati. I came to inch forward through a claustrophobic hallway, step by step, tile by tile, not one moment without a bit of tenseness in the air, emphasized by that tiny soundtrack playing in the background. Every fight, its own minor trial, and the decision between what items to keep and what supplies to use or lose. I tried my best, genuinely, to have a good look at Darkest Dungeon 2, and the result of that look is that it's not a bad game, but far from a good one. I'd be lying if I said I was unconflicted. I came here for one thing and got gay porn, and every other line I write about this game always involves some mention of disappointment and the unfulfilled expectation of intrusive thoughts being whispered into my ear. So, in order to prevent the video from being just one big scream at the game for not being good enough, I decided that instead I'm gonna name a couple things that I like about the game in the following presentation that I don't remember making.
Welcome everybody, Shit here. Welcome to one of my famous top 10 lists. Today we're going over my favorite turn-based game rally, Darkest Asshole 2. I'm now going to tell you about my top 10 things from the hit game roguelike game rally, Whack Ass Hot Wheels 2. Top 10 things I like about the game. Number 10. The slow-ass, fuck-ass, stupid-ass car ride that you get into. I'm glad to know that even at the end of the world, Uber still works no problem. Number 9. It was developed in the fourth circle of hell. Number 8. The 3D art style is actually pretty cool. Number 7. Weaponized trumpet. They weaponized trumpets. Weaponized trumpet. Number 6. My healer managed to pull off a critical zero heal, which impressed the entire party. And from there, they knew that they could trust him with their lives, because even if he wanted to kill them, they now know that he is too incompetent to pull it off. Number 5. I forgot. Number 4. Every hero has a cool story in the game, except the runaway. Literally just insane. Number 3, that 1% disease resist you get from that very expensive upgrade. Pretty cool. I love garbage too. Number 2, I don't know. Honorable mentions, the entirety of the leopard class and his subclasses. I wonder what the pick rate on this is. Number 1, my most favorite thing in the game. Number one, my most favorite thing in the game is how they refer to positive and negative tokens as buffs and debuffs in the list of tokens in the game. But never do they ever use that name ever again. I paid $25 for this game. What the shit, man? What the fuck?
I think the genre that suffers from the most amount of design problems is the roguelite genre. A lot of the systems have to be well thought out, otherwise you end up having little to no meta progression. Let me explain real quick what I mean by that. Meta progression is, simply put, the progression of your tactics as you play through the game. While a common thing in every game ever, it is especially an important concept in roguelites, because this genre of games shines the most when all the cool and wacky options are common. Let me give you an example of this concept taking place. We'll use Slay the Spire for this example, but don't worry, you don't have to know the game to understand what I'm trying to portray. Alright, let's start a new run. I feel like doing the assassin today. Gonna try to take out the elite on the left. Instantly, there are some interesting options. Triple poison would be powerful against the elite, though the dagger spray would be best for crowds. I chose the dagger spray. Once again, powerful choices. The poison would be good, but I can't pass up on that guaranteed value. Oh wow, double damage. I'm definitely doubling down on that. Elite time. The double damage is crazy, and I get out almost scratchless because of it. I'm not too confident, so I decide to avoid the super elite, and holy shit does it work out in my favor. This is a game changer. I simply can't pass that up. Oh man, now I have to think far in the future. I got quite the aggressive deck. Maybe I should go for something defensive. I'm upgrading the upgrade card. The snowballing begins. Another elite in the way, but now I'm super confident.
Holy mama, now we're cooking with liquid propane. My nipples are turning orange. I'm turning on the turbo thrusters. Let's get
And with an upgrade like that, the run goes pretty smoothly from there, until the two hands where I fucked up and then I died at the heart, which is the secret final boss of the game. I want you to notice though how my decision making changed drastically depending on what I got, and at no moment was I ever bored by the loot. That's meta progression done right, and that decision making had a directly visible and powerful effect on the run. I became significantly more confident as I progressed. Now let's look at how DD2 does its meta progression. Alright, new run. Chapter 3 because it's the hardest one in the game. Alright, it took 20 minutes, but we made it to the first inn. I used some secret strategies to get some candles for later. Let's check the store. Not much. Gonna get the chance for whiskey item. Never saw these things work, but if it triggers twice, it'll be worth the price. I think. I hope. Well, slow start with little on the store. Cool trinket available though. 30 minutes in. Let's start this run.
And drowning.
What? What? What the fuck?
Okay, so remember the secret strategy that I mentioned? Well, they patched it, but not in a good way. We'll come back to this later, but for now, I have a point to make, so we're just gonna keep going. First fight, not good. Well, the loot sucks ass. Second fight, creature den. Shop discount on delivery. Okay, hopefully the store won't suck this time. Third fight, Wow, 4 gold and a shit trinket. You may as well have given me nothing. Chirurgeon table. As much as I know I shouldn't, that's a double relationship point for free. I think I can pull this off. I just can't roll a ghoul on the second fight. Alright, looks good, sort of. It'll be slow, but we'll get there. No! God fucking man, now I'm gonna leave with no torch and no relationship points. You know what? Sure, whatever. Do your thing, buddy. I didn't want to see where I'm going anyway. Light's overrated. We should blow up the sun. Well, that sucked ass. And the trinket sucks too. I don't know. Maybe the shop will be better. As useful as the loot would be, I think this relationship might be salvageable if I retreat and get good luck at the shop. Oh, the first good piece of loot. Took long enough. God damn. Cash. Please be something good. I have a point to make here. Ain't no way in hell that I got this piece of garbage. You can't make this shit up. What the fuck? Well, the fishmonger gloves are okay. Unfortunately, I didn't choose any bleed characters. Another set of dog-ass trinkets. Can't use it because no disease, but oh well, maybe I'll get one later. They should put in a mechanic that allows you to go shopping for diseases in the local bathroom. And finally, the inn. Okay, the store sucks, but there's some relationship stuff. Maybe I can make this work? Alright, math time. Let's see here. Well, that's probably one of the worst ones out there. That's unfortunate.
It's a time for gambling.
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna Google this. Alright, yeah, it's gambling, alright. It might serve at some point down the road, I guess, but... once again, more Gambelino. I'm Googling this. I refuse to play this on its own terms. Well, it's a chance for something good. And of course, it's ineffective against bosses. That'd be too good for this game. God forbid we have a sense of power scaling in a roguelike game. I'm also gonna go ahead and guess that some things are also bosses, but not named as such. Made it to the inn.
It's time for the gambling. Gambling.
Holy moly, no negative relationships. I gotta just seize it. No negative relationships. This is the only chance I'll get. I'm jumping on that boss like a homing missile.
And they frenzied. It's frenzied. They got the frenzy buff. It's the frenzy buffs. It's the frenzy buff on a boss. Okay, this can only go well. Not bad. Seriously? That's it? Okay. When in doubt, robbery. Man, more garbage. Whatever, the stuff I got is good enough anyway. I just threw that away and I got it back. You can't make this shit up. What the fuck? Okay, that run had to have been the worst possible start I ever had in the game. We'll go over the secret strategy and what happened there way later in the video. As for the rest of the run, well, it went pretty well. Well, at least until the exemplar.
And in the northeastern corner, we got the gatekeeper, Saran Enda. An enemy so controversial and ancient that the wiki page for him went down for an entire week. The exemplar! Fuck this guy! I fucking hate this guy! I'm gonna suck his ass!
Nah, I'm kidding. I of course memorized the boss by this point. Fortunately, he's one of the mini bosses that you can reliably keep under control if you understand and plan ahead for their mechanics. Unlike the Focused Fault, which is a boss that I have spotlighted so many times by now. You can know this boss, you can even plan ahead for it, and everything can still go out the window. None of the other bosses are like this. Crazy thing is, in the end of that run, it came down to a 60% chance coin flip. If the bleed landed, I would have done enough damage to win, and it didn't. That run was 4 hours, by the way. I could go on, seriously. But to get to the point, the center of a lot of my decisions through and through was the relationship system. It's just too invasive and too punishing, with the punishments severely outweighing the positives. It was through the intricate understanding of the game's mechanisms and chances, but mostly just luck, that I was able to recover things. I knew when I didn't get a negative relationship that I really had to press the advantage on that one and push it straight to the boss. I got pretty lucky with the drops there too. None of them are good per se, but there's some of the few that make a visible difference, and honestly, that's about the best that you can get in this game. Anyway, with the 4-hour run down the drain, I at least got myself some candles. Let's see what I can spend them on now. 5% chads for a death blow resist. Okay, how about a new subclass? I don't know what it involves, so I guess I have to unlock it to know. We'll find out what it has in the party creation screen. For now, I got some more left over. Time to gamble, I guess. Nothing good. Well, let's check out the subclass. Oh, it's pretty bad. Wow. I can't even imagine a place where this would work. Did they make this for the purpose of being bad? What? Right, I did some Googling around to see if you can make this viable. No, there's no way to make this work. Well, 4 hours of work and nothing to show for it. You know, if I was playing a phone game, by now I would have received 3 one-hour limited offers that show up every day, an email that involves corporate gaslighting, and a personalized threat from the game's CEO, and that phone game would have been way more fun. I paid $25 for this game. 25. I paid 25. I paid $25. 25. I paid $25. Meta progression here doesn't exist in the same way that it did for Slay the Spire. In here, I was just trying to avoid the punishments as opposed to the constant excitement that I had over every choice in Slay the Spire. My ability to recover that mess relied heavily on some math and my understanding of the game's uncommunicated intermechanisms. I fully understand that this game is meant to be difficult, but you shouldn't need this much foundational understanding of a game to be able to recover, and the first game didn't. Notice as well how every interaction with the stores that I had was always just me buying every relationship item I can find, and that chance item never worked. This is one of the elements of the problems with the game. It's a roguelite where the loot is just not that exciting, and keep in mind I'm playing on my main save file. I have all the cool stuff unlocked here.
Interesting action, opponent. Unfortunately for you, I will now use my special secret move. Napalm grenade.
I can speak from experience that it is definitely way worse if you're playing casually or, God forbid, just wasn't lucky enough to unlock the good shit at the gacha machine. Not to mention, if you don't have the relationship items unlocked, which will set you back 10 to 20 hours of gameplay, then you can't deal with the relationship system at all, and you're just at the mercy of RNG through and through. This loot factor is what makes or breaks a good roguelike game. It has to be well thought out, it has to matter and be visible in its effects. Making shit loot for the sake of having something that is bad is definitely one way of doing it, but it's far from the best. Roguelites are made to be infinitely replayable. If the majority of the loot sucks ass, runs will feel repetitive very quickly. In Slay the Spire, the quantity of the loot isn't that high, and yet no two runs feel the same. That's because every piece of loot has a significant and visible effect. You never feel like you're making a bad choice until way later on when you have a build already going on. In Darkest Dungeon 2, there's no making a build later on. You can change subclasses, but it comes at an extreme price. Not to mention, some subclasses just outright do not work depending on what character you're running, which sucks twice as much when the entire game is heavily focused on planning ahead. The overwhelming majority of the loot has little to no visible effect. It's like they took the map mechanic of Slay the Spire without understanding what made it good in the first place. As a result of the majority of the loot sucking ass, your strategy, although might change in shape, always takes the same path. I've been playing the same thing for a while. I think I'll try something new for once.
There we go, much better. Look at that, it's practically a new team. Man, I'm so glad this game allows for diverse team building. Why did they ever think that it was a good idea to make it so that you needed more than 5 hours to fully unlock a new character? What a fucked up thing to do.
My strategy approaching the run was pretty much the same as it ever was. Build the relationships so you don't have to deal with them at the mountain, and outside of everything that you can buy at the shop, it's the most perceptible upgrade that you can get, so why buy anything else? Inherently, roguelites motivate you to play them repeatedly over and over till you build your knowledge on the game's most effective tactics, and if it's not well thought out, then the conclusion is going to be something along the lines of using more or less the same strategy over and over again. In this case, it's the same 2 heroes over and over again. None of them are particularly powerful, except the Plague Doctor, but the synergy they both have dominates some of the game's most inherent problems and problematic battles. A lot of curveballs get thrown at you in this game, so you're motivated to build one team that can deal with everything. And these two are universally agreed to be the best, because they have the only abilities that can deal with those mechanics effectively. Other characters can benefit heavily from having some of these abilities, but for whatever reason, only these two have them. For example, Darkest Dungeon 2 has some strict rules around healing, both for health and stress. They vary based on the ability, but are usually something along the lines of, you can't heal until you're 1 foot in the grave, saying some stupid shit like, can only heal when they're below 30% HP, which for low health heroes, or against high damaging enemies, and there's a lot of them, is just tons of fun. Tons of fun to play around with, tons of fun.
Holy fuck. Is he below 30% yet? Can I use a band-aid? Do I have permission to kiss his boo-boo? Will the ref allow a kiss to his boo-boo right now? Fuck me. What a motherfucker gotta do to get some healing in this game?
You know, As an avid Lovecraft reader myself, I have to say, nothing spells eldritch like American health insurance. Imagine being a priest, dedicated to God, and supporting your teammates out in the front. One of your dudes just got shot in the liver. Quickly, you get to doing what you do best, making a prayer and a donation to the local church to get your dude out of God's prematurely imminent reach. But after you do your part, God then says, sorry bro, request denied, credit card declined, your dude's not close enough to the grave to qualify for divine intervention. His ass is not grass. At least one of those cheeks need to turn green and spiky for one of the Lord's angels to then allow him access to a magnanimous critical zero heal.
Wow! God damn! He had the healer tag in the party creation screen, by the way. God damn! That shit was crazy! Leave some healing for the rest of us, buddy! Fuck right off!
Even with stress healing, you have to be at least halfway to a heart attack to qualify for your teammates to comfort you. I can tell though exactly how this change came to be. In fact, I can spell it in detail. I have a hidden talent when it comes to Red Hook Studios, a particular mental ability that I know how to use better than anyone else. That ability is called making shit up and being right at the end of the day. You see, I'm a bit of a Red Hook Studios whisperer. I know how to read them better than anyone else. Darkest Dungeon 1 has a very long history of controversial balance changes. There's a lot to say and even more to point out, but this video is already as long as half of the tutorials of the second game, so I'm just gonna get to the point. Whenever people developed an efficient way to play the game, the developers would do something to disrupt it. They tunnel visioned on this, so much so that they forgot several aspects on how the game works. In the first game, you would usually take more damage than you were able to heal, so stalling became the main strategy behind any optimized way to play the game. You simply would purposefully waste your turns or buy more time by stunning the enemy to let your healers do their thing and therefore prepare you for the next battle. Well, they added a reinforcement mechanic so that when the game detected that you were stalling, it would first inflict stress damage on your team and therefore you had to spend more time healing, then it would call a bunch of new enemies to the fight. The developers were so aggressive with their implementation that they forgot about accuracy in the game, because if you weren't trying to stall but just happened to miss some attacks, the game would still think that you were trying to stall. So sometimes you would get caught in an infinite loop of trying to kill the monsters but miss a couple of attacks, and then the game would call reinforcements, an entire group of goons ready to welcome you to the party. So the game right now is half playing the game and half tiptoeing around the anti-stalling system that they put in to try and recover from the damage that you take. How does this connect to Darkest Dungeon 2, you might wonder? Well, they really hated this sort of way of playing the game, that they overcorrected for it in Darkest Dungeon 2. Not only does it take 2 turns to pull off a single stun now, not only does the average enemy have quite a bit of stun resistance, not only have stuns been effectively removed from your arsenal, existing very rarely in certain abilities, not only is there an anti-stalling mechanic, but they also put strict rules on when you can heal your party along with ability cooldowns, saying some stupid shit like, you gotta be 1 foot in the grave before you can patch up those wounds. This sort of approach became iconic for me. I call it the evil gaze of Red Hook Studios. Dear Red Hook Studios, you put 2 in the name but forgot to put 2 in the game. It's not a sequel, it's a spin-off game, and you already scammed me into buying it. So please, let me have some fun. Let me play the game without arbitrary limitations, and the next time you make a roguelite, let people enjoy it the way God intended. A power fantasy with way too many layers to keep track of, but when I manage to, I win. And the next time you want to discourage stalling as a strategy, which I can understand, stalling isn't exactly a fun strategy to use, please instead consider allowing for a more viable and fun-oriented strategy and or design, rather than limiting the hubris of the human mind using arbitrary restrictions. It wouldn't be called game development if the perfect solution was arbitrary limitations. That's just called the entirety of the Mongolian politics system. Now, I'm not superstitious, and I'm not a licensed therapist. I lost the license the moment I booted up this game because I needed a therapist from playing it. But if I was a therapist, I would diagnose Red Hook Studios with the big stupid syndrome, because they then put in 2 overpowered characters that more than overshadowed any other character in the game. Go look up guides on beating bosses. The overwhelming majority has a plague doctor and a man-at-arms on the team. And so, just as history is inevitable, Red Hook Studios' evil gaze would see resistance from the people and from the developers themselves, because for whatever reason they decided to give the most overpowered healing ability to a damage dealer. That's right, in Darkest Dungeon 2 they said fuck it, the best healer isn't just a damage dealer, but it's also a doctor. They say an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Quite the stark difference that the consumption of an apple can do to a man. You can tell they took some when they were making the first game, because in that game the doctor did no healing, only damage dealing. Then as the apple was slowly phased out of the diet, they made the doctor not just a good damage dealer, not just an overpowered healer, but also a really good tank, given enough beer and homosexual tendencies. They like to lie to you in this game, saying shit like healer in the tags of the characters, but there should have only ever been 3 tags in the entire game: defective, viable, and Vestal. Introducing the most overpowered team in the game, Vanguard, Man-at-Arms, really good at producing tokens. Alchemist, Plague Doctor, really good at turning those tokens into health. And while you can substitute the other 2 for a couple other characters, I typically use Yellow Highwayman because he has the only ability in the game that can deal with enemy critical tokens. And Vestal, mostly as a joke. I'm sure you're wondering, what would happen if you don't take Man-at-Arms or Plague Doctor? I made that mistake once and saw the game turn very quickly from a turn-based semi-roguelite to a visual novel about the many mistakes I made during the party creation screen. Now, you might remember, because I don't, somewhere in the intro of the video I said that the game degraded in some sections, such as the token system. The thing is, while the combat feels better because it's more consistent due to the token system, the way things are balanced is that the stuns are rarely worth it and disrupting enemy rank isn't worthwhile anymore. Everything around the combat has been practically removed, so everything just boils down into a DPS race. Maybe this token system would have been better if it had more nuance, but as it stands currently, there's so many different tokens when all the ones you need to care about are up here. In the first game, you had so many different ways of disrupting the enemy. Stuns were the dominant way because it was also the most guaranteed way, but you were able to move them out of their position, which would cause them to use a weak attack and so on. This is no longer the case in the second game. Stuns are more or less removed, and nearly all enemies can use any ability from any position, especially the dangerous enemies. They tend to have increased stun resistance too. It's like they want the game to be nothing more than a DPS race. The evil gaze of Red Hook Studios had struck once again. This time it targeted the design of the game. The token system may feel better initially, but the novelty wears out quickly enough when there's no room for varied playstyles, and the player numbers reflect this too. You're forced into a DPS race through and through, and if you don't like it, go play the first game. That's a sentiment I've seen get relayed quite a lot in the reviews. I can understand why they made it like this. They wanted stalling to be a dead strategy, but the thing is, nobody stalled in the first game out of fun. It was a necessary evil because on average you took more damage than you were able to heal. They've overfocused and tried to solve a problem that has deep roots into the design altogether, and in the process took a lot of shortcuts as well. Regardless of how many patches they put out, be they minor or major, there's nothing that can fix this aside from a categorical overhaul, and we will explore that a bit. So, to serve the purpose of an ultimate understanding on why things went sideways, let's talk about one of the most important and run-ending mechanics of Darkest Dungeon 2. Gay porn. The relationship system was initially the main selling point of the game, but when they realized that selling homoerotic Lovecraftian fanfictions as a turn-based pseudo-roguelite might not be popular on the market, they slowly patched it across the years to be more low-key. Now, instead of an 11-minute unskippable cutscene of Highwayman and Crusader making out in the showers playing the moment you boot up the game, you instead get one porn magazine and 2 pieces of a charcuterie board.
Man, I love me some game mechanics. This is great. This is amazing. I want to fucking kill myself.
Taking inspiration from Breeders of the Nephilim, they added a relationship system that's randomized but quite heavily biased towards making everyone hate each other. Imagine yourself in a team building exercise about who could make it to the coffee machine first. It wasn't immediately clear, but when a gun got pulled out on you by one of your colleagues in an attempt to slow you down and win the exercise, you knew that the spectrum was about to be the least of your worries. You tried to take it on a stride and make jokes about it, but unfortunately, your not-so-socially intelligent coworker didn't take it well, harboring resentment that would only reveal itself when you made it to the final boss, becoming an imminent and clear reason for the failure of the entire run. In similar ways, that is exactly how the relationship system works in Darkest Dungeon 2, and until you unlock the items that allow you to control it, which is gonna set you back anywhere between 1 to 20 hours depending on how lucky you are, you're at the complete unapologetic mercy of the random number generator of this game. Here's some of the things that typically take place in the shadowy realms of Crack-Ass Basement 2. Darkest Dungeon 2. More often than not, one of the characters is gonna be a complete coward, consistently begging you to retreat at the sight of any roadside battle. So of course, when you're trying to fight to get more money, to get more buffs to fight the final boss, the scared dumbass is gonna be ass mad that you're not a fellow fucker yourself. This has its perks, meaning that you can avoid battles sometimes. Of course, avoiding battles is never good for you, but after the 20th hour of watching this wacky ass, clank ass Maserati move at a snail's pace, sometimes I really just want to get it over with. And for whatever undetermined, unknowable reason, sometimes when you go to heal or buff someone that badly needs it, someone else might get mad that you didn't choose them, even though they're a-okay, and the other fucker is having a 3-course fully fledged conversation with the Grim Reaper itself. In most of my experience, when a certain duo hits 7 out of 20 towards each other, they start name-calling each other mid-fight, spreading gossip in the wagon that the other one has League of Legends installed on their computer. And when they stop playing the gossip game, not only do they become completely incapable of not insulting each other for 12 seconds, but they outright backstab each other mid-fight. The crazy part is that the backstab isn't even the worst part about this. The worst part about this is when a critical, commonly used ability becomes the center focus of the negative relationship. For example, consider the following, which unfolded in one of my runs. This is Boudica. Boudica prefers to be in the front of the fight, trading hits and standing toe-to-toe with the enemy. And this is Sajit. Sajit is my favorite. I keep him around to meet a meta diversity quota. He's supposed to be a healer. He has the healer tag in the character selection screen, but realistically, he more often than not fails to heal, doing more damage to the squad than the enemy boss does. Sajit is from India, and Boudica's 4th great-grandpa was born from Pakistan, so naturally they can't go 2 minutes without shit-talking each other. The breaking point, however, was when Boudica saw Sajit perform a critical 0 heal. Critical heals are supposed to double the amount of healing done. However, 0 times 2 is still 0, effectively accomplishing the equivalent of watching paint dry on 2 times speed. Boudica, upon seeing such an extreme level of incompetence, became envious of Sajit. Whenever Sajit performs a pseudo heal, Boudica enviously asks, "What? How?" taking her eyes off the enemy to watch the pseudo heal take place, causing the next attack to have a reduced chance of landing. On the opposite end, Sajit, whenever Boudica catastrophically body slams the enemy, thinks to himself, "God, I wish that was me," and gets a little stressed out over it. By the way, I'm dead serious. According to the relationship system, this all canonically happens in the game. And now for a positive relationship example. 2 men, alone in the shower, complimented each other's balls. And from there, a death-defying sexually motivated relationship was formed, turning any malintent towards the enemy to be a little bit more than homosexually charged, with certain abilities causing them to be more steamed up than usual. A Lovecraftian doomsday narrative turns into a gay erotica fanfiction, with every slap on the ass causing the next hit to do more damage than the last. One of the meta strategies for most of the campaign bosses is homosexual tendencies. It's been subtle, but the other 2 party members no longer turn their back to the gay Outback duo, in fear that a 50% damage buff might land uninvited. Now, I'm not gay, but maybe I should be, because it seems like a pretty good DPS strategy. It doesn't take a genius to see that a system like this is a step away from a Lovecraftian narrative. Lovecraftian stories in general are meant to be about a hopeless situation, about the fear of the unknown, about second-hand accounts of people who experience the indecipherable, the ineffable, the transdimensional. But when the team keeps flirting in the middle of a run, well, it takes you out of the immersion and takes a step closer to being a comedy game. It's not necessarily something I dislike, but as you've you've seen so far and eventually will, there's a lot of additions that just don't fit into a game like this. I feel pretentious saying this, but it genuinely seems to me that whatever the creative vision was for the game, it wasn't well thought out. I have to say though, the design choice to have it so that the relationship system is outside of your control completely until you unlock the items that allow you to try to control it after 10 hours or so of gameplay, and that's assuming you're lucky at the slot machine. It's just a terrible idea. The relationship system is just too biased. You lose 2 points every time you lose relationship points. You start 1 point shy of being in the middle. It tells you when you're gonna lose points from random actions, but it doesn't tell you when you're gonna gain points? Seriously? I haven't even mentioned the random effects it has that have no way of being predicted. This system is a way to throw a curveball onto the player, but in a game all about curveballs, well, it just doesn't make sense and feels nothing more than a slippery slope. Lose too many points and the relationship will never improve because they'll always be mad at each other, with the only way being out of this is to first get lucky at the gambling machine and then get lucky at the store and have the items show up to be able to use them on your party members. It's just too haphazardly put together, with even the writing being rough around the edges. Some of the writing of this game is just like
Boudica no likey when anyone but Boudica touch salad ass.
even the items being questionable at best on how they improve the relationships. And don't even get me started about how they will just randomly lock you out of using them. Seriously, the alcoholic drinks, the only way to fight back against the bias of the game, can just get locked out randomly. There are ways to fight back against the lock, but that's even more luck. You know what? Sure. Whatever. I've been trying to avoid talking about the progression system because I'm trying to end this video and move on to something that's more fun to talk about than this mess. But we're already one homoerotic fanfiction in, so why not go the 9 miles? So now I'm gonna talk about something that invokes a trauma response every time I interact with it, because right after I make the mistake of choosing anything that isn't Man-at-Arms or Plague Doctor, the next 2 hours of gameplay turned into a very long-winded, unskippable cutscene that leads me directly to it. The altar of hope and the progression system of this game. Hell, that's the progression system. You get money and you spend it on a door that leads you to 3 toilets, each one facing the other. It's so full of traps. Check this out. This is all real and in the game. Unlock heroes that are nerfed to the ground. Unlock subclasses that contribute nothing and sometimes make the hero do literally nothing for the rest of the game. There's so many traps here because you got heroes like the leper that you think, oh cool, they brought him back. No, they didn't. What they brought back was a reminder of a better time. You can unlock cosmetics that will reset after every run. You can unlock torches that make the game more difficult and give you nothing in return. You know, while the narrative of the game focuses on the mistakes of the protagonist, I'm starting to think that the design choices for this game might be an allegory for an abusive relationship. Because even on a successful run, which will set you back a good 3 hours, you will get a total of 50 candles and a sober reminder that some people paid $40 for this game. Half the shit in this game requires the candle currency in the hundreds. You can beat the entire game and still not have half the things in this game unlocked. When combined with the fact that the only consistent way to handle the relationship system is by gambling away at the gacha machines to unlock the few and only items that allow you to reliably control it, and then have them not show up at the shops on a run that's about to reach a boss, you have a recipe for a mostly positive rated game on Steam that's 5% away from a mixed rating. About 90% of the items you unlock are gonna be hot garbage. We're talking 10 different versions of the same trinket, 3 versions of every other trinket, 3 versions of every trophy, and 9 reasons why I should have stopped playing this game forever ago. Not to mention, you have to unlock hero skills by finding a shrine by pure luck out in the wild, and every hero needs 5 shrines to unlock all of their skills. There's 12 heroes in total, which is gonna require a total of 60 visits to the shrine. There's also the bounty hunter, which you can unlock for a chance to play as him. The game never says it, but you can never take him to the mountain. There's quite a few places where you're never told what you're investing into. Like a loot box from any game with a season pass, we're gonna need you to pay $12 for a chance at a naked skin of a man. But the skin is holographic and the chance is below 0. This is of course never communicated unless forced by law, leaving you you with a sense of pride and accomplishment, according to a spokesperson. I haven't even mentioned that they don't let you see what abilities are locked. So some characters, like the Jester, are gonna look really bad until you fully unlock them. There's also a considerable amount of abilities and subclasses that are just bad for the sake of being bad. They took the same philosophy of making the trinkets and applied it to the subclasses too. Initially, I was gonna sit here and critique things with a lot more detail, but honestly, it's just bad, and one quick look at the trinkets of the game spell that story. 10 different versions of the same trinket, 3 of every other trinket, 3 of even the boss trophies, you know, the shit that you have to work hard to get, and you'd think at least that the high rarity stuff must be really good, but even on the highest rarity you get garbage like this. 20% on a crit, and it doesn't even affect bosses. Here's a quick look at the math of that. So a high base critical chance is about 15%. That means every time you use this ability, there's a 15% chance of landing a critical, and after landing the critical, there's a 20% chance of the trinket working. Again, a reminder that this doesn't affect bosses. That averages to about 3% chance for it to go off at any given dice roll, assuming 15% base crit chance. Well, you can get critical tokens that guarantee a critical on the next hit, but the only consistent way to do that is to spend a turn to get the token on Highwayman, and after doing that you still need to win the 20% chance for it to go off. That's 2 turns for a 20% chance. By that point, some characters would have already killed the ad in question.
Anyway, I think I proved my point, and I'm pretty sure an artery just popped. So, let's move on to yet another disappointing reminder of the people that paid for this game, including me. Let me tell you about the story. It's horrible. Horrible. Dog shit. I'm now in chapter 1 of the game, and the story so far makes no sense. I'm now in chapter 2, and I'm pretty sure that the game just called me gay. I'm now in chapter 3 of the game. The story still makes no sense. I'm now in chapter 4. Anyway, the new balloon boss is hard to deal with. I'm now in the final chapter of the game. The story makes sense, but doesn't make sense.
You get 2 pictures per story drop per campaign mission, and that's all you get for the visuals. The entire story is told backwards in pieces with only 1 major story bit per mission. There's only 5 missions, and my team keeps fucking each other when I'm trying to get immersed.
Hello everyone, Hemorrhoids here, back at it again with another happy analysis of the hit game popular amongst the teens, the sequel to one of my favorite turn-based games of all time. You know it already, say it with me, Darkest Dungeon 2. In today's examination, we're gonna check out how the story is told and what it's trying to say. And I'm gonna do that while trying my best to follow my doctor's orders and be as happy as I possibly can to avoid popping another artery. How about an exercise? Just you, me, a severe lack of supervision, and the bitter absence of the $25 I spent on this game. Open up Notepad on your computer. Now, I'm gonna play the entire intro of Darkest Dungeon 1 and then 2. And after each intro, I want you to write what you think the story is about in a small paragraph with no outside bias or preconceived notion. Just take the intro for what it is. Ready? Here we go.
Ruin has come to our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence and luxury. And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets, exhausting what remained of our family fortune on swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal of antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled, laughing and wailing through the those blackened arcades of antiquity. Until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house, opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
Now that it's over, write down your thoughts on what you think the story is. Pause the video and continue when you're done. Now, let's watch the intro of Darkest Dungeon 2.
Ruin has found you at last. My protege. My friend. Our calculations were correct. The ephemeral equation is unbalanced. The Earth spins on a strange and terrifying new axis. And everywhere, unbridled consequence. The world is a wasteland of failures past. And yet, you must ride out into it, unafraid. Take this. It is hope, the very last of it. It is yours now. You were bold once. Be bold once more. Free yourself from this suffocating stillness. Fix your gaze on the horizon and face the fearsome truth of the darkest dungeon.
Cool. Now, once again, write down your thoughts on what you think the story is in another paragraph. Pause the video until you're done. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and guess that you didn't know what to make out of the second one's intro. That's because it's unclear. Ephemeral calculation, strange new axis, a vertically challenged destination. Also, why'd the ding-dang damn door need to be destroyed? Can't the ghoulish apparition use the doorknob like a normal entity, or do four-dimensional figments of the imagination harbor some sort of spiteful anger towards doors?
Anyway, I was actually considering to retell the entire story since it's short but revolves around a really cool premise, but I decided not to, because nothing describes it better than the intro. You're being told some exposition with a lot of missing context. The entire game is like this, and the missing context is partially revealed during chapter 4 and 5. Of course, there's still a lot missing, but it gives you just enough to put enough things together to be able to understand most of the story. And I don't mean this in the Elden Ring or Dark Souls sort of storytelling. You don't unlock things and key information as you go. There's no second-hand accounts or even NPC dialogue to have. The entire story is told in one of two places, at the mountain and at the start of the game. That's it. There's no item descriptions, no surrounding detail or environmental storytelling, just exposition with missing context. While the entire game takes the theme of the game in every aspect, there still yet remains a massive amount of plot holes. It's like putting together a jigsaw puzzle, except that there's still a lot of pieces missing, and the pieces you have don't fit anywhere, but you still have just enough to be able to make out the overall story. Also, and I shit you not, while the entire game doesn't contain a single dungeon, the game pulls off the classic "it's all in the head" type of story, referring to the human mind as the darkest dungeon at the end of the game.
Yeah, they did that. They did that. They actually pulled that off. That's in the game. What a fucking cop-out.
It's an unpolished Mass Effect game, full of a lot of interesting ideas, but executes them in a rushed and poor manner. Even when I let go of the notion that it should be anything similar to the predecessor, it still falls short. Even years after its launch, it still feels like it's in early access. And more than that, it's an identity crisis, with features that resemble the identity of character permanence akin to the predecessor, but it keeps deleting and resetting them. You can rename a character, but the name will reset every time and it doesn't even get archived. So what's the point? You can choose cosmetics, but they will also reset every time. You can also choose ability hotkeys, but even that resets every time. Even the camera, while inspecting the cosmetics, will just reset on its own.
Yeah, boy. Got me some new gear. Got me some of that rig. Time to check out the tassets. Time to check out the... Why is the camera like that? Give me back the controls, bro. I'm trying to check out the tassets. Oh, you're gonna be like that, huh? Okay, yeah, no, we can both fight out about this. It's okay, I don't mind a Beyblade match. Let's go, motherfucker. I'm checking out the tassets, and you're not gonna stop me. I'm gonna get a good look at them tassets. I'm looking at those tassets. I'm gonna check out the tassets. Yeah, I'm checking out the tassets. I paid for that shit. I paid for it. I paid. Let me check out the tassets. Give me that shit.
I'm well aware of the stupid that took place when I bought this game with little to no research done, but the first game was all about figuring out the unknown, and the more research you do, the less unknown it is. In other words, or well, more specifically, the words of myself from 3 a.m. the day before.
Foolishness was my unmedicated hubris, Dante. For just as much as I loved the core gameplay loop of the first game, unseen it was by me that they would take what countless have loved and turn it into a glorified high fantasy Hot Wheels racetrack. What the fuck?
I fully understand that it's my fault I bought this game relatively blind, and while I will always discourage pre-orders, there's a select few and far between purchases where I went against that thought, and would you believe me if I said that in my years of practicing this, things only ever went wrong once before, with Darkest Dungeon 2 being the first regret I ever have. Anyway, the video ends now. I can't wait to play games that are worth my money. I could talk more about Kingdoms, but honestly, I thought nothing puts it better than this post by the developers, where a central, important mechanic of the entire game mode was so undiscovered by the people who played it that they put out a post telling people about it rather than putting in an in-game pop-up or tutorial telling you about it. Hatred has dissipated, and I feel a bit better now. Alright, time to drop this project and disappear for another month. Thank you for watching. Unsubscribe from the Patreon because the videos take too long to come out, and report this video for being about Darkest Dungeon 2. See you next time when I make a review about a game I actually like the racism game, or the game that controls the entire economy of Venezuela. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Or at least, that's where the video was supposed to end for the third time. But then, as I was editing the video, I came across a couple weird details that, when investigated, caused a revelation. Here's some of my raw reaction to it.
Wait a minute. Did I see that right? Oh, fucking Christ. The weakened token that's supposed to reduce damage by 50% doesn't actually consistently do that? Whatever, I'm moving on.
It went through. It went through again. What?
I got
85%.
resistance. How the fuck is it going through?
It turns out that that's because it ignores resistance, and nowhere in the game is that information available whatsoever. This isn't the first case like this. It's simply one of the few that I actually investigated thoroughly. Which then prompts the question, if the game is this neglectful with the basic information that it should be putting forward clearly, how far does the rabbit hole go?
Hello everyone, Future Hamo's here. Too many hours of research later, at the end of my rope, at the end of my rope.
I walked in so biased in favor of this game, but the game wasn't only not a sequel, but it wasn't even good on its own foot. And I tried so hard to avoid being extremely subjective about the game, with the reviewer in me even dividing the video into two parts initially, because I knew I couldn't stop myself from critiquing it mid-sentence unless I did so, with the first part explaining the game and the second part being my criticism. But you know, now, after all my research, I reject this notion altogether. I'm right. I'm damn right. And I will prove it too. I could of course sit here, explain the thousands of problems of the game, explain what I found, what's slapping, what's cracking, but you know what? I'm gonna be real, I'm gonna be honest. I can't do it anymore. And even if I could, what's the point? Because I've already said enough. I hate.
Oh, Bowser can't keep it in again, boys. I fucking hate this game.
Hello everyone, Famous Game Reviewer here, back at it again with another filler video that's taking a little bit longer than 2 weeks, which is the time period I set out to make this video in. You're probably wondering, where is this magic ass school bus going now? Usually I have a policy on my channel that I would exclusively talk about or do things that I like doing, if you can believe it. This video is the first time I go against that policy, ever since its creation, and in the wise words of a person called Clown That Eats Garbage, who eventually died from eating garbage, if you're gonna fuck up, and you know it's a fuck up, then you better fuck up so damn hard till you can't unfuck the up without fucking it down. That way, any and all lessons that can be learned will be as clear as day. After a recent revelation about the game that I've chosen not to detail, because not only will this video triple in length, but I will also lose my mind in the process of explaining it, I've decided, instead of showing any of that, to fully give in to the thought process. You see, Darkest Dungeon 2 is not a sequel or a good game, and frankly, a bit of a scam. And in all of my research about the game on YouTube, I found that there was an extreme lack of criticism about it, and so I've chosen that for the first time, instead of critiquing it and moving on with my life, that I will instead opt into giving this matter my all, to become the ultimate symbol of anger, a deity of hatred, a paragon of spite, a perfect misrepresentation to any and all of those who got scammed by the terrible labeling of this game. And I will do that using a degree of objectivity so unparalleled in autism that most of you are probably gonna skip through this section of the video if you're even still watching. Welcome to the nerdy part of the video. Things are gonna get very serious and boring from here, or at the very least to the highest limits that the medication will allow. Here's my last attempt at recording this section. Would you believe me if I said that was the second best take I had of this section of the video? Anyway, you see, I think there's actually a couple nice lessons to be learned from what happened with this game, and I'll go over them eventually. But first, let me explain what's about to happen. Similarly to the chaos that typically ensues when the teacher forgets the special ed kid class door open, I may have hyperfixated for a couple of weeks and read 3,000 reviews on Steam for Darkest Dungeon 2. I'm not obsessed. I can quit at any time. I then sorted the details of those reviews in a spreadsheet based on my criticism so far, with some additional things that I'll explain soon enough. This is all to get a better idea of what people feel like about the game. That way, I can name and shame them to the best of my ability. As you probably guessed, my measuring stick for my objectivity will be the opinions of the masses. That way, if the majority agree that something is what they believe it is, that's probably the closest you can get to objectivity in an environment all about subjectivity. Now, I know what you're thinking. You read 3,000 Steam reviews. Wow, great job, Hermos. It sounds like your ADD medication is working a little too well for your own good. Because what the fuck will reading so many reviews do, bro? There's due diligence, and then there's unhinged overcommitments. What the fuck do you think this is? And if you thought that, then you would be editing Hermos, cut this part out. You see, I'm a bit of a Steam review addict. I engaged with it for so many years. It's less about the opinion and more about how socially questionable the person is. Because any normal review, and the overwhelming majority of people, will simply post that the game is ass or that the game is grass, with some surface level reasons on why the game is that way, and then move on with their day. However, if you go to check the top reviews on any game, it's always someone that's a little bit on the spectrum. Reading so many opinions from so many people is bound bound to lead us to read the opinions of those that are more socially questionable than I can show for this video. So before I delve into the meat and potatoes of the spreadsheet itself, here's some interesting things I found during my delve that I didn't cut from the video. The EULA of the game is a bit questionable and might be completely invalid. The strange disagreements about roguelikes and roguelites, Slay the Spire, and the ridiculous comparisons, and the DLCs. And I'm now about to delve into all of that before I even get into the spreadsheet. Just when I thought that the video was gonna end after over 6 months of making it, the rabbit hole grows deeper. Something I saw pop up time and time again was mentions of the EULA being quite unhinged in the reviews, with the most referenced sections being sections 5 and 14 of the end user license agreement. So I took the time to check it out. Section 5 states the following: General access. We also reserve the right in our sole discretion to terminate your access to all or part of the game or to any product or service available through the game or any Red Hook website for any reason or no reason, with or without notice. Now, that sounds crazy, but due to an autistic binge from a couple years ago, I understood that this is lawyer speak, which is a little bit different from normal people speak. And since my knowledge on law is mostly cursory these days, I decided to take the time to not only refresh my memory, but also to become a little bit smarter on the matter. I sent some emails here, some messages there, looked up a couple examples, and now I can definitively say that this is definitely insane, even for lawyer speaking standards. This section only makes sense to me as a ban section, which would protect the game if they were to ban you from the multiplayer part of the game or something like that, which doesn't make any sense in the context of Darkest Dungeon 2 because it's exclusively single player. Even if they can ban you, what would they ban you from? Now for section 14, and it states consent to monitoring. When you are using the game may monitor your computer's RAM for unauthorized third-party programs that interact with the game, probably Cheat Engine, and are prohibited by this agreement. If the game detects an unauthorized third-party program, probably Cheat Engine, the game may, without notice to you, communicate that information to us, including your account information, IP address, details about the unauthorized program, and the time and date that the unauthorized third-party program was detected. If the game detects the use of an unauthorized third-party program, your access to the online portions of the game may be terminated. You hereby consent to this monitoring. Now, this one sounded to me like an anti-cheat section, because one of the more common ways to cheat in Darkest Dungeon is by altering the memory, which is again strange, because Darkest Dungeon 2 is exclusively single player with no online functionality. There's analytics collection, but that's about it, and they're definitely not gonna ban you from giving them your information. So why would they monitor your RAM? And more importantly, why would they want identifying information? Even if they were collecting your information for the sake of improving sales or even selling it, something just sounded off about this. Initially, I was gonna spend a lot of time digging deep and talking to lawyers to fully understand the reasons behind a EULA like this. But then I realized a critical revelation occurred to me. Hey, hold on, wait a minute. Everyone, cease all operations. This is Red Hook Studios we're talking about, and nobody knows them better than my imagination does. So just as I already have done once before, I'm gonna do it again to utilize a critical and powerful mental faculty that I have, the ability to make shit up and be right at the end of the day. When I started utilizing that ability, so much already made sense, because I recognized the entirety of this EULA to be the same EULA from the first game, but it's not a complete copy-paste. There's exactly two differences between them. This letter here is capital, and there's a space bar at the end. Interesting. Fantastic. Exclusive. So they didn't completely rush it when they copy-pasted the same EULA from the first game. The EULA makes much more sense in the first game. Section 5 makes sense because it would legally protect Red Hook if they were to ban you for cheating in the PvP arena. And Section 14 also makes sense because the anti-cheat system is to monitor the RAM. If you're modifying the RAM, you would of course get automatically flagged, your information reported, and then most likely later on banned. Banned. Most likely later on banned. I'm making shit up. And I'm probably right, but something doesn't sit right with me. Something about that sentence isn't normal. Banned. They would ban you for cheating, of course. Right? Interesting. Hello everyone, Future Hermos here. While I still do intuitively believe that they probably ban repeat cheaters, I have to admit that I might be wrong about it, because I couldn't find a single example of a ban or even what it looks like to be banned. I could of course look deeper into the matter, but aside from the fact that I'm making a video that doesn't like me, and I don't like it, I'm currently 6 months into making a video that probably won't get more than 12 views. So, I'm making an executive decision I'm not gonna dive into this rabbit hole. Back to past Hermos, who is currently mumbling insane ramblings and is probably right. Okay, so we've concluded that the EULA makes sense for the first game and that it doesn't make sense for the second game. But I also previously said that Section 5 is a bit insane even for lawyer speak. Any reason or no reason? With or without notice? It's a bit unhinged. But why is it like this? This is where things get complicated. Red Hook Studios, at the time of creating the EULAs of their games, were a group of indie devs. Indie devs, usually, are passionate about the game development aspect. They are not, however, passionate about the legal and extensively long and boring aspect of making games. And if they were to ban you from the game or a section of the game, for example the PvP arena, for any reason, regardless of how valid it is, you could argue in court that it isn't fair for them to do that, as it was never stated anywhere that cheating wasn't allowed, and therefore would cause a lot of legal headache for them. Even if Red Hook was to win, the soundness of your argument alone would likely allow for a judge and or jury to hear you out. That alone would cause years of headache. To resolve these things, EULAs and terms of service agreements exist, but indie devs don't usually know how to make them, so they either use a template and fill it with bullshit that they think is right, or they contact a law firm to do it for them instead. Judging by how the EULA is written, it was probably a law firm. So we've established how the EULA was most likely made, or as I said in a now redacted take, my ass has spoken, and my ass is probably right. Now, previously I said that Section 5 is insanely written even for lawyer speak. Why is it this insanely written? Well, that's because amongst lawyers there exists a couple schools of thought. For the sake of time, I'm only gonna brush over two of them here today. The first school of thought believes that they should limit themselves in contract to what they will allow the company to get away with in good faith, assuming they have dignity. The second school of thought believes that the only thing that matters is victory above all else. So they tend to write very broad statements full of very insane sounding words that are meant to excuse whatever the company does should things ever reach the courtrooms. I believe the law firm they contacted most likely resides in the second school of thought. Anyway, here's an interesting find. Many EULAs tend to have unenforceable clauses, sometimes knowingly so, and the usual reason is to deter people from doing certain actions in the first place. Which begs the question, is Section 5 an enforceable EULA? Well, hello again, future tired ass here, tired of editing the video. It was confirmed to me by a community manager, who I'll leave outside of this, that any and all Steam developers have full access and control to who can and can't access their games. In a cursory search to find a single example of a developer wrongly revoking access to a game, I have found none. So, can the EULA be wrongly abused? In theory, yes, but in practice, I found nothing. What I did find is examples of copies being revoked for two reasons. One reason is fraudulent transactions, so the game was bought with a stolen credit card or the purchase was charged back after it was done. The other reason is beta testing reasons. Sometimes a certain build of the game will be given for beta testing, and the developers involved eventually shut down the servers once the beta testing period is over, and so they revoke your access to that build of the game. Back to a now out of context section of the video, because everything previous to what you're about to hear got deleted. Wow, I love spending 6 months to make a single video. Wow, I didn't know I could make so many things up like that and still sound like I'm within the realm of reality. That's a bit insane. But you know what's truly insane is that the entirety of the EULA of the second game might just be completely invalid. I couldn't find anyone talking about this, so how about we have a little bit of fun? I'm gonna read the paragraph that contains the silver bullet. Let's see if you catch it the same way that I did. End user license agreement and terms of service. This agreement is between you and Red Hook Studios regarding the Darkest Dungeon computer game and all related software, files, documentation, updates, upgrades, and derivative works. Red Hook developed and owns the game and is licensing the game to you on the terms and conditions set out below. Did you catch it? They don't say Darkest Dungeon series. They don't say Darkest Dungeon franchise. They don't even say Darkest Dungeon 2. They say Darkest Dungeon, the computer game. Also, it's not called Darkest Dungeon, it's called Darkest Dungeon Registered. So you can argue that the end user license agreement of the second game does not involve the second game. And according to a lawyer that I emailed about this, he actually thinks the argument could have some validity to it. Do I think Red Hook Studios are criminals? No. They probably just amateurs, and they took the path of least resistance when they copy-pasted the entire EULA of the first game to the second game. I hate them for what they did to the $25 that were once in my pocket, but I also like being fair about things when there's multiple sponsors and shareholders holding a bag of money over my head. Now, in the same spirit of Red Hook wanting to avoid legal headache, I will now state a similar legal cop-out that involves some legally important sentences. None of this is legal advice, it is simply my ass speaking, and my ass is probably right. While I was reading the more extraterrestrial reviews on Steam, I found myself running into a high amount of reviews that called the game a roguelike and a roguelite, sometimes interchangeably. Righteous in my belief that the game is a roguelite and eager to express my commitment to hatred, immediately I went out looking for a solid example to disprove the many wrong reviews that I had seen, only to find something even more confusing. I was both right and wrong, depending on who you ask, because the very definition of roguelikes and roguelite had been around for so long and changed so much that the original rogue game that started the genre is now considered a roguelike. But still, with a heart motivated with nothing but hatred, I still look to express it upon every unsuspecting Steam review that went against my belief. So, I asked the people around me, name 3 games that you think are a roguelike or a roguelite, and then say which one you think is which. And, well, it didn't take long for me to realize that that was probably a bad idea, because things only became more confusing. Slay the Spire's Steam tags say it's a roguelike. I think it's a roguelite. 2 friends said it's a roguelite. A resident in the Discord server says it's a roguelike. And according to a poll I did, 75% think it's a roguelike, 25% think it's a roguelite, and 100% think it's heroin. One person said Hades is a roguelike, others said it's a roguelike. The Steam tags say it's both. Enter the Gungeon, I think it's a roguelike. A friend said it's a roguelike, and the Steam tags think it's an action roguelike. Darkest Dungeon 2, advertised as a roguelike, yet it has the tag of a roguelike. The reviews says it's both, and I'm too angry to think. If I was to put everything I found into this one video, would be here all day. Now, I'm willing to do that, kinda, but the problem is, we have already been here all day, and you can't fit 2 days in one just yet. So here's an extremely reductive explanation of this mess. The rogue formula and genre in general, due to its popularity, seems to have underwent a severe mutation across the years, so much so that there now exists various schools of thought regarding it. The more commonly detailed agreements state that roguelikes should denote that future runs cannot be influenced, and roguelite denote that future runs should be influenceable in some way, usually to make them easier. By that definition, Darkest Dungeon 2 would be a roguelite, and Darkest Dungeon 1 would be a roguelike. There is, of course, a lot more reasons on why either of them can feel like a roguelike or a roguelite, but out of the reasons that everyone mentioned, this seems to be the most commonly mentioned reason. However, all of that wasn't something that I thought about initially, so that leaves us with one last question. What is my definition for roguelikes and roguelites? Initially, I was gonna do another deep dive to fully understand what school of thought I belong to, but after finding out how complicated things were, I said to myself, fuck that. So here's the answer that I made up after I ran out of time that most aligned with me. I don't know. I'm just here to be mad at people who disagree with me. Alright, this one's kinda interesting. Something I saw happen quite a lot is people mentioning or comparing this game with Slay the Spire. And when I had seen this initially, I thought to myself, you smell that? It smells like stupid in here, because a cursory glance is more than enough to understand that they're too different to compare, other than the fact that one game is heroin and the other game is shit. I do believe that nothing happens for no reason, so I put on the coffee-stained lab coat and delved into the matter, and I found a couple things that are interesting. When it comes to the rogue genre, usually the biggest in that genre tend to inspire a sub-genre of themselves. It's how the term mutated so much in its meaning across the years. Pieces of the formula taken from one game to the other, just inspiration after inspiration so many times across the years. That might just be what happened with Darkest Dungeon 2, because if you can believe it, Darkest Dungeon 2 is inspired by Slay the Spire. It's hinted and touched on in several interviews with the developers. It's clear Slay the Spire had an influence on Darkest Dungeon 2. The obvious thing that they took away is the map mechanic and possibly the loot. However, they integrated their own spin on both of them, and it ended up meshing pretty badly with the rest of the game. Their take on the map mechanic is pretty boring, taking over 30% of the playtime just for the sake of immersion, and all there is to do during that time is watch the Maserati move around at a snail's pace. It's also evident that they tried to take away the loot aspect of Slay the Spire, but they make the classic roguelite mistake of having so much garbage in the loot pool that unlocking new items further dilutes the pool of items that you can get, with over half the unlockable items in the game not even being better than the stuff you have unlocked by default. Even with unlocking new abilities for heroes, there's a trade-off there too. Yes, you get new abilities, but not only are most abilities pretty bad, but also now when you get a positive relationship, you increase the chance of the relationship picking an ability that you're not using, because it chooses randomly between what you have unlocked. This happens quite a lot more than you'd expect. Inspiration can be a fairly easy trap to fall into. You can take the good aspects of another game but make up other stuff that don't mix well with it. And when it comes to the rogue genre in general, I think this is more common than any other genre.
In the first game, every DLC expanded on the game in some way. The Crimson Court added a new map with a lot of bosses, mobs, a heavily invasive mechanic, and it ramped up difficulty quite harshly, more than what most would have liked to see. Personally, I liked the difficulty, but there were certain fights that were harsher than most of the bosses in the DLC. The DLC was about $10. The Color of Madness added an endless mode and a lot of interesting trinkets. It was balanced in such a way that it only made sense to be explored in the mid-late game, as a lot of grinding was required. Still though, it was something new and it only costed $5. The Shieldbreaker was a single character DLC, featuring the highest DPS of any character in the entire game, but coming at the cost of no stuns in the abilities set. This is probably the closest the game ever got to being pay to win. The DLC costed $4. All of the DLCs were pretty cool. They all came with something that was both interesting and annoying, but as someone who just loved the base gameplay loop so much, I didn't mind it for the most part. I wonder how the DLCs are like in the second game. Well, brother, you're in for a wild ass scam and a half. You have no idea! Look, they're both character-based DLCs. One introduces 2 characters and the second introduces only one. They're both $10. They're the type of DLCs that only make sense to buy if you already like the core gameplay loop. But by no means do they add or expand to the game in any significant way. Since I had already been scammed by the developers into buying a falsely advertised game, it's safe to say that I practiced the ways of my own spirit animal, trying before buying. I played with cheat engine, setting the game speed to ×12, because for whatever reason, they made the DLCs as grindy as the rest of the game. The first DLC is quite annoying. The Binding Blade is $10 for just 2 characters. You also don't get them with all of their abilities, so that's about 6 hours of grinding minimum required before we actually get to explore them. On top of that, and get this, the second character, Crusader, yes, they paywalled the Crusader from the first game, is locked. You have to complete a quest to unlock him, and once you unlock him, by the way, they again don't let you have him with all of his abilities. So again, you need to spend 6 hours minimum to unlock his abilities after the quest. But whatever, let's go do the quest. Let's check it out. Now, it's important to note that I came to this DLC after doing Kingdoms, so when I saw the quest item, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I'm mentioning this because when the DLC came out, Kingdoms wasn't a thing, so the mechanic of the quest items via the trophies was new and not well communicated by this point in the game. Usually with these quests, there's a bit of trial and error. You guess what it could possibly mean and try to pull through with it. But in this case, I happened to guess every step correctly in the first try, and I still couldn't complete the quest in one run. Fortunately, it saves your progress and the trophy doesn't expire, so if you know what to expect, you can choose when to do it. By this point, I had reached the final step of the quest, which caused me to experience a dilemma. I can unlock the Crusader right now, but following the logic of Kingdoms, that would then consume the trophy most likely, and if I lose the trophy, I would no longer be able to bypass the entry requirement to the mountain. I was already more than 3 hours in, so the sunken cost fallacy got the better of me. I slapped the quest trophy on and went forward. Since this was my first try, I was caught off guard by the game. You're forced into a fight with a boss to unlock the Crusader. Once again, I first tried it, unlocking the Crusader, and yet the grind wasn't over yet. I had to now take him to 5 shrines and get about 50 candles to fully unlock him. If I didn't have any leftover candles, that's another 6 hours worth of work just to unlock a character you would have already paid for. I wanted to cut corners and try to finish as soon as possible, so I abandoned the run after finishing the quest and did a new one to start unlocking his abilities right away. 2 grindfests later, now for the review on the characters. My estimation of the characters are gonna depend on how well they can work with Plague Doctor and Man-at-Arms on the team. This is because the entire game is designed around those 2, and as such, they are the best that the game has to offer. I'm not just saying this subjectively, I'm also saying this statistically. The Crusader is an awkward frontline character, capable of a lot of things but not good at any one of them, seemingly at his best when dancing with Holy Lance and used as a support. It's important to note that after unlocking him, you now have an increased chance of running into a boss, specifically the Warlord, which passively makes the game harder. You're also not guaranteed good rewards from the fight. 2 of the subclasses leave a bit more to be desired as they nerf him in some sort of significant way. As for the 3rd subclass, well, it was made using Red Hook's classic wacky-ass balancing philosophy. Get this,
The description says it gives him improved reach, but they forgot to give him the improved reach. Overall, I would bargain to say that not unlocking the character is actually better than having the character, because you can just keep using the trophy to bypass the entry requirement for the mountain if you don't unlock him. On top of that, you wouldn't have an increased chance of running into a boss at barricades. As for the duelist, well, she's similar to Grave Robber in so many ways. She's a dancing character with a riposte and various potent debuffs and buffs. She's mechanically complicated, being the first character to use orange tokens as more than just a buff in her kit. She's very clearly inspired by the Wraith class from Slay the Spire, having two different stances that alter the effect of some of the abilities. Learning her was definitely annoying, and I could talk about her a bit, but I think the best way to tell you how I feel about her is to tell you how I feel about the game's heroes in general. It's kind of a recurring issue with the heroes in the game that a lot of them are awkward with no ability to really move out of that awkwardness that they often find themselves in. Some characters are more capable at moving out of it, like Cultist and Highwayman, but you never really have characters like Plague Doctor and Man-at-Arms that are consistently able to contribute meaningfully in every situation they get into, which is why I have nearly every character in the game on C tier. Duelist as a character feels painfully similar to Grave Robber, in that the kit itself is not bad, but the numbers are painfully low on average. She's capable of contributing in some scenarios, though she often requires a lot of forward thinking and a considerable amount of team setup for what feels like a slightly above average payback at its peak. And so, as you can imagine, she's not very easy to use. When I wanted her to do damage, she had an ability that can do that. When I wanted her to stun, she had the ability. When I wanted her to dodge or riposte, she got the stuff for that too. But more often than not, I wasn't able to do them, usually because someone got pushed, blinded, or critted. Even the riposte didn't always make sense to use, because she has an extremely low health bar. She's dancing party material, but in all of my attempts, I couldn't really make dancing teams work. Usually because the game revolved heavily around dealing damage quickly, especially for bosses, something that dancing teams often required setup and some luck to get. Her subclasses also explore her mechanically, adding even more complexity to her already complex management. In my experience, everything sucked except for Antagonist, which stood out with its debuffs, allowing for significant damage mitigation or big damage setup with characters like Cultist. I should also mention that the descriptions of the subclasses are absolutely horrible. They give you the idea of what the changes are supposed to do, but tell you nothing about what it actually does, which in this game, more often than not, matters more than the idea of what something does. It's a repeated issue with the game. See Carcass for a glowing example, but specifically with these subclasses, you can't find what the stance bonuses are without looking it up, because the in-game token descriptions stay exactly the same regardless of what subclass you use. I can only explain this by saying that they literally forgot to put the information in the game. Overall, maybe more on the bad side, I think. For her squishiness, I would hope for more damage output, but she works best as a setup for other characters with their debuffs. I should mention that I don't feel like I fully explored her due to her complexity. The DLC costs $10. It's not bad, just annoying with how much grinding you have to do for something that you would have already had paid for. Now, as big of a fan I am of money, I gotta say, the developers at Red Hook Studios keep finding new ways to milk people out of cash, because they paywalled another fan favorite, The Abomination, for $10. A single character this time around for $10. I'm gonna be real with you. This one to me sucked especially, because A-Bomb in the first game used to be my favorite character. I had the OG squad back in the day. It was the first squad that I ever put together that worked perfectly in every situation. Sajit, the healer with the gambling addiction. Nick Gurr, his birthday was every day. Nelly the Nerfed, who kept getting nerfed, and Boudica, who can be seen jumping from one tree to another on Thursdays. It was the first time I started doing well in the first game, and the team would have some close calls that ultimately grew my attachment to them. And while I always knew that their time would eventually end, I never would have expected how it would happen. Not by the hands of some bad luck with a low-level mob, not by the hand of a mega boss, but by the hands of the developers themselves.
Will I gamble now? No!
The Abomination as a class was engineered to be overpowered, because to bring him would not only stress out the team, but it would also cause religious characters to outright refuse joining the party with him back in the day. And while that didn't matter for most of the characters it locked out, it did lock out Vestal from the party, which in the first game was a must-have on every team. Red Hook Studios, in their infinite wisdom, woke up one day, ate Caesar salad, and then stabbed the class 23 times. When asked what their intent was with the nerf, they replied with the following.
Biga Biga, our own tribal psychic, predicted that Helmos would be problem in the future. So we nerf and nerf until he never problem again. Miga Biga, African game designer. Miga Biga, signing out.
They just randomly decided to walk back the entire philosophy of his design, nerfing him into being an awkward character and removing the religious limitation. So checking out a DLC where they re-released the character gave me a hint of nostalgia. I was actually excited to play as Nelly again, hopefully this time without the nerfs. Let's check him out. Only 2. They only gave him 2 abilities. That's all they gave him. That's all they gave my boy. I think I'm gonna cheat to get all abilities. I kind of don't want to just play with something that's completely dead weight on the party. Modal skill sets. That's one of his character descriptions. I'm pretty sure they're just going out of their way to be unintuitive at this point. I think I know what they're referring to, not from the word itself. I have no idea what this means, but I know what it means because I played A-Bomb in the first game. Also, they say here flexible damage, but in classic Red Hook fashion, they forgot to give him the damage. Alright, I'll see you when I'm done. Okay, by now I've done some good runs with all of the subclasses. The way the class works is that it has 2 skill sets, one for human mode and another for beast mode, though using beast mode comes at the cost of stressing out the character itself and the party members. The default subclass, Moribund and Unchained were all pretty bad and awkward, very rarely shined, so much so that I'm just gonna skip over them. Fiend is where the beast mode more properly contributed in my opinion, though using beast mode can stress you out pretty quick, so you had to be very calculated with how you use it. The Abomination can also disrupt rank, but that doesn't mean much when nearly any enemy can use any ability from any position. It's easier to name the ones that can't than the ones that can. That shouldn't be the case. He's also pretty good at self-healing, easily the best self-healer in the entire game. 50% of his health back and -3 stress all in one click, but it can only be used twice in one fight. Overall, honestly, outside of the Fiend subclass, Beast Mode doesn't feel like Beast Mode. It's a character that only works with one specific subclass. They really missed the mark with this one. They learned from the community backlash of the first game. This time around, instead of waking up one day, eating Caesar salad, releasing the class, then nerfing it pretty hard, they instead woke up one day, ate Greek salad, nerfed the class into the ground, and then released it. There's also supposed to be a new mini area, but in 4 winning runs, which is about 12 hours of gameplay, I'm yet to see it. So if I paid for this DLC, I would have paid for content that I can't explore at will. The top review for the DLC at the time of recording begs the developers to go back to the gameplay loop of the first game. Now, about that spreadsheet, in classic Hermos video fashion, the expected has unexpectedly happened. I wrote a script the size of a mountain and proceeded to throw away a script triple the size of that script. In other words, I won't be covering the spreadsheet here in this video. Instead, I've compiled my findings and thoughts for most things and summarized them in the spreadsheet itself, and you can find it in the description. I'm gonna be real with you. Halfway through editing the video, I realized I want to just move on. But the other part of me is like, hey, don't move on. There's still more to look into. Go on. You wanted to have a Socratic approach of critiquing things, didn't you? So go ahead, stare into the abyss, and find at the bottom of that hellhole, New Zealand, staring back at you. I realize it's quite a flawed way of doing such a deep dive and that you're probably pointing and laughing at this degree of neglect. But honestly, considering the subject matter of today's video, I think spiritually, it's quite fitting. Just as Darkest Dungeon 2 doesn't have any dungeons, the spreadsheet section of the video doesn't go over the spreadsheet. I will, however, in here cover 2 things that I thought were too interesting to leave out, sort of as a final note. I read 3,000 reviews, but the raw number of all the critiques, except that one, seems to be on the lower end of quantity. Why is that the case? Look, the numbers are low, and if I'm being honest with you, initially I thought I was the crazy one. But after a sample test of 400 reviews, something more interesting became clear. In general, the overwhelming majority of Steam reviews aren't thorough about the game's mechanisms themselves, with the average number of details mentioned per review being just 1.8 details. That's 1 to 2 different details mentioned per review. That's not even to mention that most people just say the detail without explaining why or how things connect. Most people say that the game is good or bad, sometimes comparing it to something relevant, then move on. So for the more niche criticism criticisms to hit the double digits in the first place, I think that spells a lot about how much people wanted to like this game in the first place. That, or how hard the developers fucked up the game. Second, and the main thing that I wanted to explain a bit more, initially for these three, I was just gonna be mad and call everyone stupid, but along the way, I found something much more interesting. You see, whenever a game comes out calling itself a sequel but ends up being too different to be a sequel, there tends to be two opinions that stand out the most. The first one details that the game should be judged for what it is rather than what it is advertised as, and the other details that the game should be judged for what it thinks it is. You can essentially think of it as different degrees of objectivity, but frankly, both sides have a point. Marketing alone is an entire section of making games. There's many instances of a game doing well just because it was well known enough, and generally speaking, most people are willing to let go of the notion that this game should be similar to its predecessor so long as it is good enough on its own foot. But when a game calls itself a sequel in a subgenre that's all about encountering the unknown to then turn out to be nothing similar to its predecessor and have quite a number of mechanics that don't mesh well with itself, at what point is it the buyer's fault for not doing enough research on a game that not only does a terrible job at conveying information in general, but also expects you to know nothing in the first place? Whether you like to go in knowing nothing and figuring things out on your own, or whether you play the game with a guide video open in the back, regardless of that, I think everyone can agree that calling it a sequel was a mistake. Too much is different, which makes it a spin-off and should have been advertised that way. I also think everyone agrees that it's pretty funny that they forgot to put in a dungeon in a game called The Darkest Dungeon, and that's why I have the dungeon crawler tag reported on it on Steam, because not only does it not have the premise of dungeons executed for the most part, but even in its atmosphere and narrative, there isn't any claustrophobia whatsoever. If the game is attractive to you, don't feel bad. I myself can get into a shitty game every now and then that doesn't mesh well with itself. In fact, as of the editing of this video, I've downloaded malware and sunk more than 200 hours into it. I'm never gonna get those $25 back, but at the very least, I can still go back and play Darkest Dungeon 1.
See what I did there? That's what I did there was called a joke. It's called a sarcasm. It's called a prank, you know, kind of like the prank that Red Hook pulled on us when they released this DLC in the first place. What a bunch of As of the time of recording, we're now approaching 4 months since Red Hook pushed an update onto the game that breaks the Color of Madness DLC. The loot window in the Endless Mode mission instantly closes the moment it opens up, which for a DLC that's all about the loot from the loot window completely defeats the purpose of the entire DLC. It seems their thirst of ruining my fun didn't end with the Abomination nerf, because now they're going back and ruining parts of the game around the same time I decided to start playing it again. So if you want to play Darkest Dungeon, but you already played it and the sequel isn't actually a sequel, what now? If you can believe it, I actually haven't been that big on modding Darkest Dungeon, but I'd be doing this video a disservice if I didn't mention a particular modded overhaul that has been a bad influence on my attention span recently. The Black Reliquary is available for free, provided you have the base game itself. I won't talk much about it because honestly, it's best you explore it for yourself. It's a pretty well made modded overhaul, and despite it saying that it features a full campaign on the store page, there isn't one yet. But there is 2 bosses in every region and 2 new classes to play with. It completely reimagines various sections of the game. There's honestly too much to mention. But for example, some abilities are removed and replaced with different ones altogether. Even the combat itself begins with a preparation round where accuracy is halved to encourage the use of buffs and debuffs. It has only one difficulty and it assumes you're good at the base game, so be ready for trouble. All in all, it's really good. The new regions are well made and unique, each featuring some sort of unique threat or mechanic, like the Treasury, which is my favorite region because I love money. It offers very little to no fights, but it does however offer many optional fights and, if done right, more difficult fights that reward you with highly valuable items that stack a lot. If you're confident and smart, this is a pretty good way to get rich. I should mention as well that since it's a Darkest Dungeon mod, technically speaking, it does also carry the curse of being a Darkest Dungeon mod, which of course means that there is a gazillion unexpected bananas and wahahas, if you know what I mean. I love the aesthetic and how the different regions work, and I also love how every guide of this overhaul is fucked
messed with in some way. It's got its own flaws, but it's more of a sequel than Darkest Dungeon 2 ever was to the first game. You also get a couple trinkets that boost or slow down XP gain. I'm actually a huge fan of this edition. You know, this has all honestly been a healthy reminder to me that no matter how much you like a core idea or concept, that doesn't mean the developers can't make tragically foolish mistakes. Combining Pepsi and Coca-Cola, then going on to advertise it as water too. And while I can respect the willingness to experiment with the formula that they had, experimenting shouldn't come as blind as it did in here. When they're trying to pass a dating sim as a Lovecraftian turn-based roguelike game, I then have to question the replayable value of putting the meat and bone of the game way beyond the refund threshold. That's terrible, but it's honestly also terribly inspiring. And so it is, in the same spirit that I tell you now that future content is gonna make a lot less sense.
That's what I say. What a bunch of bitches. Honestly, what a bunch of bitches.
It's gonna be a lot less thorough, and it will contain more lies than the entirety of Darkest Dungeon 2's UI. As a starting point for this, on the Patreon, you can now pay less for the same benefits, mostly because the videos take too long to come out. And if you don't want to pay to join the Discord server, you can gamble your Twitch points for a chance at entering. And if you don't want to pay, and don't have the time, there's still a simple, reliable way for you to enter. Find the Easter egg, and when you do, follow the instructions. The deadline is 1 week after the public release of this video on YouTube. There's also a second channel featuring an extremely different type of content, one that is more serious oriented, if you can believe it.
Shut the fuck up!
Thank you. Oh my god, another murder. And finally, for an entire month after this video comes out, I'll be streaming twice every week, so that's more chances for more points for more gambling. If, despite this video, you have found Darkest Dungeon 2 to be something worthwhile to look into and you don't want to get scammed like me, then consider the immediate superpower that each of us embodies. The ability to introduce into the equation my own spirit animal, the concept of piracy.
Have you ever been in the shower and just allowed your mind to wander? You consider past mistakes and maybe even some regrets. Standing there lost in the sensation of warmth, you slowly slip into the deep recesses of your mind and the heat of the water begins to fade, and you are instead met with the cold indifference of the vastness of all things. You consider the scale of reality and the sheer insignificance of your place within it. Your thoughts are not but a faint whisper in the endless scream of human consciousness. Looking deep into the void, you see naught but black, chilling indifference. From this ominous ponderance, there is no escape. Anyway, let's talk about Darkest Dungeon 2.
Though all the world's horrors bar the way, the time has come to face your failures.
Darkest Dungeon 2 is a roguelike turn-based strategy game. Roguelike meaning it's for masochistic weirdos, and turn-based meaning the Fortnite sweats are powerless here. We're role-playing as four, hopefully, tragic heroes trying to keep hope alive in a bleak world. It is exactly the same as Darkest Dungeon 1, except completely different. While Darkest Dungeon 1 was set in a single crumbling township, the sequel takes us on a road trip through H.P. Lovecraft's favorite night terrors. Well, on this trip, our merry band of assholes will be fighting eldritch abominations, helping the poor, and of course, touching every cursed artifact we can get our grumpy little mitts on. So why are we doing this? Why is it our job to stand against the relentless tide of darkness slowly devouring what is left of humanity? Simple, because someone has to. Might as well be us, right? Then because some academic weirdo told us to. Each run starts with us assembling a party comprised of worst-case scenario human beings. There's a lot to choose from, and they can all be highly customized. Each hero has 3 paths that can be unlocked over time, greatly changing how they function within the party. For example, you can path the Grave Robber into a Deadeye, making them better at ranged attacks but worse at melee, or you could path them into Venom Drop, making them completely useless. After a little skill customization, we pile into a rickety carriage that probably smells like Cheetos, and we're on our way. We do a little sightseeing, some light murder, and then our run begins in earnest. Stopping at the inn, we have a short reprieve before selecting which region we'll throw our doomed idiots at. Kick back and have a few drinks, play some cards.
Repress the undulating core of regrets that lingers on the peripherals of your subconsciousness.
Level up some skills, pimp out your ride, and off we go. You get a limited selection of regions to hurl your heroes at, and most will have modifiers and bonus objectives attached to them. Do them, or don't. I'm not your dad. Each region is broken into a series of locations connected by several paths, giving you the opportunity to utterly fail at basic route planning. The paths between each location vary greatly. You might have a stress-free ride, or you might have to go through a bad neighborhood where your cart will be damaged by unkept roads or vagrants. Basically Barton Street in Hamilton. There's also a chance you'll get to witness unspeakable horrors that raise your loathing meter, or you just might get outright ganked by the locals. Really, the devs just nailed the Barton Street experience. There's a lot of different locations to visit within any one region, and you'll likely end up changing your planned path as your party's situation changes or as new information becomes available. Cash taking up too much space in your inventory? Come visit the Hoarder and buy yourself some sketchy garbage. Spend too much time playing with the dogs? Go to the field hospital, get some Advil, cold flu, and rabies. Feeling bold? Take on some dens or resistance encounters and get yourself some skill point upgrades. Feeling really bold? Pay the cultists of an Oblivion's Ingress a visit and convince them with blunt force trauma to give you a trinket. Or you could always visit the study. I mean, what exactly was that mysterious academic up to anyway? What secrets lie in the tenebrous corners of this damnable workshop? An unknown foreboding is all that exists between the spaces of this unsettling stillness. Perched upon the desk, something unknowable writhes within the darkness. My hands tremble as I reach for knowledge no mortal was meant to possess. Ancient and horrible Each region also has one lair, which contains a difficult boss fight. You'll have to fight through 2 waves of enemies before taking on the big bad, so buckle up. Why do this? Well, in order to access the final area of the game, you need to claim the head of at least one of these lair bosses. Which boss you'll want to take down will depend highly on your party's composition and your available resources. The bosses all have different strengths and weaknesses and are unique to their region. Speaking of regions, there are a total of 6 regions. Each region has unique enemies that will challenge your party's composition in different ways. For example, if you build your party around fire damage, it may not be a great idea to take it to the town where the cultists are immolating themselves for fun. At least not without shuffling your skills around first. So to keep you from getting sent back to the crossroads just a little bit longer, let's go over each one. The Tangle is your basic cursed forest that comes standard with every fantasy setting. The enemies are mostly fallen skeleton warriors and one guy that got lost on his way to band auditions. Skeletons, being more meat deficient than vegetarians, generally don't care if you try to bleed them, so bring some blight and fire skills. Lair Boss, the Dreaming General, uses the power of uncomfortably suggestive posing to cause enough stress damage to end a run. The sprawl consists of religious book-burning fanatics that will set you on fire and murder you at the slightest provocation. Probably the most accurate depiction of Florida in media yet. Unless you're blind to environmental hints, you should probably be able to figure out that burning damage won't get you very far here. Lair Boss, the Librarian, a giant nerd who throws books at you for a few rounds and then throws a fire tantrum. The Shroud is what H.P. Lovecraft thought immigrant communities looked like. This place is fishier than a mysterious death in a submarine and has roughly the same amount of semen. Resistances here vary from enemy to enemy, which kind of sucks. Fog can also sometimes roll in, making the fight way harder, which also kind of sucks. Lair Boss, the Leviathan. I don't actually know much about it because the Shroud kind of sucks and I avoid coming here, so I'm gonna let someone else sum it up for me.
Oh my god. Man, does that ever suck. Woo! Per toxic.
Yeah, that seems about right. The Thetor is the farm that Taco Bell gets its meat from and probably smells like an anime convention. The enemies here are blight-resistant flesh mounds that focus on eating and— wait, I already said anime convention. Lair Boss, Harvest Child, a giant beef baby that tries to get you to put its meat in your mouth. Wait, no, that sounded— The Sluice is a short bonus route that you can take. It's high risk, but high reward. There is no extra conditions, bonus objectives, or map, and it doesn't count as progress towards the final region. The swine folk that inhabit this strange region hit hard, but go down pretty easy. They're highly blight-resistant, but bleed like a stuck pig. Make it through and bring home the bacon. Finally, there's the Mountain. Here you'll face a couple of difficult cultist fights before facing off against the final act boss. The enemies and boss here will vary depending on which confession you chose at the start of the run. I'm not going to spoil any of these fights since the reveals are really cool. Just know that these fights are an order of magnitude more difficult than anything you've faced up until now. Good luck. Wait, I should explain how to fight. Darkest Dungeon 2 is more streamlined than its predecessor combat-wise. That's not to say it's dumbed down, quite the opposite. I still burn out the vast majority of my synapses each run. At the start of each round of combat, everyone stops what they're doing to play Dungeons & Dragons so that we can roll initiative. Now we just stand around and wait for someone to do something. So what do? Well, each hero or enemy occupies a positional space on the combat field. What can be done depends on the attacker's positioning and what their skill allows. Some enemies can't do anything from the backlines, but let them get to position 1 and... This means that being able to hit every position, especially the back ones, is extremely important. Now you may have noticed the funny little icons below our characters here. That's because combat in this game is just like a poorly written sitcom. It's all about the tokens. These act as buffs and debuffs, as well as indicators for special statuses or abilities. They're mostly straightforward, with a few purposefully mysterious exceptions. But what we really care about is this little guy right here. The combo token greatly alters your options both offensively and defensively. Put one on your enemy and go for a big hit, get one put on you and prepare for a death's door check if you don't do something to mitigate it. Unless you're running a Jester, getting consistent combo tokens can be a challenge, but usually it's one worth pursuing. Or just run Jester. Seriously, run Jester. Now that offense is out of the way, let's talk defense. We've got two things we care about in combat: health and stress. If you've ever played a video game before or even done a sit-up, you should know what health is. It recovers over time while out of combat and can be recovered in combat with abilities like medicine or angry. Stress is a little trickier. While there's a few ways to reduce it out of combat, they aren't always consistent. Hitting max stress can go one of two ways. Either your character pushes through it and steps up in the party's moment of need, offering everyone a buff in the process, or just like me before an exam, they have a meltdown, lose all their health, and ruin every relationship they've ever had. While health and stress can be easily recovered or managed, relationships cannot. At the start of a region, your characters have a chance to form a bond with one another. Forming a positive bond enhances an ability between the two heroes, offering some positive effect to the other when used. A negative bond, however, debuffs a skill each and locks it in place for the region, thus greatly limiting your character's utility. Buffed skills can sometimes feel like cheating the game's action economy, so it's really important to prioritize good relationships. This can be done by using skills that give assistance to one another, picking location actions that people agree with, or just getting drunk at the inn and playing cards. There's a ton of viable strategies between all the different heroes, so play whatever you find fun. There's no one-size-fits-all party or build, so just like an aging married couple, it's important to experiment and figure out what works and what's just painful. So who exactly are these heroes? There are 12 heroes that fill out the Darkest Dungeon 2 roster, and I'm going to poorly summarize each of them. Highwayman. My boy Dismiss is back. I guess my playthrough of Darkest Dungeon 1 isn't canon. Using his powers of tax evasion, he's able to deal both range and melee damage from almost any position. Maybe this time he'll survive to the very end. Man-at-Arms. Barrison's failure of the military chain of command is our gain. While not as flashy as some of the other heroes, he's easily the best tank/defender in the game. He's even capable of dishing out some decent numbers with the right setup. What he lacks in keeping his army units alive, he makes up for in keeping my runs alive. Grave Robber. Ugh, Audrey is just the worst. As a class, she's fine, I guess, but this is what happens when the horse girl grows up. She can hit through armor tokens and kill through Death's Door, which is cool, but a lot of her stealth-based mechanics just feel awful. Total pick-me vibes. Plague Doctor. With my girl Paraclesius, Blight makes right. A decent healer and damage over time dealer. Super versatile. Hit the vape pen with her for bonus damage. Sure, she's done some super questionable research in her past, but who didn't experiment back in college? Boudica, 10 out of 10. Best hero. I mean, just look at those skills. Hits like a truck as long as the enemy isn't in position 3. Every time you see a Virgin stress damage enemy in the back lines, it's like, yes! She heals with booze and is literally too angry to die. Waifu material. Run away. You ever want to heal someone by stabbing them with fire? Let me tell you about Bonnie. This is what happens when you get the bad ending in Annie. She's got a bit of a smoking habit, but she's also the queen of fire damage, so she gets a pass. This is what they mean when they say if she smokes, she pokes. Jester. Do you like combo tokens? What about bleed damage? How about sick loot solos? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then Sir Manti is your guy. Man traded Razor's wit for actual razors. What he lacks in raw damage output, he makes up for by being the best stress healer and combo generator in the game. Leper. Baldwin is... Occultist. Do you hate consistency but love tentacles? Alhazred's got you covered. Why do good healing when you could just do 0 and apply a bleed? Well, he's a great debuffer. A lot of his big skills require too much setup to pay off. Or maybe I'm just bad at the game. Fun to experiment with nonetheless. Vestal. Why set fires when you could just be horny on main? Junia attended the same convent as the runaway, but her flame burns a little different. Use the power of repressed lust to heal your allies and bonk your enemies. Just don't let her get distracted by any uncensored hand-holding. Absolute degen. Flagellant. Two drunks beat Damien's ass so hard that he went and made a religion out of it. Part healer, part blight dealer, all masochist. Spill your own blood to heal your friends, or throw it at your enemies to give them hepatitis. My guy is more toxic than an Overwatch 2 lobby. Just remember, Death's Door resistance is a scam. Bounty Hunter. My man went out for cigarettes sometime after Darkest Dungeon 1 and he's finally come back home. You can pay him some candles to join your party mid-run and it's well worth it. They're a damage-dealing, combo-generating powerhouse that plays well from any position. A true professional. I just wish he'd show up more. And that's everything you need to know to be successful in Darkest Dungeon 2. All the heroes in this game are as diverse and varied as they are tormented. And, well, we may be fighting battles on the outside, each one of them is fighting their own personal battle on the inside. And I love that. I think that's really the heart of this game. But, you know, before I start digging too deep and getting weirdly personal, let's wrap this up. Darkest Dungeon 2 is a game about making the best of a bad situation. It says so right on the tin. Oftentimes, things feel terrible and you barely scrape by, but that just makes your victories all the more sweet. A true testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable horror. Sometimes. Other times you're just left thinking, what now? How can I possibly go on? But you do. On the surface, this is a tactical strategy game about fighting monsters and hentai protagonists so that we can farm candles. But at its core, this is a game about accepting one's past and seeking redemption through heroism. After all, a flame burns brightest just before it goes out. Everyone here sucks, but together they suck a little less. None of us can undo our past. We can only accept those parts of ourselves and move forward. No matter how arduous or stressful the road of acceptance, it's the only path forward. We don't always make the right choices. We screw up, and sometimes that means starting over. We may not all be able to find redemption in the struggle, but among friends, we might at least be able to find peace. So I guess what I'm trying to say, the whole point of this video is just go read Berserk.
In May of 2023, Red Hook Studios released Darkest Dungeon 2, and with its arduous explorations, grueling battles, and unforgiving boss fights, it furthered the reputation of ruthlessness set by its predecessor. Just like with the first game, the main gameplay loop of Darkest Dungeon 2 involves gathering a group of heroes to fight through brigands, cultists, and monsters. But unlike the first game, these horrors aren't contained to a rural hamlet somewhere off in the countryside. They're spread over an entire kingdom, emerging at the same time that an evil darkness began to encroach on the kingdom. And unless this darkness is stopped, it threatens to plunge the rest of the world into the same chaos that engulfs the kingdom. These huge stakes are still part of a personal journey though, as throughout their quest, the player learns from an old colleague named the Academic that they've had a hand in the spread of this terrible darkness, and that ultimately, they're the only hope the world has in stopping it. Let's go through the story of the Academic and his protege, along with their path to redemption, to see the full story of Darkest Dungeon 2. Before we begin, I just want to say that obviously there's going to be spoilers for the story of Darkest Dungeon 2 ahead, so if you want to experience the eldritch horrors of the game yourself, now's the time to click away to do so. Also, if you'd like a refresher on the story of the first game, or would like to learn what it's about for the first time, I do have a video for the game, along with all its story DLC, up on the channel that you can watch if you'd like. I will say that it's not really necessary to be familiar with the story of the first game to enjoy the story of the second, as the two aren't really linked. There will be some Easter eggs and allusions to the first game that you won't understand if you aren't familiar with it, but that's really all you'll miss out on. So you're fine to skip the video if you'd like. Alright, with all that out of the way, let's get started. The story starts in an unnamed medieval kingdom that was very much like other kingdoms of its time. It had lush farmlands where crops were grown for the populace, It had docks and harbors along its coast that were filled with fishermen and merchants busy with the demands of trade and shipping. And it had sprawling cities of stone that served as beacons of progress and industry. All of these regions were connected together by a vast roadway that was not only essential for the citizens of the kingdom, but for merchants and traders from far-off lands as well, who were eager to come to the prosperous kingdom to trade goods of their own. As these travelers made their way through the realm, they could stop at the various inns and taverns that were all over the highway, where their carriages could be repaired, their supplies could be replenished, and their spirits could be lifted. While there was corruption and crime in the kingdom, as there is in any civilization, for the most part, the citizens of the realm lived ordinary, happy lives. However, the kingdom was not wholly picturesque, as there was one region that inspired fear and horror in travelers and natives alike: the towering mountain that loomed large on one of its borders. With its foreboding rocky peaks, it had a sinister look, and an ill reputation to match. There were whispers that it was the home of some kind of intense evil energy. Most of the populace was never eager to find out if there was any truth to these rumors, preferring to leave the dark mists of the mountain unexplored. However, there were some people that were fascinated by the dark wonder of these stories and sought out the truth, making their way to the treacherous slopes. These curious minds became the only residents of the mountain, forming a dark cult that was said to practice sacrilegious rituals too evil to fathom. But not every person that was fascinated with the horrific tales of the world was reckless enough to run to the mountain. Plenty of these people were quite ordinary, leading normal lives in the confines of the kingdom. One such person was a man that was known as the Academic. As suggested by his name, the Academic was a scholar, and when he wasn't plunging the depths of the world to find their forbidden secrets, he worked as a teacher in one of the universities that stood in the kingdom's cities, where he guided the bright, youthful minds of the realm. One semester, as he was giving his normal lectures, the Academic took notice of one particular student due to the interesting questions the student asked him on all his favorite subjects. It wasn't long before the Academic deduced that it was because this student shared his fascination with the taboo subjects of the world, and as a result, the Academic took the student as his protege, serving as a mentor to him. As the two spent more time together, discussing their theories on long walks through the land or sneaking away from school events to debate the topics of their research, the student-mentor relationship between them quickly turned into a partnership and then a full-blown friendship. Their research into the occult led them to conduct a variety of experiments, like one that involved dissecting the brain of a cadaver to understand the properties of the mind, or another that produced a tentacled, fleshy creature that needed to be caged, as well as the discovery of several artifacts or relics that had strange powers, like a polyhedral object recovered from a sunken temple, or an altar glowing with a red orb that seemed to have some sort of connection to the void. While their findings were amazing, none of them unlocked the secrets of the world that they so sought. So the two turned their attention to the myths and legends of ancient cultures, noticing a pattern that ran through the stories. Eventually, after many long months of research, the protege found what they were looking for. Scribbled in blood in the margin of an old book, he found a cipher that mentioned an interesting symbol, a half circle with 5 equidistant points radiating from its edge, an iron crown. And as the two reviewed their previous notes, they found that this iron crown was seen in many different cultures, across many different time periods, all over the world, suggesting that, whatever the symbol was, it bestowed immense power upon the one that harnessed it, leading to the creation of several empires throughout history. To say the protege was excited about this discovery would be an understatement, and he was eager to share their findings with the world. But the Academic was more wary, preaching caution so that they could have a strong case to present to their peers, and so their research wasn't stolen before they could fully gather the details. The protege agreed, but wasn't happy about it. As the months wore on, he voiced his displeasure, but each time he was dissuaded by the academic, who didn't want his career, nor the protege's future, to be ruined by a premature presentation. Then, tragedy struck. A fire broke out in the university, and all the research done by the academic and the protege got caught up in the flames, burning away into ash, leaving them with nothing. It was a heart-wrenching turn of events. Yet, at the same time, the academic couldn't help but feel relieved at being free from researching the Iron Crown, as he had felt a resentment growing in his friend at his insistence that they be cautious with their work. Perhaps now things could go back to how they were. But then an interesting letter arrived on their doorstep. It had been mailed by a wealthy nobleman who lived in a rural hamlet off in the countryside of the kingdom. Apparently, this nobleman had heard of the work the two had done and invited them to dinner at his farmhouse so they could discuss their research further. After a day-long journey through the countryside, the academic and the protege arrived to find that they were not the only guests of the nobleman. There were others as well, although they were all hooded and masked. As the dinner got underway, the hooded figures began to question the academic and the protege about their research. Although the nobleman assured the two that the questions were only for academic purposes, due to the prevalence of the Iron Crown and the iconography that surrounded them, as well as the fervor of the masked figures and their host, the academic sensed an ulterior motive behind the gathering. When a circle was drawn on the floor with chalk and salt, and black flame candles were lit, and chants in extinct languages began, the academic noted the turn from research to ritual. Wisely, he excused himself and pulled the protege with him, who, having been caught up in all the excitement, hadn't realized just how precarious of a situation they were in. Once he had been separated from the passion of the cultists, he recognized the wisdom of the academic's words and agreed to block the door to the bedroom. When the sun rose the next morning, the two emerged from their sanctuary, where they found the hooded figures strangled and lying upon the circle, their bodies making up the points of the Iron Crown, which lay inert under them. The nobleman was nowhere to be seen. While the academic was disgusted by the scene, thankful that he and the protege had not participated in the failed ritual and had escaped such a grisly end, the protege was mesmerized. From that point on, he became obsessed with perfecting this ritual to the point where it became the sole focus of his entire existence. When the next fall semester started, the protege didn't enroll in any classes at the university, instead taking up residence in an isolated building where he could conduct his work free from the restraints, moral and otherwise, that those at the university would impose on him. He was joined by the academic, who went with him not as a mentor, but as an assistant, helping with the various experiments the protege carried out to unlock the secrets of the Iron Crown, such as ones centered on light, which burned their eyes, or others centered on sound, which caused their ears to bleed. As more and more of these tests were conducted, the academic could see the effect they were having on his friend. It was driving him mad, which only deepened the reluctance to proceed that had been growing in the academic's heart. Finally, he could stand it no longer and confronted the protege one morning, begging him to stop his experiments and see reason. But the protege, caught up in his obsession and ambition, refused, throwing their breakfast to the floor in a violent outburst. And there, in that moment, the academic recognized all that the Iron Crown had taken from the two of them. Their careers, their futures, and most important of all, their friendship. And it was still trying to take more. He refused to let it do so any longer. He got ready to leave, asking one last time for the protege to come with him. But the protege wouldn't be dissuaded, and instead convinced the academic to look at one last thing before he went. The two made their way down to the cellar, where the academic was shocked to see 4 bodies lying in a semicircle on an unfinished Iron Crown. As he realized why he had been brought to see this macabre sight, A dagger burst through his chest. He crumpled to the ground, lifeless, and his body took its place on the last point of the crown. By sacrificing his closest friend and giving himself wholly over to the Iron Crown, the protege succeeded where the hooded figures and noblemen had failed. He successfully harnessed the power of the Iron Crown. Once it took its place upon his brow, the equation of the world, of the universe, of the whole of reality laid bare before him, the sum of his work. But as he was appreciating his accomplishments, the equation started to change before his eyes. He had no way of knowing, but in addition to allowing one to see the ephemeral equation, the Iron Crown allowed the thoughts and feelings of the one that invoked its power to manipulate it. When the protege placed the crown on his head, his thoughts and feelings began to do just this. But what poured from his mind was all of the hate and resentment and frustration that had been building in him ever since he'd learned of the crown. And the changes these feelings had on the equation had an ill effect on the kingdom and the real world. The earth itself quaking at the power, the crown caused monstrous transformations in humanity, all influenced by the protege's flaws, chief among them being the cultists of the mountain who took on a fleshy, tentacled appearance. The crown wasn't just changing what already existed though, it was also creating anew, bringing into existence entities never before seen in the universe, unspeakable horrors imprinted with the protege's insatiable, ambitious hunger. It also created powerful monsters that were the physical embodiments of the protege's failings. His denial became a series of chains and padlocks that locked away the world's mind. His resentment became the seething sigh, a monster that freely let loose all the anger he'd held in his chest. His obsession birthed the focused fault, which, once it concentrated on a subject, bore into it with a power unrivaled by anything else in the world. And his ambition manifested into the Ravenous Reach, a monster that symbolized how the protege clawed after his desires, but was never satisfied with what he had nor what he had to give up to reach them. The finest of these creations, though, was a gargantuan, monstrous titan with squirming guts and a single giant eye, his full body of work. And atop the head of this titan sat a facsimile of the protege, a dark copy of the King of the Iron Crown. It was an incredible display, but despite it being the culmination of his work, of all his sacrifices and determination, the protege was horrified by it, recognizing how deplorable and wrong it all was. Being the King of the Iron Crown, he had the ability to use it to correct his mistake, to right the wrong, but the evil effects of the dark parts of his mind broke his willpower. He fled from the darkness he'd unleashed upon the world, running away to a remote valley deep in the kingdom, where he intended to hide from the darkness for the rest of his life. Without the protege to stop it, the darkness soon spread over the kingdom, primarily emanating from the focal point of evil in the realm, the ominous mountain, where the evil twin of the protege resided as the hateful god of the stain spreading over the world. From this dark domain, the cultists poured forth, eager to spread the corruption of their master out into the wider world. The kingdom had sensed this invasion was coming and sent their army, led by its general, to the woods at the mountain's base to stop the cultists. But when the cultists descended from the mountain slopes, the soldiers offered no resistance, having already been demoralized by the horror of the power coming from the mountain. Instead, they simply wandered the woods, listless and empty. As time wore on, their bodies began to decay until they were nothing more than shriveled up cadavers. But still, the soldiers wandered on, dreaming of the day that the end of the world gave them the release that had been denied to them. The general too suffered this fate, But instead of wandering, he had his dreams on a bed of branches in the fortress that used to be his command post, where he had endless nightmares about the failures, real and imagined, of his life. The forest, having now decayed into a tangled, gnarled mass of roots and branches filled with undead, grew around and through the sleeping general, as well as the remnants of his men, a physical representation that they would never be free of its dark clutches. With the army having failed, the cultists freely ravaged the kingdom, plunging it into chaos. Rabid animals that could usually be culled by the guard ran amok, attacking anyone unfortunate enough to cross their path and building large dens where they grew stronger and more numerous. Brigands and bandits took advantage of the chaos to pillage the towns and villages of the realm, all in pursuit of separating the people from their riches so they could take it for themselves. In the sprawling cities, massive riots broke out. It wasn't long before fires were set by the mob, and as the flames roared through the buildings, all the accumulated knowledge of humanity burned with the structures. However, instead of lamenting this lost knowledge, the mob celebrated it, having become enthralled by the fires. Even the librarian of the Great Library couldn't help but be seduced by the allure of the flames. The mob began to worship them, and even began to throw themselves into them. But as the heat seared their bodies, melting their skin and fat, it did not consume them. Instead, they became resistant to the fires and even gained the ability to control them to an extent, to use them for their benefit. These blessings only cemented their warped belief system, leading them to become fanatics of the fire. These crazed lunatics turned murderous and used their newfound powers to kill all those that did not adhere to their beliefs, adorning the streets of the cities and their own bodies with the corpses and limbs of their victims. Out in the rural farmlands of the kingdom, the farmers and the noble families that managed them watched as the realm descended into chaos around them. Figuring there was no need to prepare for tomorrow, they gave in to their impulses and engorged themselves on all the food they'd grown and stored away for the winter. But once their storehouses were emptied, they found they were still hungry. So the populace turned to their next best food source, the beasts of burden on their farms. However, the only thing left of the animals were their rotting corpses, a result of the animals having starved to death after all of their food had been eaten by their owners. The decaying carrion didn't stop the farmers and nobles though, who, no longer wanting to feel the pangs of hunger, ate what they could of the remains, but found they were still hungry. Desperate to sate the intense hunger that ached their bellies, the people of the farmlands turned on themselves, cannibalizing each other to end their torturous starvation. But they were still hungry. As they devolved into this frenzy of consumption, where they ate any and everything they could to stave off their starvation, their once luscious fields were transformed into an area filled with rot, where spoiled meat and flesh lay all over. And then something strange happened. A new crop sprouted in the fields, tall stalks that resembled the piles of rancid meat that covered the area. The farmers and nobles, no longer having inhibitions about eating things they probably shouldn't, soon ate this plant and were thrilled to find that it satisfied their hunger. Thus, they gobbled up any trace of this crop they could find, feasting in the fields. And as they gave in to their deranged gluttony, their bodies began to undergo monstrous transformations. Rows upon rows of sharp teeth filled their mouths, and their jaws grew wider and wider, giving them new maws that allowed them to consume as much as possible. A transformation that also gave them a new name, the Gluttonous Plague Eaters. Like the fanatics, these Plague Eaters began a worship of their own, but their worship wasn't directed towards an inanimate object like fire. It was a Plague Eater of their own, a large baby that was birthed by a corpulent mother while she was in the midst of being eaten by the monsters. Unlike all the other plague eaters, the baby hadn't adopted the crop, it was born from it, having been a plague eater since it was in its mother's womb, thus making it a child of the rotten harvest. To honor it, it was adorned with a wreath, put in a cornucopia, a traditional symbol of the harvest, and placed in the largest manor of the farmlands, where it was revered as the flower of the plague eaters. Having seen what happened in the forests, cities, and farmlands of the kingdom, the fishermen and merchants on the coasts realized the apocalypse was nigh. Having no idea what else to do, they began to pray to the sea, and when huge stone monoliths rocketed up from the ocean's depths, the people believed it was an answer to their prayers. They threw themselves before the monoliths, begging for deliverance, promising to give themselves over to whatever entity sent these structures. And with that promise, they were given the path to their salvation. They descended into the waters of the ocean, where a huge sea monster named the Leviathan remade their bodies in its image, making them one of the fish folk. The transformation signified not only a physical acceptance of their new life, but a spiritual one as well, as by giving their souls over to the Leviathan and worshiping it as a god, they truly became one of its people. After being transformed, the people of the coast returned to their former homes to pillage and gather tribute for their god, thus rendering the docks and harbors that once bustled with life empty and desolate, where one always wondered what horrors hid behind the shroud of mist that covered the whole area. With the whole kingdom in chaos, the desperate few that were not killed in the devastation fled, and as they made their way across the country, they noticed newly opened holes in the ground. These holes led to long disused waterways that seemed like they could offer safety from the chaos of the surface, but in truth were the home of bestial creatures that were just as horrific as the monsters and lunatics above. Grotesque, unnatural pig-man hybrids that freely frolicked in the filth of these long-abandoned tunnels. While the kingdom had received reports of these creatures from a rural hamlet in the east of the kingdom, reports that suggested the swine creatures also had an otherworldly intelligence about them, they never investigated them. As such, the pigmen had been able to multiply and spread in the darkness of the warrens, undisturbed for years. While the pigmen were used to the dark of the tunnels, any surface dweller that was unfortunate enough to find themselves in the home of the pigmen would quickly become lost in the winding tunnels. And unless they made a quick exit, they were doomed to become a meal for the swine creatures, who delighted in getting some fresh meat to fill their bellies with. Wholly gripped in all these unearthly horrors, the kingdom seemed destined to fall. And with how unstoppable the evil power emanating from the mountain was, it seemed likely that the rest of the world would inevitably follow suit. Although there was one person that had the power to stop this outcome, he didn't have the willpower, still cowering in his lonesome cottage in the valley, refusing to face his sins. The situation seemed hopeless. That is, until the protege received an unexpected visitor that changed everything. Despite his cowardice, the protege did feel guilty about the darkness he had brought into the world, and as it fell to ruin around him, this guilt continued to grow and grow until one night, while he was sitting alone in his cottage, something burst through his door. It was an apparition of his old friend, the academic, a manifestation of all the guilt that had built up in the protege's heart. Having decided enough was enough, the academic charged the protege with going out into the world to fight back against the darkness, thereby righting his wrongs and redeeming himself. As a last bit of motivation, the academic gave the protege something that he and the rest of the world needed: a small flame that made up the last bit of hope left in the world. Although its light was dim now, it was enough to encourage the protege to take up the charge. he climbed aboard his carriage and set out to face his sins and save the world. The Protege's destination was the source of where all the evil covering the land was emanating from, the ominous mountain. But the mountain was leagues away, across the whole of the kingdom, which, of course, meant the Protege would have to fight his way through the mayhem that reigned in the realm to reach it. That posed a problem, as the Protege, like their mentor, was a scholar, not a fighter. Luckily, he found a solution to his dilemma at a crossroads not far from his cottage. Like the other locations in the kingdom, this crossroads was calling things from the reaches of the world to gather here. But it was not calling for lunatics or monsters. It was calling for people that were searching for redemption of their own. And all those that arrived were capable fighters. The Protege was able to enlist these mercenaries to his cause, convincing them that by helping him, they too could find the redemption they so sought. With a party gathered, the group set out into the devastated regions of the kingdom, clearing out the creature dens and fighting through the monsters and cultists, collecting trinkets and items to assist them in battle, and helping the desperate few that had not yet been killed in the chaos as they did so. At times, the forces of darkness proved too much for the group, so the Protege would pull them back to the valley to regroup and rest. Or if he let his overconfidence get the better of him, he would retreat on his own, having watched the mercenaries fall in battle. In either case, the Protege did not return empty-handed. He brought with him small candles of hope that he and his adventuring party had found in their expedition. These candles were an integral part to the Protege's journey, as they could be used at an altar of hope not far from his cottage to stoke the flame of hope, allowing it to grow in brightness and power. As the flame grew, it pushed back against the darkness of the Iron Crown, allowing the Protege to remember what the world was like before its ruin, giving hope that it could one day be restored to that state. With the recognition that their work was not in vain, the Protege and the mercenaries went on further expeditions through the kingdom, further cultivating the hope of the realm by extinguishing the fires of the fanatics and the librarian, ending the dreams of the sleeping general and his men, cleansing the fetter of the plague eaters and the harvest child, toppling the marine god of the shroud, and culling the swine creatures of the sluice. However, while these actions helped push the darkness back, they did not quell it, as the Iron Crown continued to interact with the Protege's mind to bring back the evil that was destroyed by his expeditions. In order to fully defeat the darkness, the Protege needed to face his failures. Failures that were made manifest and resided at the mountain. With the help of the ever-growing hope of the flame, as well as the encouragement of the Protege's mentor, whose voice had been ringing in his head through his whole journey, the Protege and his group of mercenaries made several journeys to the mountain and defeated the physical embodiment of the Protege's failures. They overcame the powers of negation of the shackles of denial and destroyed them, thereby freeing the world's mind. They weathered the sharp breath of the seething sigh until they killed the Avatar, allowing the Protege to release his resentment and breathe easy again. They withstood the gaze of the focused Fault until they eliminated the monster, which opened the Protege's eyes, letting him get over his obsessions and see his other blessings and accomplishments. And they defeated each form of the Ravenous Reach to reel in the Protege's dark ambition, making him realize its rewards were not worth the damage it caused. With the defeat of these monstrosities, there was only one left to overcome: the manifestation of the Protege's cowardice, his body of work, and the hateful god that sat atop the Titan. When he and his final group finally made it to the mountain to face the sum total of his failings, due to the size of the work, it had to be attacked in stages, starting with the squirming guts of its torso. Once its venomous bile had been withstood, the party faced the large eye on the Titan's chest. Although fierce, the power of its gaze was nothing like the focused Fault, and soon the eye was forced shut, bringing the party face to face with the hateful god of the mountain. The god used the full extent of his powers in the battle, using dark spells to damage the mercenaries, as well as to call evil creatures of its making to assist it. Despite the futility of attempting to topple this power, the mercenaries and the protege refused to give up, encouraged by the bright flame of hope that burned alongside them. Then, the hateful god got an idea. He cast a spell that conjured up the ghosts from the pasts of the mercenaries to haunt them and destroy their morale. But what the evil twin of the protege thought would be a boon for him turned out to be the start of his downfall, as once the summoned specter was destroyed by the mercenary it came from, they were emboldened, giving them a fierce power that struck a deep wound to the Dark Lord. These exaltations turned the tide of the battle, and eventually, the hateful god was destroyed by the protege and the mercenaries, thereby ending his scourge of evil and saving the kingdom. The god did not go alone, however, as his death brought about the death of the protege as well. But before life left him completely, the protege, with his failings overcome, regained full control of the Iron Crown and used his memory of what the kingdom used to be to remake and rebuild it, rebalancing the equation of the world and absolving him of his sins. As the sun rises on a kingdom rebuilt, a symbol of the resilience and determination of the human spirit, the story of Darkest Dungeon 2 comes to an end. At first glance, Darkest Dungeon 2 appears to be a deeply negative experience, with grueling, unforgiving battles and boss fights, and a main character that literally causes the downfall of the world you play in. But the game throws all this negativity at you to hammer home its major themes, which are actually positive and inspiring. The reward of persevering through hardships and difficulty until you overcome them. The strength given by hope in the face of insurmountable odds. And most prevalent of all, the healing power of redemption, which can transform something as small as a person to something as big as the entire world. Although it is true that all of us have a darkest dungeon of our own inside of us, if we take the lessons we learned in playing through Darkest Dungeon 2, we can overcome that darkness and live a life of hope and happiness. Now, I'm not perfect, so there may be some errors in the telling of this story. For instance, I think you could make an argument that all the craziness happened in the kingdom before the protege fled, but for the most part, this should tell the main story of Darkest Dungeon 2 in full. At least for now. If the second game is anything like the first, we may eventually get additional content down the line that will flesh out the story even more. If that's the case, I can't wait to see what kind of things Red Hook has up their sleeves. But we'll just have to be patient and wait for that time to come. In the meantime, if you have any questions or anything on the story of the second game, or even the first, feel free to ask and I'll do my best to answer them. Before I go, I'd like to remind you that every episode is uploaded to Spotify, so feel free to listen over there if that's easier for you. Alright, that's it for this one, so thank you for watching, and see you later. An iconic piece of Darkest Dungeon, along with Wayne June's narration and its unforgiving difficulty, is the wide cast of characters players use to fight the horrors of the titular dungeon. In the first game, these mercenaries were rather impersonal, so to speak, having randomly generated names and outfits that changed with every iteration of the character that appeared. And outside of their design and moveset, there really wasn't anything in the way of backstory for them. That changed though when Red Hook released some comics that gave each mercenary an origin story, explaining how they became the person they were in the game, which went a long way to making the characters feel more personal. In Darkest Dungeon 2, Red Hook built on these concepts to make the heroes even more personal. Each hero was given a default name and outfit, and their backstories were fleshed out and explained through hero shrines, which used the character comics as inspiration. Given that there are a ton of these shrines and that the comics aren't even in the games, it can be difficult to see all of the stories of the characters. So let's go through all of the information for each of the mercenaries, put it all together, and present it here so we can see the full stories of the heroes of Darkest Dungeon. Obviously, there's going to be spoilers ahead. If you want to see the stories of the heroes for yourself, now's the time to click away. Also, if you'd like to read the comics for yourself instead of listening to me narrate over them, you can find a link in the description that will take you to them, where you can read them for yourself. Lastly, if you're in the future and watching this, I want to mention that this video only contains the heroes that were out at the time of Darkest Dungeon 2's initial release. Any heroes that were released in subsequent updates to the game won't be covered here, but I'm sure there's a video on them somewhere on the channel, or there's one on the way, so keep your eyes peeled for that. Alright, with that out of the way, let's get started. Reynold the Crusader, a brilliant beacon of the power of the Order of the Flame, the preeminent religion in the world of Darkest Dungeon. Not only could his courageous cries inspire his allies or even heal their wounds, but his extensive combat prowess meant that he was often on the front lines of the battle, where he used his mastery with swords to cut down the foes that dared stand against him and his allies. He was particularly proficient in dealing with unholy abominations, as when he cut them with his shining sword, the power of the light flowing through him was so powerful that the dark creatures were burned by his radiance. With all this strength, Reynold was truly a great captain. However, he wasn't always this soldier that shined with the brilliance of the flame. He was once an ordinary man that lived a simple life with his wife and child somewhere in the confines of the kingdom. One day, Reynold was called on to take part in one of the military campaigns launched by the realm. Although he was reluctant to leave his family, his duty compelled him to follow through with the summons, so he mounted his horse and departed, waving goodbye to his wife and son, promising to one day return. Once he arrived at the camp, he took up arms and performed his duties wonderfully, surviving battle after battle, honing his skill and craft until he became the Crusader captain he's known as today. Before he realized it, years had passed. Remembering his promise, he returned home where his wife and son, now a young man himself, greeted him with a smile. And upon seeing his family's warm welcome, Reynold realized all he'd missed out on in his service to the flame, the cost of his chosen life. Regret began to fill him, a feeling that was considered a sin by the Order. Refusing to let sin taint his soul, Reynold made the decision that he felt was easiest. He turned his back on his family and forsook them, thereby choosing the life of a pious soldier of the flame over the life of a husband and father. While he seemed resolute in his decision, during his darkest moments, Reynold seemed to waver, expressing regret over forsaking his family. While Reynold was willing to make the sacrifices he needed to live in accordance with the flame, others involved with the church weren't as able to resist the temptation of sin. Take, for instance, the young woman named Junia. At some point in her life, she became a nun for the Order of the Flame, and although her position offered her sanctuary from the cruelties of the outside world, she hated the way she had to live, smothering her desires deep down inside to remain pious to the Order. One day, while doing one of her monotonous chores, she caught a glimpse of a young couple being intimate out in the courtyard. It lit a fire in her, and she couldn't help but watch the couple. Her gaze lingered a little too long as the abbot soon found her daydreaming, and was furious at her blasphemy. Wanting to make an example of her, the abbot gave her a harsh punishment, sending her to the dungeon beneath the abbey where the resident torturer would punish her for her sins. It was believed that the light would punish her as well, but paradoxically, instead of forsaking Junia, the light saved her, shining some of its rays into the dark of the dungeon to give Junia the power she needed to overcome the torturer and escape. Exhilarated by her escape and the power granted to her by the light, She rushed off to the dormitory to share her wonders with her sisters. But when she arrived, she found a wall of stone where the door once stood, and from behind it came the cries of her sisters. Apparently, the abbot did not think punishing Junia alone was enough to atone for her sins, so the rest of the nuns were walled up and condemned to death as punishment for her transgressions. Although she was deemed a heretic by the order and had paid a deep price for the accusation, Junia still had the blessing of the light that came to her in the dungeon, which gave her various powers. The power to heal and regenerate, the power to consecrate warriors to offer protection or extra strength in battle, and, like Reynold, the power to inflict devastating damage to unholy enemies who burned from the power of the light. Junia vowed to use these powers to help people for the rest of her life. Junia's story showed that while there was some good in the Order of the Flame, it was also capable of extreme cruelty. However, despite how heartless it could be, there were actually some people involved with the church whose conduct was deemed too harsh for it. In fact, Junia came across one such person in her story. It was the torturer she defeated in the dungeon of the Abbey, who was a man named Damien. Damien was once a vagabond that floated, nearly invisible, in the cities of the kingdom. One night, he drew the attention of some drunks who chose to entertain themselves by beating him, leaving him battered and bloody. During the beating, which would leave anyone else begging for mercy, Damien had a realization. There was power in pain. By allowing the men to use his body as an outlet for their vices and frustrations, their sins could be forgiven. Once he'd had this realization, Damien joined the church where he flagellated himself so his sins could be forgiven. He also worked as a torturer, inflicting pain and death on blasphemers so they could pay for their offense to the light. But his methods were deemed too cruel by the church, and he was ousted from its halls, forced back out onto the streets from whence he came. Although he had been forsaken by the order, he had not lost the power he gained through pain, so Damien wandered the kingdom, offering up his body to anybody that needed to purge their own of sin, as well as continually using it to purge his own. As his fervor grew, so too did his power, which caused very real effects on those that were the targets of his blessings. The punishments he inflicted on himself could cause those around him to bleed the same way he did, and he could use the pain of others to revitalize himself, readying his body for further punishment. However, his endless self-mutilation took its toll, and eventually, the damage to his body was too much. Damien lost consciousness, and death upon her pale horse came to claim him. But Damien was not ready to accept her cold embrace, as that meant his suffering and agony would have to come to an end. Thus, he defied her, managing to use the power of his pain to fight her off. With her defeat, Damien was allowed to continue his wanderings, relishing in the pain and punishment inflicted upon him by the world and by himself. His body, already pushed to the brink before his brush with death, only grew worse from the endless punishment he received, decaying away until Damien was nothing more than a walking corpse. Through sheer determination, though, Damien kept his body functioning, and as his physical form continued to rot away, the powers exuded by his pain experienced a change. Instead of causing blood to gush from those that received his blessings, they were instead poisoned by the blight that riddled his necrotic body. Though Damien had won the battle against death, he had not won the war, as the entity, being a natural process of the world, could not truly be defeated, and occasionally, she would track Damien down, attacking once again to claim the soul that was destined to be hers. Although Damien continued to repel her, it was only a matter of time before he would be overcome by the natural entropy that consumes all things in the world. While Damien was determined to fight off death until he experienced the pinnacle of pain and suffering, there was someone else in the kingdom that was foolish enough to think that they could not only resist death, but master it as well. That arrogant youth was a young woman named Paracelsus. Paracelsus was a student that was studying to become a doctor, and with her brilliant mind, she seemed destined to become one. She had an extensive knowledge of chemicals and tonics, which allowed her to craft potent poisons that would cause someone to waste away, or potions that could restore the vitality of someone that drank one. That same knowledge also gave her the ability to craft gases that could disorient and confuse those that breathed in the fumes. And thanks to her knowledge of the human body, her precision with a scalpel was unmatched. However, her brilliance also gave her a bit of an ego, which led her to take an unconventional approach to her education, shunning the established thought academia had towards the human body, believing that, under the right conditions, it could be brought back to life. Her peers and professors looked upon her methods skeptically, and oftentimes she butted heads with them. But despite their skepticism, she never turned from her path, knowing that if she could acquire a fresh corpse, she would be able to hold an experiment that would prove her right. One night in her final year of study, when she was raiding the university's labs for supplies, she came across one of her professors dead in his classroom, giving Paracelsus exactly what she needed to hold her experiment. She dragged her professor's body to a table and proved her theories were correct by bringing him back to life. However, the euphoria she felt at her vindication was short-lived, as after her reanimated professor stood up, his body began to crumble. Paracelsus tried stabilizing her experiment, tried keeping her professor together, but his wailings and thrashing rendered her efforts useless. Finally, she accepted the inevitable and put the professor out of his misery. She disposed of her work by dissolving what remained of her professor in acid. Despite her attempts to move on, she couldn't get the experiment out of her mind. It wasn't only the sting of failure that bothered her, though. It was the wailing cries of her professor that still echoed in her ears. A painful reminder of the time she thought she would be able to master the power of death. By the time Paracelsus was studying chemistry to practice medicine, the techniques and knowledge on the subject had been honed to a fine science. That refinement had taken decades to achieve, and was the result of a multitude of successful experiments as well as failed ones, and oftentimes, those failed experiments had a terrible outcome. For instance, take the fate of the man named Bigby. On the outside, Bigby seemed like an ordinary guy. His most defining features were the chains he insisted on bearing across his body, and the scar from a large burn on his head and face that was shaped like an A. However, his ordinary appearance was a deceiving one, as inside Bigby raged a bestial monster. A monster that, at a moment's notice, could emerge and go into a violent frenzy, ripping apart anyone in its path. This monster was born of an apparent alchemical experiment held by or conducted on Bigby years ago, the results of which left him mortified at what he'd become and made him hide himself from the world. At some point in his past, Bigby had been captured by some hooded men who imprisoned him in a tower for decades. They didn't just lock him up though, they beat and tortured him, thinking he deserved these punishments for harboring a monster inside of him. However, one day, his captors went too far. They decided to brand Bigby, giving him a permanent mark that would signal his nature as an abomination. At the moment that the scorching hot A seared into his skin, Bigby transformed into the beast. He broke his bonds and killed his captors. When Bigby was finally able to regain control of the beast, he found that it had escaped from the tower and broken them out of their prison. Realizing he couldn't go back to the tower, Bigby took to wandering the land, doing his best to keep the beast in check while waiting for the day that his torment would come to an end. While the exact makeup of the concoction that created the beast in Bigby wasn't known, it was known that it wasn't all natural, as it was described as an eldritch poison that flowed through his veins, an indication that indescribable forces other than the light were at work in the kingdom. Forces that were more malevolent and mind-bending to face. Even a short encounter with these dark forces could change someone forever, which was something that happened to a woman named Margaret. Margaret was fantastic with firearms, being proficient in many different varieties of the weapons. But where she really shone was with her skill with a rifle. Once she lined up a shot and marked her target, she was almost certainly going to hit the exact spot she was aiming for. One day, she enrolled in a shooting competition to put her skills to the test. She coasted her way to the finals, and as she lined up the winning shot, she was confident first place would be hers. But as she peered down her sights, the bullseye suddenly turned into an eye, and the target around it transformed into tendrils of flesh. The sight startled Margaret, making her fire wide, which cost her first place in the contest. Although she'd won second place, it was little consolation, as she had caught a glimpse of the horrifying truth of what the world really was, and it had left a mark on her mind. She spent the rest of her days trying to figure out what it was that she saw that made her miss her shot. While Margaret's encounter with some of the dark forces in the world was short and inadvertent, there were other people that actively sought these powers out in order to gain forbidden knowledge or secret powers. People such as the ancestor of the hamlet, or the academic and protege of the kingdom, or a man from a far-off land named Alhazred. On certain nights, when the conditions were right, Alhazred would hold a ritual that would send his spirit out into the void so he could search it for an entity to hold communion with. Typically, a mortal soul that explored the void in this way was at risk of being lost in its darkness. But Alhazred protected himself from this fate by enlisting other interested minds to join him in his ritual, using their life energies to tether him to the material plane. While the rituals were a step in the right direction, Alhazred knew there was still something holding him back from achieving what he desired, and it was inside himself. Thus, he made his way to a pyramid deep in the desert and privately held a ritual where he banished all the virtues and morals from his body, thereby creating an emptiness inside himself. The next time he and his devotees held their ritual, the emptiness in Alhazred called out to the spheres of the void, and finally, something answered. A shambling black beast that wielded immense power. Alhazred did battle with the creature, determined to harness a bit of its might, drawing strength and vitality from his conglomerate of devotees when needed. Finally, he overcame the beast, gaining a portion of the power of the void, granting him new abilities, like ones that allowed him to weaken the fortitude or strength of his enemies, or ones that summoned tentacles to damage his foes or pull them closer to him. However, these powers did not come without a price. When Alhazred emerged from his trance, he found his ritual had burned all of his devotees to a crisp. And as if that wasn't bad enough, he found there was a side effect of his journey into the void, as when one gazes into the abyss gazes back. And now, he could sense the shambling entity trying to penetrate his mind. To ensure it would never work its way in, he would have to resist its tireless probing for the rest of his life. And although he was usually successful at it, there were times when the entity was able to take over. It seemed inevitable that eventually, Alhazred would be worn down and succumb to the power of the Shambler. While Alhazred's ritual was focused on granting him the dark power of the void, others focused on unlocking or granting power in a relic or artifact, using the item as a sort of focus to direct the magic of the void through. Once upon a time, a woman named Josephine found one of these relics, which took the form of a sinister-looking censer. But being more of an antiquarian, a finder of lost relics, Josephine did not have the know-how to activate its secret powers. As such, she teamed up with an unnamed occultist, feigning subservience to him in order to get the relic activated. She helped him set up a ritual in which a woman was to be sacrificed to power up the sensor. However, at the climactic moment, Josephine betrayed the man, stabbing him in the back and killing him. After watching his essence be absorbed into the sensor, Josephine claimed it as her own. She then turned her attention to the woman, drawing her blade as she stood over her. While the woman's ultimate fate was left unknown, there was a unique trinket associated with the sensor called the 2 of 3, which had 2 of its 3 slots filled in with marbles, suggesting that only one more thing needed to be done before the relic was complete. In any case, whether she sacrificed the woman or not, Josephine took her powered-up sensor and plumbed the tombs and crypts of the kingdom to find their lost riches. At times, Josephine would ally herself with other adventurers to help fill her pockets, using her adeptness with items to increase the amount of treasure they could carry, and using the power of the sensor to strengthen her allies or damage their foes, or pull her allies to protect her so she didn't take any damage. However, these partnerships only lasted as long as they were beneficial for her, meaning friend could quickly become foe if betrayal meant Josephine could line her pockets with more gold. Josephine wasn't the only woman raiding the tombs of the kingdom for their lost riches. A woman known as Audrey was robbing forgotten graves as well, but the story of how she fell into this profession was much different. Audrey had actually been born into wealth, and as is typical of people with noble heritage, she married the son of another wealthy family. It was not a happy marriage, however, as Audrey was often the target of abuse, physical and otherwise, from her husband. Audrey stuck it out though, waiting for the day that her husband passed and she got to inherit all of his wealth. After years of dealing with the man's cruelty though, Audrey had had enough and decided to accelerate her husband's demise. She poisoned his alcohol one night and watched as he died a slow, agonizing death. Although she believed she would be enriched by the deed, she soon found out that her husband had mismanaged their estate for years to the point of bankruptcy, a mess that she now had to deal with. One night, as she drunkenly wallowed in her misfortune, Audrey walked past a painting of her ill-fated husband and noticed the jewelry that adorned him. Jewelry that she realized he must be buried with. Realizing she could use them to get out of her financial situation, Audrey let down her hair, threw on a cloak and hat, and snuck past or killed the guards of the crypt to collect the buried treasures of her beloved. Upon returning home, she put the rings and other heirlooms she pilfered from the crypt into a pile in the manor to be found by her debtors, and then she left. No longer interested in gaining wealth through the methods and politics of high society, Audrey had decided that she would relieve the dead of their valuable trinkets to gain her fortune. After all, they weren't using that treasure for anything anyways. Her ability to fade into and spring out of the shadows, along with her proficiency with poisons and deadly accuracy with a thrown dagger, meant that she was well equipped to embark on her new spelunking career. The torture and abuse Audrey suffered at the hands of her husband was not a unique occurrence in the kingdom. Indeed, many of those that were in the upper echelons of society had a cruelty streak of their own, delighting in the power they held over their victims, who were often powerless to stop them. However, sometimes, just like with Audrey, the tables were turned, and the nobles found themselves the victims of some debased cruelty at the hands of their subjects. Take, for instance, the story of Sarmenti. Sarmenti was a musician that had no aspirations of fame and fortune and was content with busking for cash on the street corner. But all that changed when, one night, he was pulled into a graveyard by an alluring song played by a ghostly specter. He began to duel the ghoul, drawn to the passion of its music, and when he came out the victor, he found his music skills were greatly enhanced. His personal ambitions grew with his newfound skill, and after dazzling listeners everywhere with his music, His new dream of fame and fortune seemed to be coming true when he was invited to the royal court to perform for the king himself. However, instead of being greeted with adulation and awe, Sarmenti was mocked and derided by his audience. As they played out their cruel games on him, spitting on him and throwing knives at him while he stood in front of a board, Sarmenti's anger grew. Eventually, he could stand it no longer, and he played a soaring song that let loose the full extent of his inhibitions. When the finale was complete, Sarmenti stood alone in a pool of blood, his audience having been dismembered in the fury of his song. The frenzy left Sarmenti in hysterics, and as he laughed at his violent delight, his euphoria claimed one more victim. He took a knife and cut off part of one of his fingers, destroying his ability to play the phenomenal music of the Spectre, and thus destroying the possibility to achieve fame and glory. Despite the damage he'd done to himself, Sarmenti could still play some jovial tunes which could soothe or entice those that listened to them, which he used to make his living in the kingdom. But he also never forgot the humiliation he experienced at the hands of the royals, and refusing to be subjected to it again, he attacked any hecklers that lobbed insults at him with a sharp blade. Sometimes, if the mood struck him just right, he was even able to cobble together a fragment of the song he played for the royals, dealing devastating damage to the one that dared heckle him. The cruelty and corruption Audrey and Sarmenti experienced wasn't isolated to just the royalty of the realm. It was something that festered in other facets of its society as well. One night, a police officer named Willem saw for himself just how deep the corruption ran. Willem was not only an officer of the law, he was a hound master, and with Fergus, his trusty canine companion, he had a number of abilities that allowed him to subdue criminals or brigands. He could send Fergus to take out a single target, or if they were outnumbered, to damage many of them at once. And Willem could use his cudgel to stun a target to temporarily take them out of the fight until they could be dealt with later. Of course, the two were also excellent trackers, a skill that meant they were often assigned missing persons cases in the city. One night, Willem and Fergus were working a case of a woman that had recently been reported missing. Using a bloodied cloth left by the woman, the two were able to track her to a secluded building somewhere in the depths of the city. Upon busting in to rescue the woman, Willem was horrified to see that the woman was already dead, and among the cloaked murderers were his fellow officers. The revelations that his companions were involved in such macabre acts was devastating to Willem, and he immediately began an investigation into the corruption of the police force. But when he gathered his evidence, which overflowed the folder that contained it, he soon learned that even the police chief was in on the murder. Eventually, Willem resigned from the force, unwilling to stomach working with men that were taking advantage of their positions to subvert the very law they were meant to uphold. The corruption in the police force meant there was a certain element of lawlessness in the kingdom, so sometimes people had to resort to means outside of the law to get some semblance of justice, and where there's a need, there's often somebody providing a service to meet that need. One such person was a man named Tardif, who offered a service as a bounty hunter. For a few measly coins, he could be hired to take care of someone's business, which often involved tracking someone down and capturing them. As such, he developed a skill set that was specialized at preventing a target's escape. For instance, he could slow them down by throwing caltraps at their feet. He could pull a target closer to him with a hook and rope, and he could outright stun them with a fierce uppercut. However, if the price was right, Tardif could also be hired to execute someone, splitting their skull in half with a vicious chop from his hand axe. While it seemed like Tardif took on his role as a bounty hunter for the money, it also seemed like he was using his work to search for specific people that had wronged him in the past, as he carried a vengeful kill list with him, which was a large list of names, some of which were already crossed out. There was also the story of what he did to a crime lord he tracked down to a pub. There had been a bounty put on the man's head, and Tardif had shown up looking to collect. But after eliminating the man's goons and striking him down, Tardif left the bounty behind. But he didn't leave the pub empty-handed. Before he departed, Tardif ripped all of the teeth out of the crime lord's mouth, teeth that he kept as a memento of his encounter with the man. By leaving the bounty behind and taking something more personal from his target, it suggested that the reason Tardif took the job wasn't for the gold, but in the elimination of the man himself. What exactly this man, and presumably the others on the list, did to Tardif for him to seek such vicious retribution was known only to Tardif himself, as he never shared the details of his past with anybody. Whatever his reasons, Tardif could be found in inns across the land, offering his services to those that had the means to hire him. While Tardif at times accepted jobs for more personal reasons, other people didn't take the same stance, simply offering their services to the highest bidder, which often brought them into contact with the more nefarious element of the kingdom. Such was the case for the man named Dismas, who was a lethal fighter. With his sharp blade, he could open the veins of his victims to bleed them out, or outright cut them down with a wicked slice. He was also a deadly shot, able to use his trusty pistol in a variety of ways to gun down his victims. These talents lended well to stick-ups and robberies, and Dismas soon settled into the life of a highwayman. However, despite his combat prowess, he was eventually arrested and sent to prison. One day, a riot broke out in the prison, and Dismas used the chaos of the uprising to escape his bonds and taste freedom again. Of course, being a fugitive, he couldn't return to a normal life, so he took to living on the streets, using the shadows to conceal himself from the guard. However, the sweet taste of freedom soon turned sour when the squalor of homelessness left Dismas starving and desperate. To get out of his situation, he offered his services to a man that was organizing a heist, a job that, if the advance payment of gold was any indication, would get Dismas enough money to turn his back on his squalid life forever. Dismas took up his position along the road, lurking in the shadows until the carriage with its host of guards rolled past, whereupon he ambushed the procession, cutting down the guards and gunning down the carriage to stop it in its tracks. When all was said and done, Dismas made his way to the carriage to collect his prize. But when he opened the door, he was horrified to find a mother cradling her terrified child inside, both dead from gunshot wounds. He was utterly sickened by what he had done, and feelings of regret and remorse shackled his limbs and his heart. He made a promise that, from that day on, he would never again use his weapons against the innocent. And to remember that promise, he carried with him a locket that held a picture of the mother and her child, a cold reminder of the day he gunned down 2 innocent people in cold blood. The road of regret and contrition was not one that Dismas walked alone. Others walked its paths as well, trying desperately to make up for the sins of their past. One such traveler on the road of regret was the woman known as Boudica, who actually wasn't a citizen of the kingdom. Instead, she was a member of one of the barbarian clans that lived outside the realm's rule. However, just because they lived outside of its rule didn't mean that the kingdom didn't try to exert its influence on these clans. Oftentimes, the kingdom would invade their lands, which would cause violent clashes between the barbarians and the soldiers of the kingdom. As her tribe prepared to fight off one of these invasions, Boudica boasted loudly that she should be allowed to join the warband. With her fighting prowess, she seemed the perfect candidate. She could easily chop down any enemies in front of her, or intimidate them with the power of her voice. And those that tried to hide behind their allies weren't out of reach of her ferocity either, as the length of her glaive meant that she could reach foes in the back line. But some of her brethren were still reluctant to let her join. After she bested these detractors in battle, the matter was settled, and Boudica was given a place of honor in the warband. She was to be the tip of the spear that would crash into the enemy and start the battle for their freedom. However, when the fighting started and her friends and family started dying around her, all of that bluster and swagger and courage melted away. Boudica was terrified. Instead of leading her people to victory, Boudica cowered in the gnarled roots of a tree as her clanmates were slain around her. When she emerged the following morning, the crows that feasted on the flesh of her friends fled from her, which she saw as even the crows were repulsed by her cowardice. She returned to her village, but her people did not welcome her back with open arms. While her clanmates had died the deaths of warriors, by hiding, Boudica had brought shame on herself, and thus she was cast out for her cowardice. Thus, Boudica wandered the land, purposefully getting into fights to try and get that warrior's death that she ran from before, believing that if she got it, it would redeem her. But no matter what she tried, she never got it, apparently forsaken by the Pale Rider, who seemed to want Boudica to wallow in her shame and regret for as long as possible. While successful military campaigns like the one that was led against Boudica's clan were the most common way for troop commanders in the kingdom's military to be commended and thus promoted, it wasn't the only method utilized by those eyeing covetous leadership positions. Political maneuvering and intimidation were just as useful, and no one was better at using these methods than the man known as Barristan. After years of deal-making and backstabbing, he was given one of the prestigious posts he had been aiming for, which came despite the fact that Barristan had little to no real-world combat experience. Although he was unconcerned with his deficiency, confident successful campaigns were sure to follow him, it proved to be disastrous for the men that had come under his command. When the time came that he had to actually order troops in combat, they fell to confusion and chaos. The disorder made them easy targets for their enemies, who capitalized on the chaos to deal a humiliating defeat to Barristan, a defeat that cost him his rank. Adding to his humiliation, Barristan had been struck in the eye in the fighting, which was lost from the damage it suffered. But this physical wound was not Barristan's most grievous. As he laid in the hospital bed trying to recover from his ordeal, the ghosts of his mutilated men haunted his thoughts and dreams, leaving him screaming in terror. As his nightmares grew worse and worse, Barristan knew there was only one thing he could do to end the hauntings. He had to put the spirits of his soldiers to rest. Thus, he gathered his courage and returned to the battlefield that was the site of his foolishness. Despite their angry apparitions battering him with their spiteful wrath, Barristan paid respects to his men and gave them the burial they deserved, putting their vengeful spirits to rest. Barristan knew that this gesture wouldn't be enough to honor his men, though, so he vowed to spend the rest of his days facing the horrors he had ordered his men to face in their final moments. Over the years, Barristan honed his fighting skills until he became the very commander he should have been. He emboldened allies with his orders. He drew fire away from his allies by taunting the opposition, and he used his thick plate mail to protect those that couldn't sustain damage like he could. He was a bulwark that the rest of his allies could rally behind. Despite his growth as a commander, though, Barristan never felt that he had been forgiven for his sins, being constantly tortured by the memory of the men he had marched to death. The only thing that would cease his torment would be the day where he would be struck down in battle and die alone and without glory, a fate he would share with those soldiers he led so long ago. Serving alongside Barristan in the ranks of the military were a wide array of troops that performed different roles depending on their strengths. For instance, bulky soldiers like Barristan or Reynold the Crusader served on the front line, where their strength and resilience could be used to resist the advance of the enemy or break through their front lines. On the other hand, soldiers that specialized in long-range combat or support roles were most often stationed in the rear guard, and it was here, among these troops, that a woman named Missandei could be found. Missandei was a crossbow woman, and with her expertise with her weapon, she proved a valuable soldier on the battlefield. From the safety of the back line, she could snipe enemies at the front and even those at the enemy back line. She could hinder her foes by laying down suppressing fire, and she could send up a flare that would expose hidden enemies, distract others, and serve as a rallying signal for her allies. She was also a capable medic, being able to offer first aid that would not only help a soldier through their initial trauma, but would help them heal during later triage. Missandei wasn't always this tough, capable soldier though. She was forced to develop these skills when she was just a girl, after she was rendered homeless and orphaned. That night came many years ago, when her father, who had angered a mob of citizens in some way, stumbled into their home, suffering from a large bloody wound in his abdomen, waking Missandei from her sleep. Knowing the mob was coming for him, he tore his daughter's teddy bear from her arms, replaced it with the crossbow she would become so familiar with, and said a final goodbye. As Missandei left the cabin, tears rolling down her face, flames set by the mob consumed her childhood home and took the life of her father. Most tragic of all, the last bit of innocence of Missandei's life was also consumed by the flames. She could no longer be that fragile little girl anymore. Now, she had to be rough, tough, and had to fight in order to survive. Characteristics that helped her thrive in her life as a soldier. Although she was now a far cry from the little girl she had been back then, she never forgot her father's kind eyes, which could always bring her back to the happy days of her childhood. Some of the events of Missandei's youth, with her childhood home as well as the life of her caretaker being consumed by fire, were eerily similar to the story of a girl named Bonnie, although there were some differences in them, namely in the events leading up to the tragic event. Bonnie grew up in the care of the Sisters of St. Martha's, a church operated by the Order of the Flame. However, she didn't have a happy childhood, as the sisters of the church were quite often cruel to the children they watched over, burning them with a brand if they were perceived as stepping out of line. One night, after another beating from the hands of her caretakers, Bonnie decided enough was enough. Using her small size in the shadows of the church, she stole the keys to the doors from one of the sisters and ran away from their terrible church. While she was free from the nuns, she fell into the squalor of homelessness. She wandered from place to place, destitute and hungry, until she was found by a woodsman and his wife who, having no children of their own, took her into their home and gave her what she never had, a loving family. As Bonnie settled into her new home, one of her favorite things to do was to tend to the fire. Despite being a source of a huge amount of pain in her past, she couldn't help but be captivated by the dance of the flames and the warmth exuded by the hearth. Sometimes she even felt like she missed the heat of its burn on her skin. One night, a small spark jumped from the stove into the kindling close by, starting a small fire. Although she knew she should smother it, Bonnie started to play with it, feeding the spark until the woodpile was alight. Then she stoked the flame of the stove and lit a spark on the rocking chair next to it, desiring to see the dance of the fire at its fullest. As she lost control of herself, so too did she lose control of the fire, and soon the entire cabin was aflame. Bonnie stood enraptured in the center of the inferno. It wasn't until the cabin started to crumble from the flames that she realized how dangerous of a situation she was in. She escaped the cabin by diving out a window, and as she turned to admire her work, she heard something that shattered her euphoria. The screams of her adopted parents who were trapped inside. Bonnie could do nothing but listen as they were consumed by the flames lit by her hand. Despite all the tragedy that fire had caused her whole life, Bonnie's fascination with it didn't stop. Instead, she embraced the element, learning to control it and use it for her benefit. She used its smoke to blind her enemies or to hide from them, and she used its heat to burn her foes and even cauterize the open bleeding wounds of herself and her allies. By familiarizing herself with fire, Bonnie hoped that she would never again be burned by it. But it was only a matter of time before she played with a fire she couldn't control and would be burned once again by the flames. While the kingdom and the hamlet were the most well-known regions of Darkest Dungeon, they were not the only ones that existed. There were other countries in the world, and one of those countries encompassed a desert region where a woman named Amani lived. Amani was incredibly beautiful, and she was made to put her beauty on display, dancing for crowds of men who were captivated by her beauty. As she felt their gaze upon her, though, she knew that she was not seen as a person by them. She was more like a thing, which greatly unsettled her. When she was sent to the palace to be a royal dancer, the fears she had of how she was seen and would be treated were confirmed, when her hands were bound and she was thrown in the back of the wagon with the other cargo, instead of having a seat up front with the people transporting her. Worse yet, the royal she was going to meet had a fearsome reputation, and Amani worried about her fate. Deciding she would not give up without a fight, she slipped from her bonds and attacked her transporters. The chaos of the fighting caused the wagon to go off course and plummet off a cliff. Amani survived the crash, but her arm was pinned under some crates. As she tried to free herself, a snake slithered before her and bit her hand. As Amani felt its venom crawl up her arm, she knew what she needed to do in order to live. She had to cut off her hand. Using an obsidian knife, she sawed her way through flesh and bone until she was free. And at the moment of her liberation, she realized something. By biting her, necessitating the removal of her hand, forcing Amani to mar the perfection of her beautiful body, the snake had helped free Amani from her fate, as, with her perfect form now tarnished, nobody would want to see her dance. After silently thanking her liberator, Amani walked off into the desert, finally feeling free. In order to safeguard herself from capture and being forced to live in a cage again, Amani became a warrior, and despite only having one hand, she became a fearsome one at that. Combining her skills as a dancer with the movements of serpents, she had a move repertoire that was unique to her. She could lunge forward with a piercing strike, or step backward with a retreating stab. She could mimic the swaying of a snake to increase her speed and defense. And she laced some of her attacks with the venom of her liberators, inflicting poison to those that felt the bite of her spear. While these moves helped guard her physical body, they were little help for the stresses of her mind, as her ordeal in the desert left her traumatized. As a result, when she tried to sleep at night, she would be plagued by nightmares where snakes would come to kill her. Nightmares that left her terribly stressed and horrified. She suffered from these nightmares for an untold amount of time until she allied herself with some mercenaries working in a rural hamlet in the kingdom. With the support of her newfound allies, Amani finally worked up the courage and ability to fight off the snakes of her nightmares, thereby liberating herself from the stresses of her past and finally being set free. With Amani's story concluded, it brings us to our final one, the story of a ruler named Baldwin. In a kingdom racked with hardship and tragedy and cruelty, Baldwin was a unique bright spot. Although he was a warrior king, being highly proficient in combat and fighting, Baldwin did not use his strength to torment his subjects like his peers. Instead, he was a kind and just ruler. Oftentimes, he could be seen visiting the sick to provide what comfort he could. His royal advisors were not thrilled with these visits, not only because they thought it was beneath him and them to make them, but because of the risk they posed to their lord. Their hesitations seemed to be justified when Baldwin fell sick with a deadly illness. During the early part of his sickness, Baldwin and his advisors were able to hide his condition from the general populace, as doctors and medicine men from all over came to his home to try and treat him. But none of them could do anything to help. As the disease progressed, it soon became impossible to deny the inevitable. The disease would claim Baldwin's life. Seeing that their lord's demise would open up a position of power for them, the royal advisors began to plan a rebellion to oust Baldwin from his throne and take it for themselves. Baldwin learned of their mutiny and feared what it meant for his realm should the advisors succeed. It was an outcome he refused to see happen. Thus, despite his condition, he gathered his strength, took up his sword, and killed the traitors, breaking his sword in half from the fury of his strikes. Although he had defeated the rebellion, ensuring the cruel rule of the advisors would not come to pass, Baldwin knew he was in no condition to continue his reign, so he abdicated his throne. As he walked out of his city, his former subjects mourning his departure, Baldwin looked to the light, appreciating the beauty of the world and his place in it. And with his story ended, so too ends the story of the characters of Darkest Dungeon. While the events of each of the characters' stories are all different, a lot of them carry similar themes: foolishness and arrogance, regret and shame, and most prominent of all, loss. With a few exceptions, the things the characters went through left them all with the desire to either redeem themselves or better the world, which motivated them to join the heir in the hamlet and the protege in the kingdom when the opportunity presented itself. It was thanks to their efforts that the world was saved from the evil of the Darkest Dungeon, which redeemed the characters of the mistakes of their past, absolved them of their sins, and made them what they really are: true heroes. Now, I'm not perfect, so there may be some errors somewhere in my telling of the stories of the characters, but for the most part, this should cover all of the events of their origin stories. Before I go, there is one last thing I'd like to mention that I feel is pretty important when talking about the characters. According to an interview I watched with Chris Barassa, the narrative lead on the games don't necessarily take place in a chronology. Like, Darkest Dungeon 2 doesn't take place after Darkest Dungeon 1, and vice versa. Chris said that he feels that they're happening at the same time, but also that they're like an anthology series that has the same characters in them. Basically, they're not really linked, so with that in mind, I wouldn't put too much thought into trying to fit the events of the story of the games into the stories of the heroes. We should just talk about the events of the comics and the hero shrines when we talk about their individual stories. I hope that clears up some confusion, but if you're still confused about that, or you have any other questions in general, feel free to ask and I'll do my best to answer them. Likewise, if there's anything I missed or you feel I misinterpreted, feel free to point it out or share your thoughts. I'd be happy to hear them. And the last thing before I go, I'd like to remind you that every episode is uploaded to Spotify, so feel free to listen over there if that's easier for you. Alright, that's it for this one, so thank you for watching, and see you later.
What's going on, guys? This is Rob. If you guys enjoy my content, make sure you hit the subscribe button and make sure you hit that little bell so you never miss out on my sexy voice. Okay, the events of Dark Knight Metal basically confirm Final Crisis and tell us that Final Crisis is in the existence of DC's continuity as it stands right now. The reason why I make that declaration and make that statement is because the New 52 erased a lot of things from before 2011. A lot of things that happened in DC Comics before 2011 were eliminated in their entirety. But in order to make Dark Knight's Metal make more sense, we're going to cover Final Crisis. Now, here's the deal. Final Crisis Crisis is crazy. It is it's absolutely bonkers, because this is one of those stories where it's just like Grant Morrison just being crazy. That's really what it is. It's Grant Morrison just being insane. For those of you guys who don't know, writer Grant Morrison has this tendency to take these metaphysical concepts, these things like how we perceive good and evil, and then apply characters to them and say, this is the world, this is how it works. Kind of a weird scenario. But fortunately for us, things are not that extreme when it comes to like the Final Crisis story. They're just weird. Is really all it is. Now, what this initially does is it picks up with a guy by the name of Dan Turbin. And Dan Turbin has been around in DC Comics for quite some time. I want to say he appeared in Detective Comics number 64 in 1941, maybe it was 1942. And I believe he was adjusted, like he was actually given form, given a character in the New Gods solo series by Jack Kirby. And we'll talk more about the New Gods here in like 5 seconds. But the whole basis behind this New Gods thing is that this initially deals with the arrival of a guy named Orion. Now, Orion just kind of crash lands on Earth, but this is the first indication that a massive set of events are happening. And the reason for this is because Dan Turbin is just a detective. He's just a guy who just goes and looks at cases, different things like that. But when it comes to DC Comics, the New Gods were kind of a weird situation. When Jack Kirby originally launched the whole New Gods Fourth World epic back in the 1970s, when he left Marvel Comics, the idea was to create this wholly separate imprint away from DC's superhero landscape, and it would just be out there by itself in the middle of no man's land. So you would basically have DC superheroes, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, so on and so forth, and then isolated from that and never crossing over, you would have the Fourth World epic, which is where you would get Darkseid and things along those lines. The problem with this was that Jack Kirby left before he completed the project. The rumor is that DC treated him like crap, so he ended up leaving and going back to Marvel again. And because of this, he never finished the Fourth World epic. And so what DC did is they grabbed all these concepts of the New Gods and then rolled them over into their main DC continuity. But in the realm of the pre-Crisis on Infinite Earths landscape, because of the fact that the Fourth World was supposed to be removed from the DC continuity, while it was rolled in, it was basically established as a separate universe, because in 1961, DC made the multiverse with Flash of Two Worlds. And so because of this, with Crisis on Infinite Earths coming along and saying, okay, there is no multiverse anymore, there's only one universe, DC had to find a way to work the New Gods in as a group that was originally part of a different universe, but is now part of the main universe with all the other superheroes. And so what they did is they went through, and I believe it was in the Cosmic Odyssey series by Jim Starlin, they went through and they basically came back and said, okay, you have Apocalypse and you have New Genesis. Apocalypse is where Darkseid hangs out at, New Genesis is where his mortal enemy Highfather hangs out at, and it was all part of the universe. They were just out there in some galaxy somewhere. But eventually events took place in such a form that things like the anti-life entity, the anti-life equation, stuff like that started popping up, and it basically just walled off their galaxy. And so in effect, they were isolated in an alternate universe insofar as their galaxy wasn't able to access anything else. And DC used this as kind of a bootstrapped way to say, this is how it is they're coming into the superhero universe, but it's the reason why superheroes can't really go to them. But the fact that Orion has basically died, or at least is believed to have died, is a pretty big deal, because New Gods are beings with incredible amounts of power, and for a New God to basically just be eliminated in their entirety is something that immediately strikes a chord with anybody. It would be like if Superman just crashed on a dock somewhere and then was dead. Nobody would know why. People would be like, what in the heck happened? What in the world took place here? And so the result is that it's this huge investigation. Now, remember, because of the fact that the New Gods are massive in scale, one of the big things that DC did is they came back and they launched a story called Infinite Crisis. Now, when it comes to the different crises DC's done over the course of their landscape, they're pretty straightforward. DC made the multiverse in 1961 with Flash of Two Worlds. They got rid of the multiverse with Crisis on Infinite Earths in 1985. They brought the multiverse back in 2006 with Infinite Crisis, and this story, Final Crisis, makes the superheroes aware of it. But as it stands right now, post Infinite Crisis, the New Gods do have their own reality. They have their own universe, that kind of a thing. But the idea is that, again, with one of them being killed, this is huge news, and it actually draws the attention of everyone, because everybody's aware of who the New Gods are. Specifically, it draws the attention of the Green Lanterns, John Stewart, Hal Jordan, so on and so forth, but it also draws the attention of someone named Renee Montoya. Now, Renee Montoya was originally a character who was introduced in Batman the Animated Series, and she was rolled over in Detective Comics 475 in 1992. But the idea here is that Renee Montoya is like Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn basically showed up in Batman the Animated Series, and because the show was so popular, DC and Warner Brothers began grabbing characters that didn't exist in comics and then started rolling them over into the comics. Now, Renee Montoya was just a detective. I mean, of course, she was gay and she had a girlfriend, different things like that, but her girlfriend was killed. And what what this did is it coincided with her basically taking over the mantle of the Question. I'm throwing a ton of stuff at you guys. I'm throwing a lot of history at you guys because there's so much that goes into this. So the Question was a guy named Victor Sage, and he was basically created for Charlton Comics. Charlton Comics sucks. They were just one of those comic book publishers that exist out there. They went belly up in 1967, and so the Question was rolled over into DC's landscape. The Question, Victor Sage, he was like Rorschach from The Watchmen, right? Like he was just a guy who showed up, he wore this mask that hid his face, and he just beat the crap out of criminals at night. That's really what he was. He was almost like Batman in a lot of those ways. The idea was that Victor Sage ended up dying, and his student at the time, for the most part, Renee Montoya, took over the mantle. And this is because of the fact that Renee Montoya's girlfriend had died and she had become an alcoholic. But it was a way for DC to take a character who was originally popular in Batman the Animated Series, but had long since lost her popularity, and basically rework her in a way that fans would actually care about her. So she doesn't play a significant role, but I figured I'd drop that little tidbit of knowledge here for you guys. I mean, she basically tells Dan Turban, hey, the questions that you're asking for with all these kids who are vanishing is in a place called the Dark Side Club. Now, of course, this also coincides with, Hal Jordan talking with Jon Stewart about the idea that Orion has been killed. The problem with this was that when Jon Stewart originally tried to get a hold of Hal Jordan after the, 10/11 came in, basically the warning to the Green Lanterns that a god had been killed and somebody needed to investigate, Jon Stewart was not able to get a hold of Hal Jordan. And that's a very important thing. But what we end up doing is jumping to a group called the Secret Society of Supervillains. And this is exactly what it sounds like. It's just supervillains. All hanging out, scheming, trying to find ways to defeat heroes, different things like that. But one of these characters crops up as a guy named Libra. Now, Libra's had virtually no important aspects in DC Comics at all. This guy I think he appeared in like some Justice League story, like 111 through 114 or something like that. And that was it. The fact that Libra is here is interesting because we initially don't know why. All we know is that Libra basically makes the case, hey, I am going to give you guys your heart's desires. I'm going to basically give you guys everything you want to prove that you guys should hand over control of the Secret Society of Supervillains to me. And then in turn, I can lead us down the path of destroying all the heroes who were out there. Now, in truth, the Secret Society is really just kind of like, whatever. And there's no reason for them to believe this, because for a guy like Libra to suddenly pop up out of nowhere, who's basically had no meaningful escapades whatsoever, and say, I'm the answer to all your problems, is nonsense. It's like if you're walking down the road one day and some guy walks up to you and says, hey, I can make all your wildest dreams come true. If you're a fool, you'll follow him. But if you have any measure of common sense, you'll be like, get out of here. That's ridiculous. But in order to prove that he can actually do what it is that he says he can do, he ends up killing Martian Manhunter. Now, this is where the death of Martian Manhunter comes from. For those of you guys who are following our Green Lantern videos on Sundays, and we picked it with Blackest Night, where Martian Manhunter comes back as a Black Lantern. He basically comes back from the dead. But in this instance, there was a prison that was created for supervillains. And the idea was that Martian Manhunter had basically infiltrated the prison to really just kind of keep an eye on things and report back to the Justice League. But Libra had known about this. Of course, this was also because of the fact that Catwoman had figured things out and basically told Libra what was going on. But in response, when Martian Manhunter was attacked by the prisoners inside the prison itself and then quote unquote whisked away by Libra, he's effectively killed. Because remember, at this point in time, Martian Manhunter has a literal weakness to fire. And so the result of this is that Martian Manhunter is dead, and it proves to the various members of the Secret Society of Supervillains that they can actually pull this off. Now, what this does is this follows up with Turpin, and it officially jumps into the introduction of Darkseid. What this does is it picks up with a guy who's just referred to as Boss Darkseid, and the idea that these various kids have basically been brought under Darkseid's control. Now, we're not initially told how it was that this had happened. Instead, we just knew these kids were being controlled by Boss Darkseid, and that was really about it. In truth, this is due to the fact that these kids are under the influence of the anti-life equation. Now, we'll talk more about the anti-life equation in the next video. The long and short of it for right now is that the anti-life equation is basically just this equation that if a person cracks it, if they figure it out, they can dominate the wills of others. They can basically bend others to their control with an almost absolute control. But that's basically what we're being told here, that Darkseid has managed to figure out a way to crack the anti-life equation. The other half of this, and a story that was covered, or I guess events that were covered in DC Universe number 0, is that there was a war among the New Gods, and that Darkseid had quote unquote died. In truth, his spiritual essence had just been thrown into the body of a normal person. So it's very similar to the idea of like Ragnarok from Marvel Comics. Thor dies, all the Asgardians die, and they're reborn in human bodies, and Thor has to run around and wake them up, bring about their true selves. And the difference here is that these guys who have been reborn on Earth in human bodies, when their spiritual essences were teleported to that location, they know who they are. They're simply just biding their time and trying to find a way to conquer the Earth. And so what we end up doing here is picking up with the Justice League following the death of Orion and the investigation into how it happened. Now, what this does is it brings into sharp relief something called the Alpha Lanterns. There was a story that basically dealt with the idea of the Sinestro Corps, the Yellow Lanterns created by Thal Sinestro, going to war against the Green Lanterns in the Sinestro Corps War. But there was an instance where a member of the Sinestro Corps who had basically surrendered was killed by a Green Lantern. Because of this, not only was the Green Lantern kicked out of the Green Lantern Corps, but the Guardians of the Universe, the ones responsible for creating the Green Lanterns, had basically said, we can no longer allow you guys to run unchecked. Instead, we're going to create something called the Alpha Lanterns. And the Alpha Lanterns are going to serve the purpose of basically policing the police. Now, the Alpha Lanterns answer directly to the Guardians of the Universe themselves, and they're effectively cyborgs, but they're the ones that carry out these internal investigations. But regardless, they're the ones conducting this and trying to figure out what's going on, because in the middle of all this, John Stewart's basically attacked by someone that he doesn't initially consider to be an enemy, only for the Alpha Lanterns to arrest Hal Jordan. And the implication here is that Hal Jordan is the one who not only killed Orion, but it also attacked John Stewart. And that brings into the equation the idea that superheroes like Hal Jordan are being dominated by the anti-life equation. Now, switching back over to Batman, essentially what happens is with him having his detective skills and basically being able to piece things together and figure out what's going on, because of the fact that these Alpha Lanterns are part sentient, because they still have a conscious mind of their own, albeit half machine, they can still be controlled through means that are insanely powerful. And the anti-life equation has no limit. And so because of this, the implication is that one of these members of the Alpha Lanterns had basically had their will dominated by the anti-life equation. And the result is that either they tampered with the crime scene or something along those lines. Batman seems to figure out what's going on. He's basically snatched up by a boom tube and whisked away to Apocalypse. Again, it's essentially this idea that the superheroes are slowly being removed one by one. Now, what this does is this brings into the equation the idea of the Justice Society of America. Now, the best way to think about the JSA is that they are basically the 1940s superheroes from DC Comics. The Flash, Jay Garrick, the Green Lantern, Alan Scott, so on and so forth. The kicker is this. In 1956, because Barry Allen was introduced as the new Flash, there was no explanation as to where it was Jay Garrick had gone to. And so what DC did is they came along in 1961 and they said, well, see, what had happened was when we started publishing stories about the Flash Barry Allen, we actually switched over to stories from a new universe. We just didn't tell you. And so what they said was that every story that ever featured the Flash Barry Allen on the Justice League or whatever the case may be, that was all in Earth 1. All the stories that featured like the Flash, Jay Garrick, things like that were Earth 2. The problem with this was that, again, when Crisis on Infinite Earths happened, DC had to find a way to basically either justify the existence of the JSA, kind of reconciling the idea of an alternate universe, or if there were no alternate universes, kill them off entirely. And that's what they did. After Crisis on Infinite Earths, the JSA was gone. They basically just vanished from the face of the earth. Now, this lasted until 1991 with Roy Thomas, I think it was, and it was basically this story that was done in Secret Origins issue number 31, which is technically volume 2, but the idea was that DC came along and said, okay, so any of these old school superheroes that basically have modern day counterparts, a 1940s Wonder Woman, like a JSA Earth 2 Wonder Woman, a JSA Earth 2 Superman, things like that, they're gone. And what they did is they came back and they said, okay, so in this new universe continuity after Crisis on Infinite Earths, the JSA were actually just superheroes who fought in the 1940s and 1950s, and they've long since retired and the new superheroes took up the mantle. Now, that did not answer the question as to why it was the JSA was never referenced in the origin stories of superheroes as they appeared in the mid-1980s after Crisis on Infinite Earths happened. But most fans just kind of took it. They just kind of said, whatever, we just want to see the JSA come back. This lasted until 1993 and 2006 respectively. 2006 was probably the most important date just because of the fact that with Infinite Crisis seeing the return of the multiverse, it allowed DC to basically bring back Earth 2 and to say, here's the newer origin of the JSA in DC's comics. It also allowed a lot of crossing over, different things like that. But Infinite Crisis was largely launched because DC's continuity had managed to just go to absolute pieces within the 20 years of Crisis on Infinite Earths running to Infinite Crisis. But the overall gist of this is that characters like the Flash Wally West, who's the Flash after Crisis on Infinite Earths due to Barry Allen being killed, and the original Flash Jay Garrick, they were able to cross over, they were able to meet, and it actually resulted in some pretty cool stories. But in this instance, Wally and Jay Garrick are just kind of going through and, investigating things at the request of Batman, and that's really about it. Any information they can find about the death of Orion, anybody who saw anything, they're basically investigating that. But in the middle of this investigation, they're suddenly met with this insanely blinding flashing light, only for us to see the return of Barry Allen. Now, this is huge. This was a massive moment in the realm of DC, because you remember, when it came to everything from Infinite Crisis, running all the way up to 2011 with Flashpoint and the New 52, the goal was to basically set the stage. But regardless of how they look at it, ultimately, it's this idea that when it comes to Barry Allen, he had been believed to have been dead since Crisis on Infinite Earths. We covered that story already. You'll find that story down in the description. When Barry Allen sacrificed his life, it allowed DC to remove his character from the landscape and put Wally West in his place. And we got some really cool stories. And in fact, we saw a lot of the limits being pushed when it came to the Flash Wally West, the kind of abilities they had, different things like that. A lot of that was pushed to the extreme with Wally West. It's one of the reasons why a lot of fans loved his character, because things like the Speed Force were created during the run of Wally West. There's just all these crazy things that happened during those stories. But the return of Barry Allen is a big deal, because what this does is it sets the stage for the interim Flash stories between this story, Final Crisis, and the start of New 52. It deals with things like the Flash Rebirth, Barry Allen's new origin by Jeff Johns, all these different things that took place and sort of reshuffling his character, changing him around, updating him for the modern reader. These are the kind of things that happened. And so the result is that in this instance, with regards to the return of Barry Allen, as it's being told by Jay Garrick to Barry's wife at the time, Iris West, what he basically says is that when Barry showed up, their goal was to actually stop the bullet, to catch the bullet that shot Orion. The problem is they couldn't. They could not catch the bullet in time. And the result is that Orion basically died. At the same time, what we also end up finding out is that where Barry Allen was believed to have been dead following the events of Crisis on Infinite Earths, what he had actually done is entered the Speed Force. And from the time Crisis on Infinite Earths happened, right up until this moment, he had been quite literally outrunning death. He'd just been running away from death constantly. Again, it was a pretty significant deal. But what things began doing was moving in the direction of basically taking these major characters out of the equation. Batman was basically teleported away by a boom tube. Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, he was taken away to be put on trial by the Guardians of the Universe for the perceived death of Orion himself and the assault on John Stewart. Superman, in a massive explosion that takes place at the Daily Planet, is basically told by some unnamed person they need to leave this universe and they have to go somewhere else in order to save everything. So it's this gradual staged removal of these various characters who exist out there within the DC superheroes landscape. So it's really interesting and it's really kind of wild, because what ends up happening here is we actually end up picking up with this idea of the anti-life equation being quote unquote uploaded to the internet and sent out into the digital space. Because what it does is it allows Darkseid to basically use the modern era of smartphones and the internet to spread the anti-life equation around the world. So it's really kind of cool because it feeds very much into this idea of technology. Now, in truth, when it came to Grant Morrison as a writer, this was him saying, well, these are the dangers of technology. Anybody could conquer the world. Humanity's too dependent on technology. But the overall gist is that the goal of Darkseid proves to be true. He successfully manages to conquer the Earth. The reason why we find this out is because in their efforts to escape death, both Barry Allen and Wally West run several weeks into the future only to find that the world has basically been conquered by Darkseid. Everybody is under the influence of the anti-life equation, and those individuals who try to resist Darkseid never succeed. That in the end, Wonder Woman is one of the superheroes who are under the control of Darkseid. So the question becomes, how did we get from him releasing the anti-life equation to this point in the future, and is there any conceivable way to stop it? Okay, so we are getting into Final Crisis and the death of Batman. This is the last part of Final Crisis. Keep in mind, this takes place before Blackest Night, and so I'll try to fit it in as best I can as far as continuity goes with the Green Lantern playlist. But this story's also been referenced in like Dark Knight's Metal, and it's actually been referenced a few times in the New 52, so I have no idea why it took us so long to do it. But Final Crisis is basically one of the last major, huge crossover events in DC Comics before the New 52 in 2011. I mean, Blackest Night, Brightest Day, those are huge crossovers, different things like that. But the first video, and I highly suggest you check it out, but if you don't have the time to do it, the first video basically dealt with this idea of something called the Source destroying the New Gods. Originally under Jack Kirby, the Source was just this concept that was part of the Fourth World mythos with the New Gods, which were totally isolated from all of DC's superheroes. But because of the fact that Jack Kirby left in the 70s and he went back to Marvel, and DC started just gradually folding over different aspects of the New Gods, Darkseid and things like that, into DC's main superhero stories, where they would cross over with Superman and different things like that, the origins of the Source, or the nature it serves, has changed over the years. Different writers have taken different roles with it, so there's no definitive explanation on what it is now. We can go with the original Jack Kirby explanation and say the Source is just like this wellspring, this massive source of energy where all life came from. But different writers have said, well, the Source is an aspect of the Presence, which is basically the god of the DC universe, DC's version of the one above all from Marvel. We can take it to basically just say the Source is where all life comes from. Now, the idea was that the New Gods were basically going to be eliminated by the Source. It was going to be DC's way of getting rid of that whole Fourth World thing, getting rid of Darkseid, the New Gods, all that kind of stuff. The problem was the animosity between Darkseid and Highfather, who was the good guy that led New Genesis. Because their animosity was so extreme, when they died, they continued fighting in heaven. The result was that somewhere along the lines, Darkseid basically and his forces had gathered the anti-life equation. And the anti-life equation is a mathematical proof that if it is shown to someone, will take away their free will. The forces of Darkseid effectively won, but not without Darkseid being killed in the process, or at least being shot in the process. And so where he was attacked, and of course he had shot Orion, different things that happened, Darkseid's body had essentially, or at least his essence, had basically fallen out of heaven and through the multiverse. When Darkseid's essence crash landed on Earth, he didn't just dissipate, he didn't just die. Instead, he took over the body of just some crime boss somewhere, and then eventually a detective named Dan Turpin, who was really just in the wrong place at the wrong time, was effectively possessed by Darkseid. And the result is that Darkseid's forces, who had been reborn in new bodies, began coming together and then began biologically modifying the body of Dan Turpin to make it suitable for the body of Darkseid, just because of the fact that Darkseid's essence would destroy any physical body of a normal human just because it's so powerful. Basically, what's taken place now is the anti-life equation has been released onto the Earth by the forces of Darkseid, and the result is that everything is just kind of going to pieces. It's really like a last stand in almost every conceivable way. But the story comes from two different perspectives. The first is in the modern day when everything is beginning to fall apart. The second is about a month into the future where everything has already fallen apart. And the idea is that because of the fact that Barry Allen had basically emerged from the Speed Force, having been revealed to have been alive and been chased by the Black Racer, who's basically the embodiment of death for speedsters, because it had been chasing Barry Allen and Wally West just ran as fast as they could to get away from the Black Racer and ultimately landed a month into the future. In the modern day right now, it's just everybody doing the best they can to stay alive as best they can. Almost every single normal human who was flying on planes or watching TV or on their phone or whatever was blasted with the anti-life equation when it was sent out over every conceivable radio and internet frequency. And so something like 3 billion people exist to function under the whim of Darkseid. All that's left are whatever superheroes haven't been killed or captured. And so because of this, a couple things took place. The first was that Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, was basically believed to have killed Orion, one of the New Gods who fell to Earth. Of course, we know that that wasn't necessarily the case, but it was believed that that was done by Hal Jordan. He was taken from Earth and he was sent to Oa to be put on trial by the Guardians of the Universe. Batman was just whisked away to another realm, and we didn't really know where he went to. He actually ended up going to Apokolips, where he was basically just tormented. And then Superman was whisked away to the 31st century. And so basically anybody who could really do any real measure of good was basically taken away. The only people that you really have left around here are people like Green Arrow, and you have John Stewart, one of the Green Lanterns of Earth. You've got the Atom, you've got Deathstroke, you got a few people here and there. There's no Superman, there's no Batman, there's no Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern. That's really about it. Things have just really kind of gone to pot. Now, jumping into the future and picking up with Barry Allen and Wally West, they actually come up with this genius plan. Their idea is this. Barry basically says that the Black Racer will try to find him no matter where he goes, because Barry's supposed to be dead. The Black Racer is an aspect of death itself. The Black Racer exists to take those who are supposed to be dead and bring them to the afterlife, to send them back to their rightful place. The whole goal here is to basically lead the Black Racer on a merry chase directly to Darkseid. And the Black Racer will basically capture Darkseid because he's not really supposed to be alive. Darkseid's essence fell out of heaven. For all intents and purposes, he should be dead. And so he will be captured, basically taken by the Black Racer, and then sent to the afterlife. That's the goal of Barry Allen and Wally West. And it's actually really cool the way they end up pulling it off. But for all the other characters that are out there, again, I mean, there's tie-ins to Final Crisis. The biggest problem for the Final Crisis tie-ins is that they don't necessarily match up with the story that Grant Morrison wrote. And so there's actually some contradictory stuff that goes on in there. Now, as far as like Oliver Queen, Green Arrow, as far as a lot of those characters go, it's basically just trying to get off world as fast as possible or take up refuge wherever they can. I mean, it's literally just these small little areas here and there, these little bases of operations, the Fortress of Solitude, the Justice League Watchtower, things like that. The other half of this is the nature of time itself and space, in the sense that because of the fact that Hal Jordan is basically put on trial, what we end up finding out is that one of the Alpha Lanterns has actually been corrupted by one of the New Gods. Now, this goes into our run on the Green Lanterns that we do every Sunday. But the idea was that there was an event called the Sinestro Corps War, and the Sinestro Corps War dealt with a villain Thal Sinestro forming his own Lantern Corps, the Yellow Lanterns, which went to war with the Green Lanterns. The Green Lanterns rings were modified so they could actually begin killing, and the problem is that one of the Green Lanterns killed a member of the Sinestro Corps who was actually basically giving up, who was surrendering. The result is that the Guardians of the Universe said, yes, you can kill Yellow Lanterns, but only if the Yellow Lanterns are trying to kill you. You cannot kill a person who's trying to surrender. The result is that that Green Lantern was exiled from the Green Lantern Corps, and in response, the Guardians made the Alpha Lanterns to police the Green Lantern Corps. The problem with this is that the essences of the New Gods transcend anything that exists, and so they can take over any being so long as it has a biological component. And that's what the Alpha Lanterns are. They're basically cyborgs. And so because of this, one of the New Gods named Granny Goodness took over one of the Alpha Lanterns. Now, Granny Goodness has a great big huge history when it comes to DC Comics, but the only thing you really need to worry about is that she's the one who's basically in charge of the Furies, which is basically the elite fighting force of Darkseid himself. So again, there's a lot of history there. There's a lot that goes into it, but this story's packed enough with content as it is. We're not going to do a great big huge thing on Granny Goodness in the middle of all this. That's the long and short of it. But the idea here is that with Hal Jordan being exonerated by the fact that he didn't actually commit the crime that he was framed for, it allows his character to go free, but it also provides a 24-hour window in the sense that the universe is again falling apart at the seams. And so with Hal Jordan basically coming back, with Superman off doing his own thing, Batman off doing his own thing, and Darkseid officially risen to power, basically becoming the character that we are the most familiar with, what this does is it shifts to Renee Montoya. Now, in the last video, I think I had made a statement that Renee Montoya's girlfriend had died. It was actually her partner that had died, so that was my mistake. But the result is that with Renee Montoya at the current moment, she's actually going to serve as an avatar of sorts. What ends up happening is she's basically grabbed by Checkmate, one of the few groups that exist around the world that are trying to stop the entire, collapse of the universe. They're doing a litany of different things. They're trying to get a hold of the Spectre, who's basically the representation of God's vengeance. They're trying to reach out to other universes. I mean, they're literally doing everything they can to try to find a way to stop this whole thing. And the idea is that Renee Montoya is basically going to serve as this avatar, in the sense that she is going to be a person that's literally going to travel through the multiverse itself and basically just try to grab various superheroes that can come together in an effort to basically stop Darkseid, or at the very least, she's going to serve the point of trying to find another inhabitable universe, I think is the initial place. The way it ends up turning out is because Darkseid ends up getting defeated or ends up being defeated, she ends up grabbing all these Supermen together, and that it goes into the final villain of the actual Final Crisis story. But the whole idea here is that picking back up with Hal Jordan and John Stewart and Guy Gardner and a lot of these Green Lanterns who were traveling to Earth in the intention of saving it, the skewed nature of space itself means the closer they try to get to Earth, the further away it is. So they can never actually get there. It's like where you're running down an endless hallway and the door keeps moving back with every step you take. The other half of this is that with Darkseid officially risen, this begins the process of moving things in the direction of joining with how we saw events turn out a month into the future, in the sense that Darkseid basically begins gathering all the humans around Earth, all 3 billion of them who are under his control, and begins moving them in the direction of capturing Earth, essentially. Now, what this does is it jumps into what Superman's doing in the 31st century. Now, it comes across with him meeting with a character named Brainiac 5. And again, Brainiac 5 has been around for a long time. The Legion of Superheroes had been around for a very, very long time. Now, the Legion of Superheroes dates all the way back to Adventure Comics number 247 in 1958, I think it was, and they were actually tied into Superboy. Now, I'm going to give them a little more attention here than we do a lot of the other groups, just because of the fact that either we've covered the other groups, or because of the fact that with the Legion of Superheroes, we're going to see them in DC Rebirth. But the Legion of Superheroes was originally introduced really as more of like a Superboy story than anything else. Back in the mid-1950s, the Superboy stories largely continued to fall in line with the idea that it was basically the escapades of Superman when he was younger. And the idea was that the Legion of Superheroes was basically the 30th to 31st century result of modern day heroes, meaning that whether Superman or Batman or Wonder Woman or whoever knew it, when they became superheroes on Earth and began fighting crime, they set in motion a legacy. The Legion of Superheroes has waxed and waned over the years in the sense the roster's changed and different characters have been introduced, other characters have gone away. The stories that involve the Legion are usually just isolated to the 30th and 31st centuries. And in fact, during Final Crisis, there is a story called the Legion of Three Worlds, I think it is. But the idea is that with Superman being brought to the 30th and 31st centuries, the Legion of Superheroes knows that everything is going to happen. But keep in mind, the existence of this future is contingent on the success of Superman. Because remember, when it comes to the actions of Darkseid, when it comes to this idea of space-time being warped, it's much like a tidal wave. When a meteor crashes on Earth and tidal waves are created, they don't just suddenly show up on the other side of the world. It takes time for them to reach the other side of the world. And that's how this is. This shock wave of space and time being completely distorted, it takes time for those changes to reach the 30th and 31st centuries. And so the idea is that Superman being here really comes at a crux, because at this moment right now, Brainiac 5 is vanishing. He's disappearing. The effects of Darkseid's actions are beginning to reach the future. And so what Superman is basically shown is this device that was basically created using the concept of willpower from the Green Lantern Corps, in the sense that the Green Lanterns tap into the will aspect of the emotional spectrum. All that willpower is channeled into a device, which is rightfully called the Miracle Machine. He sees it for a few seconds, but using his X-ray vision and just his general eyesight is basically able to see exactly how this thing is functioned. Now, the whole idea is that with everything basically crashing down around them, with everything coming to almost a screeching halt, what we end up doing is we join up with the arrival of Batman. Now, Batman showing back up here again comes out of the fact that he's been tortured in a lot of different ways. The reason for this is because Batman, despite having no powers, is probably one of the best superheroes in DC Comics. People who hate Batman will hate me for saying that. It's the idea that he can always use his mind to find a way to win. It might take him years to find a way, but if Batman is a piece that's left on this quote-unquote chessboard, he will inevitably turn the tide of the game, because he'll put his mind to use and figure out how to win. The perfect example of this is the shooting of Orion, one of the New Gods, who was killed. Batman puts two and two together, takes the bullet from Orion when he originally died, took the element of Radion, which is harmful to New Gods, bound it to the bullet, and fired it into Darkseid. The crazy thing about this is that it's a bit of a gambit. It is this instance where Darkseid kind of says, we're playing chicken here. You can fire this bullet, but will that bullet hit me before I hit you with the Omega Beams? Now, the Omega Beams of Darkseid were really controversial in this little bit of a story. Historically speaking, the Omega Beams incinerate whoever it is they come across. For Batman, who's just a guy, he should have been totally incinerated. What DC did here is they basically said, hey, wouldn't you guys want to read a story where Batman dies? But he doesn't really die. He just gets time displaced. That's kind of what happened with this whole particular thing. It was modifying the effects of the Omega Beams just for the sake of being able to have this part of the story. But at the time this story happened, everybody thought he died. This coincides with the arrival of Superman, because that was really the only purpose he served. In this instance, it was the Legion of Superheroes, Brainiac 5, grabbing Superman, bringing him to the 31st century and saying, hey, look, in order for you to win, you have to memorize how this miracle machine works. If you don't, everything fails. And so what he did is he memorized the miracle machine and then was sent back. Now, what this does is this begins bringing in and basically laying the groundwork for a story called Multiversity. Now, we're not going to get super in-depth into that. We've covered that already, actually, but it basically gives us these different iterations of Superman, one of which is basically a world where the superheroes all seem to be of African-American descent. There's other ones like the Zoo Crew, where all the superheroes are animals. Man, Captain Carrot, dude, I love Captain Carrot. Captain Carrot's a super bunny. Any alternate version of Superman that you could ever imagine is basically here, but there's only 52 of them because there's only 52 Earths in the multiverse. And so again, it's kind of cool in terms of how this happens. But the idea is that they are all basically being brought together by Renee Montoya herself, you know, who's basically going through and gathering all these different characters. What this also does is this coincides with the destruction of Darkseid. And this happens by way of Wally West and Barry Allen racing in. Now, they are basically running at the speed of light. Nobody around them's really moving. Everybody's just kind of sitting there. Now, as they begin to get to where Darkseid is and they start to slow down a little bit, that's when we start to get into the idea of characters basically talking, of Superman recognizing that Barry Allen is there, his words reaching them, but keep in mind, they're traveling faster than his words can come out. So basically, by the time they get to Darkseid, Superman's already said his phrase. But the idea is that with the Black Racer coming in, it basically says, I come to all, even you. And so this is basically the Black Racer saying, everybody falls to me. Everybody is going to basically die at my hand. If you are dead and you are somehow walking around, I will take you back to the realm of the dead. But with the defeat of Darkseid, the question now becomes, how does everything get set back to normal? How do things get restored to the way that they're supposed to be? And so what ends up happening is this massive undertaking. There's a couple things that go on here. The first is that one of the things that we hadn't quite talked about yet was a character by the name of Shiloh Norman. Now, I do not know how to reconcile Shiloh Norman and Scott Free. Shiloh Norman and Scott Free have both played the role of Mr. Miracle. At this point in DC's continuity, Shiloh Norman is Mr. Miracle. The idea is that he was a protege of Scott Free, but I don't know how to reconcile those two things, meaning I don't know where Scott Free is. But the idea of Mr. Miracle is he's basically an escape artist. He is the child of Highfather from New Genesis, who was basically held captive by Darkseid. With the concept of Mr. Miracle, what he basically ends up saying is that there is a symbol that everyone who is captured by Darkseid wears. And it's this symbol that basically ends up saying you are allied with Darkseid. But within this alphabet is also the idea of a symbol that will free people from the control of Darkseid. And that's exactly what happens. One of the superheroes named Ray, who's basically a character composed of almost pure light, draws this symbol that basically frees everybody from the control of Darkseid on Earth. So it's kind of cool in terms of how that happens. But following this is this massive undertaking by all these different heroes and even villains, Lex Luthor, all those characters who exist out there trying to build this miracle machine. The problem is that time runs out before they can pull it off. And space-time itself basically falls apart at the seams. Everything falls to pieces. And so the idea of Superman is to basically rush and finish this miracle machine as fast as possible in order to set everything back to the way that it's supposed to be. But what we end up getting is almost this out of place scenario. We basically end up finding out that the evil behind all this is Mandrak. Now, when I say behind all this, I don't mean that Mandrak orchestrated everything. Not at all. Mandrak was just this evil that was out there somewhere. But Final Crisis served the purpose of saying, okay, so Infinite Crisis brought the multiverse back. How does it work? Final Crisis gave us that explanation. We talked about that before. And so the idea was that with the formation of this new multiverse came these monitors. And these monitors were basically these beings of an insane level of power. And they were designed for the purpose of making sure that the universes didn't cross over. So each of these universes got its own monitor. It was basically DC's explanation of simply saying the monitors exist to make sure universes don't die, but it allows us to continue telling our stories about superheroes fighting supervillains. And so the result of this is that one of the monitors had actually fallen and became a bad guy once he realized that you could begin feeding off the energy between the universes. And so this guy became Mandrak, who was basically exiled and just sat outside of the end of all things, so that when the multiverse basically collapsed and everything died, he would feed on whatever energy was left, and when the multiverse was reborn, he would retreat, and then when that multiverse ended, he would feed on what's left. So he would be this being that would just rise to godhood slowly but steadily and be virtually unstoppable. The issue with this is that the son of Mandrak, who had basically taken over his father's role, was a character named Nix Yotan. And Nix Yotan's story really fed into the lead up to Final Crisis, in the sense that the universe he was supposed to be monitoring was totally obliterated through a combination of the actions of Superboy Prime and then another villain, I can't remember his name. But the fact remains that Nix Yotan was basically exiled and stripped of his powers. But with space-time fracturing and with things just kind of out there in limbo, Nix Yotan's powers returned. And so what ended up happening is that when Renee Montoya showed back up with all these different versions of Superman, that this basically led into to Nix Yotan grabbing all these other superheroes as well. You end up seeing him basically showing up, and then you see like the Green Lantern showing up, and you see like the Zoo Crew showing up, because what we're talking about is Mandrak being almost God in terms of all the power that he has. He seems to be almost unstoppable. The other half of this is that where the Green Lanterns couldn't reach Earth in the time when Darkseid was ruling it and space-time was being distorted, because of the fact that all of reality has completely shattered, they're protected from that destruction. They're there, but they're basically just kind of in this giant giant void. And so they're just traveling to where it is that Superman's at, being brought there by Nyx-Yotan and everybody else. And so what ends up happening is all these forces of the Green Lanterns and Superman and all these guys end up destroying Mandrake. But it's kind of disappointing because he shows up for like 4 panels and then he's dead. Then he's killed, and that's it. That's really all there is. Now, a lot of that's covered in tie-ins, but remember, because of the fact that the tie-ins are so inconsistent, I just kind of chose not to cover them. We can if you really, really want me to, but I kind of think the story stands on its own 2 feet in terms of how it's being told. But regardless, because of the fact that Nyx-Yotan basically says that Mandrake was a fallen monitor, and that any one of them can end up falling down that path, that the monitors need to go away. They need to be eliminated and removed from existence because the superheroes need to be allowed to grow, to progress. Now, this was basically DC simply saying, okay, now that the multiverse is back and now the superheroes are aware of them, we are going to allow the superheroes to cross over. And so getting rid of the monitors did 2 birds with 1 stone. It allowed DC to get rid of an unnecessary element, something that didn't really even need to be there in the first place. And then it also allowed DC to go forward saying, all these universes are going to start crossing over if we choose to allow them to. And in the end, it didn't matter. 2 years later, DC rebooted. But the whole fact is that with these monitors basically being viewed by Nyx-Yotan as being unnecessary, he literally just starts obliterating everything from existence. All the monitors are effectively destroyed. Nyx-Yotan is reborn in human form, and this allows Grant Morrison to grab his character and send him forward into the events of Multiplicity. But the last little tail bit of this story told fans Batman's not dead. Instead, what ended up happening is that when Batman was hit with the Omega beams, he was basically sent back to the very early days of humanity, basically to the very beginning of everything. And the result is that Grant Morrison followed this up with a story called The Return of Bruce Wayne, and it basically followed Bruce Wayne making his way through time back to the modern day. It actually gets to the point, I think, where he ends up all the way at the very end of time, and the Justice League ends up having to grab him and bring him back. Okay, so with Dark Knight's Metal, one of the things that we've talked about is a story called The Return of Bruce Wayne, and we've hinted at this story repeatedly, and the story's been referenced time and time again in the events of Dark Knight's Metal. And so what I figured we would do is that instead of just referencing the story over and over again, we would cover the story because it's actually a really, really cool thing. Now, this is going to invoke 2 concepts. For those of you guys who are casual comic book readers, this is going to invoke something called a retcon, and we'll explain that whole idea. But it's not really a perfect retcon so much as it is grabbing different things and sort of modifying its meaning. So a retcon means retroactive continuity. And what happens in that scenario is it means a writer either comes back and changes something, or they inject something in that wasn't there before, or they take something away. A really good example of this is The Flash, Barry Allen. Barry Allen's whole history was that somewhere along the line his family moved to Central City, and then he became a forensic scientist, and then one day he was doused with chemicals, struck by lightning, and he became the Flash. And that was his origin story. Now, when it came to Flash Rebirth, which is basically the first story, or one of the first major stories that Jeff Johns wrote with regards to the return of Barry Allen, the whole idea was that he brought in the character of Eobard Thawne, who had been a long-standing villain of the Flash. And what Jeff Johns did was invoke a retcon. What he established was that instead of Barry Allen's family just moving to Central City one day and then all that stuff happening, instead, what Eobard Thawne had done is basically engineered his life. He had set it up so that his family basically had a reason to move to Central City. And then he was the one who arranged the chemicals in the proper order so that when he was basically struck by lightning, that he became the Flash. That's a retcon. It was a piece of information that was thrown into the comics that didn't exist before. But with regards to this, because Dark Knight's Metal focuses so much on the return of Bruce Wayne, this is going to be really a perfect way to sort of grasp everything that's going on. So again, the return of Bruce Wayne follows up after the events of Final Crisis. And of course, we cover that story. You'll find it down in the description. I think it's also part of the Dark Knight's Metal playlist, but it's basically this story where Bruce Wayne was hit by the Omega Sanction of Darkseid and he was sent into the distant past. And so at the very early days of man, what Bruce Wayne began to do was, in order to basically maintain his faculties to a degree, or at least remember who he is, he began scribbling all these different bat symbols all along this cave that he was residing in. Now, this follows up almost immediately after that. Now, because of the fact that this is primitive man, these guys are speaking in a very broken way. I mean, it's not really clear English. English, they just kind of offer these basic explanations on things. They refer to each other as old man. They refer to each other as son, just basic concepts. The idea is that one of their members is basically going on a vision quest. This young kid is going on a vision quest to basically learn what it means to be an adult. And that's one of the cool things about this, is because Grant Morrison wrote this story, but that's kind of the nature of life when it comes to how things unfold here. And it's sort of like this guaranteed history of humanity. But the importance of this whole thing is that as they're going on their vision quest, they travel to meet a person called Old Man. And the Old Man is basically just a guy who's sort of this spiritual character, in the sense that he's the guy that they go to basically grant these spirit quests so that the young men can become the contributing men they're going to be as part of this tribe. The problem is that when they arrive, they're met by the arrival of Bruce Wayne. Now, Bruce Wayne, again, at this point in time, does not have full faculties. In a lot of ways, he's trying to grasp everything that's going on. He's trying to understand who he is, but he also remembers a few things here and there. And so again, it's very much him discovering himself as much as he is discovering the environment around him. But when they go in and they try to basically speak with the old man has essentially died. Now, something else that I want to point out here is because of the fact that this story was designed to sort of reach back to the history of DC in a lot of ways, the Old Man was not just any old man. The Old Man was actually a guy named Anthro. At least I think his name was Anthro. Now, he originally appeared back in DC Showcase number 74, I think it was, and he was one of these characters. It was kind of like this time hopper. He basically jumped around, he was able to move throughout space and time, and he ran into a lot of the different heroes that existed. He was a pre-Crisis character. His history was changed a little bit after Crisis on Infinite Earths, but that's the importance of this, because it's basically Batman being thrust back to the early days of humanity, encountering the Old Man, who's actually Anthro, and essentially meeting this person for the first time. That's why these things are kind of important, is because you run into these small little characters. Now, that's about as important as it gets in terms of this old guy. That's really about all there is. But once they get into this cave and they start looking at drawings, there's Batman, there's a symbol of Superman, there's a symbol of Wonder Woman. There's these symbols that Bruce Wayne remembers from his life to help him try to regain his bearings. But when the Old Man's removed from the entire scenario, and of course he receives a proper burial of sorts, Bruce Wayne, alongside these other members of the Deer Tribe, are met by the arrival of the Blood Mob. Now, the Blood Mob is exceedingly important when it comes to this part of the story, and especially a lot of what's going on right now in like Batman's comics in general as part of New 52 and DC Rebirth. And the reason for this is because of the fact that the Blood Tribe is led by a guy named Vandal Savage. Now, Vandal Savage is a really interesting character, and that's why I say a lot of this stuff is so important. Now, before the New 52 reboot, Vandal Savage was just a guy who was on Earth, and eventually a meteorite crashed and he was exposed to the radiation. He gained immortality, a few powers, and that was really about it. But with the New 52, with like the Batman run by Scott Snyder, the whole origin of Vandal Savage changed, and that's what we need to focus on. That's one of the reasons why we're covering this story. Remember, the whole basis behind Batman's involvement in Dark Knight's metal is that there are like 5 metals that exist out there, and that Batman has been exposed to those 5 metals, and his exposure to it is what created the doorway. It's what allowed Barbados and its Dark Knights to leave the Dark Multiverse and enter the main DC universe and send Batman to the Dark Multiverse. The first of the 5 metals, and probably one of the most important of the 5 metals, is something called Dionysium, and that brings us into the new origin of Vandal Savage. Vandal Savage was a guy who had basically discovered this chemical called Dionysium. For whatever reason, the chemical gave those who consumed it basically properties of immortality. It made them immortal people. The problem with that is that Vandal Savage was like one of the only people who discovered Dionysium in a purified form. As the years progressed, as time went on, Dionysium became more and more impure just because of the effects of Earth and different things like that. By the time someone like the Joker, for example, encountered Dionysium, it was impure. And that's the reason why during the events of Death of the Family and Endgame, the Joker had to go back and constantly expose himself to Dionysium in order to maintain his longevity. Otherwise, he would have just died off. But because of the fact that Dionysium was one of the metals that Bruce Wayne needed to be exposed to in order to make him a vector for allowing the forces of Barbados and the Dark Knights to enter the positive DC multiverse, this is one of the first times that he's exposed to that metal. Now, there'll be other times that would happen, but this is one of the first times that we ever really learn about it, that we ever really see about it. But again, the other half of this is that in our discussions about the Dark Knight's metal stories, we talked about something called the Bat Tribe. The reason why this matters is because of the fact that with Vandal Savage, they're the Blood Tribe, they don't really like pray to a bat per se. They usually just, for the most part, use fear and whatever they can in order to impose their will on others. But with Vandal Savage still existing in a fairly primitive state at this moment, meaning he's not nearly as intelligent as he would be, however many thousands of years down the line, the idea is that he's basically going to consume the body of this stranger, and then that'll be that. It's just kind of how their tribe exists. The problem with this is that because Batman had scribbled so many bat drawings all around the cave, because he was considered to be the man of bats by the deer tribe that had first discovered him, the young boy who had basically found him returns with the utility belt of Batman and essentially frees him, referring to him as the man of bats. Now, of course, this young kid has also drawn a sort of bat insignia on his shield. He has a mask of sorts on his face. And so what this means is he's basically modeling himself after Batman. And so with regards to this kid freeing Bruce Wayne, giving him the tools he needs to succeed, and then allowing Bruce Wayne to leave to heal himself and repair, the next morning when the battle actually takes place, or at least the intention of Vandal Savage to consume Bruce Wayne takes place, he of course finds Bruce gone. Bruce shows up donning this giant bat outfit and then basically fights Vandal Savage off. And then of course it results in the arrival of basically the Bat Tribe. The arrival of the Bat Tribe, all this really is the original Deer Tribe cast off itself as the Deer Tribe and rechristened itself as the Bat Tribe. And so that's why if we go through and we look at Dark Knight's Metal and you read that story and it starts talking about how Bruce Wayne inspired the Bat Tribe. First there was a Deer Tribe, then they became the Bat Tribe. That's what this is. And that's why all this matters, is because this is basically the formation of the Bat Tribe, this era of humanity. Now, of course, with this fight between, Vandal Savage and Bruce Wayne, it ends pretty quickly. Of course, it leads to Bruce Wayne basically defeating Vandal Savage and then walking away. I mean, of course, as we know, Vandal Savage would return later on down the line and then basically spend the next few thousand years learning more and more about the world and, increasing his intelligence and consolidating power. But for the moment, Batman basically walks away. He simply just leaves this quote unquote Bat Tribe to its own devices. The reason why this matters is for two reasons. The first is because of the fact that there are these various members of the Blood Tribe who look at the defeat of Vandal Savage as a bad omen. Of course, they also see this eclipse in the sky, but they consider the defeat of Vandal Savage as a bad omen and cast him out. And so that's why Vandal Savage basically goes on this massive several thousand year long mission to discover the world, because he's been kicked out of his own tribe. The other half of this is that with this Bat Tribe basically worshipping bats more or less, this goes into the nature of Barbados. Remember, when we talked about Dark Knight's Metal, we talked about how Batman being sent into the early days of humanity informed Barbados of who Batman was. It made Barbados aware of the fact that Bruce Wayne is Batman, that the character exists. Now, of course, we also talked about how the impact of the Omega Sanction, the act of Bruce Wayne being sent into the distant past, sent ripples throughout the positive and negative multiverse, and that's how Barbados became aware of him. But what this did is it gave Barbados the idea. With Barbados sitting around in his own dark multiverse and basically saying, if only there was a way for me to escape this place, and then suddenly being made aware of the fact that Bruce Wayne exists because he was time displaced, and then following Bruce Wayne's arrival in the distant past, the Deer Tribe casts off their name and starts calling themselves the Bat Tribe. Barbados says, I can use that. I can use those individuals to my advantage. I can basically use them as a way to try to bring myself into the positive multiverse. That's why all this is so important, because this is how it all started. The beginning of how Dark Knight's Metal came to fruition. This is the thing that started it all. And that's why I wanted to cover all this. From here, I mean, it gets really interesting. It's really cool seeing Batman just thrown back and forth through time. But one of the other important things here is that because of the fact that the Man of Bats tribe, or at least the Bat Tribe, continues to exist and it will continue to thrive, it sort of leaves that aspect in the past. But what we also end up finding out is the Justice League has actually been jumping back and forth through time trying to find Bruce Wayne. They go all the way back to the earliest days trying to figure out where he is, trying to locate him, but not necessarily being successful. And so the way this story ends is that with them basically missing him by what seems to be a matter of minutes, Bruce Wayne basically wakes up in this whole new era, basically this newer age of humanity, having been thrown through time yet again. And so the next issue picks up with this continued time travel and how a lot of these things continue to tap into the nature of Dark Knight's Metal. But that's something that I wanted you guys to basically take away from all this, is that this story was written out in isolation. Dark Knight's Metal was a concept that had never been thought of. Nobody was intending to write Dark Knight's Metal. It wasn't the basis for this. When Scott Snyder and company sat down and began writing Dark Knight's Metal, that's when they looked at stories like this and said, well, then let's grab those. Let's grab those concepts and ask the question, well, what happens after the tribe of bats is formed? What happens after, Bruce Wayne gets time displaced and starts jumping through time? What's the aftermath of this? That's why all this matters, is because it's, Scott Snyder and those guys coming back, grabbing elements of this story and then throwing it into Dark Knight's Metal and saying, this is how it all began. This is how it all started. Okay, so now that we're getting back into the swing of things of our regularly scheduled programming, in this one, we continue our discussion on the return of Bruce Wayne. Now remember, the whole premise of Dark Knight's Metal is that it's really rooted in Final Crisis, right? Like we talked about that with regards to the main Final Crisis event and to the first video that we did on the return of Bruce Wayne, in the sense that in Final Crisis, Bruce Wayne was basically time displaced. He was thrown all the way back to the very early days of man. But what he began doing was basically scribbling all these different drawings, these symbols of the Justice League, of Superman, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, and Batman himself. The result is that he basically inspired the creation of a new tribe known as the Bat Tribe. Now again, that matters because if you've been reading Dark Knight's Metal, what we know is that somewhere along the line in humanity's history, there arose the Bat Tribe. This basically says it's all because of Bruce Wayne. At the same time, Bruce being time displaced, being thrown all the way back to the early days of humanity, got the attention of Barbados in the Dark Multiverse. And that's what inspired Barbados to basically realize the positive multiverse was there and attempt to find a way to invade it. So what this does is just continue this story of the return of Bruce Wayne. And as we go through this, you'll see little moments here and there where we'll basically kind of hint back to the events of Dark Knight's Metal, hint back to the idea of Barbados. We basically had Batman fighting against this giant tentacle monster and trying to defeat it as best he could. Now, this monster is actually a concept. It actually has a name. In order to avoid spoilers, we'll talk about what that purpose is later, but for right now, it is a pretty cool concept. But one of the things that you notice is that it's basically chasing Bruce Wayne throughout the time stream, because where the first video had him in the early days of humanity, this video right now has him in the old colonial days, specifically in the early days of Gotham City. And it's pretty cool because what we end up doing here is having him basically just picked up by some woman who's just kind of out there in the woods somewhere. She nurses him back to health and that kind of thing. But remember, when it comes to Bruce Wayne, when he was time displaced, for the most part, his memories are gone. He doesn't really remember anything about who he was. He basically was sent back to the early days of man as a fresh slate with these little bits of memories here and there, little indications like Justice League, different things like that. And so he was able to maintain some measure of his identity. But from here, what we actually do is jump to a place called the Vanishing Point. Now, the Vanishing Point is actually, a really, really interesting concept because to the best of my understanding, the Vanishing Point more or less kind of exists like this idea that every universe has its own vanishing point. I'm not 100% sure about that. So if you're somebody who's very familiar with it, feel free to chime down in the comments section so I can add that little tidbit of knowledge to my mental database of DC Comics. With Bruce Wayne being thrown back into the past, this effectively initiated a sort of hunt of sorts with like Superman and the Green Lantern and Rip Hunter, a well-known time traveler in DC Comics, as well as Booster Gold, to basically find Bruce Wayne and to bring him back. Now, one of the things that I hope you guys also notice here is that Superman and Green Lantern are really kind of the heavy hitters in this particular bit of a story. But with Booster Gold and with Rip Hunter, they're very familiar with the time stream. And so they basically grabbed time travelers to go with them and help them navigate the waters. Them arriving at the Vanishing Point, the long and short is that this is basically where all things coalesce. The indication is that you have the very beginnings of the universe, or even the multiverse, if you want to go that far back. But no matter what happens, all these different universes that spawn, that just kind of come into existence by any manner of any particular situation, they all basically coalesce down into a singular point. And that singular point is the end of all things, the collapse of the multiverse, so to speak. The Vanishing Point basically exists in the moments before the multiverse collapses. And the whole idea is that the Vanishing Point basically allows these sort of timekeepers to essentially stand at the end of all things and to basically just categorize and quantify and essentially make a giant time capsule, in the sense that they basically document and they record everything that's ever happened throughout the time stream, so that when everything comes to an end and it's reborn, memories of the previous universe will be kept on. It'll be, given to the next generation or something along those lines. And so what we end up having is this sort of biological slash, technological device, basically this being that kind of exists at the end of this time stream, who's essentially telling, these guys who are here, the person you're looking for, Bruce Wayne, is time displaced. He's out here in this exact location. But it's kind of cool because it's basically sort of Grant Morrison giving us this perception of all these different things that exist out there, basically every single moment in time. And it's all really interesting because Superman points out that finding Batman is going to be a lot harder than they thought it would be, because if each one of these, spheres basically represents a singular moment, then what they have to do is literally go through every single one of these moments and try to find Batman. The problem is that it's not that simple, because basically the entire collapse of the multiverse is happening in like 9.5 minutes. So basically they don't have enough time to try to find Bruce. Now the cool thing about this is, jumping back to the modern day, what we end up having is Bruce Wayne basically adopting the moniker of Mordecai. When it comes to Bruce, his instincts as a detective are really kind of embedded into who he is. And that's one of the things that Morrison hints on here. It's been such an ingrained part of his life. It's who he is. Being a detective is like eating or sleeping or drinking. It's just a fundamental nature of what makes him who he is. And so the cool thing is that what he ends up doing is investigating this bat that's basically been pinned to a door. And again, that's the nature of this. Because of the fact that the Bat Tribe had risen to prominence, because the Bat Tribe kind of signified the devil based on different religious groups, that's how things are viewed here. And Colony Hill, you know, it's basically this idea that bats kind of signify the devil, that bats signify evil, different things along those lines. And there's a long history of that, even here in the real world, you know, the history of bats in terms of how people view them, the bad omens they represent, different things along those lines. So again, there's a lot of Grant Morrison grabbing some real world concepts and throwing them in. But basically, Bruce Wayne goes through, you know, under the name of Mordecai, he goes through and basically does this huge investigation about a missing man by the name of Matthew, I think it is. And the whole idea is that he basically starts looking at all these different clues, coming to the realization that a knitting needle was used to basically, you know, stab Matthew, or at least, you know, it has blood on it, that the clothes of Matthew were basically sewn up and they were kept, you know, in pretty decent condition. And what he basically draws the conclusion of is that Matthew's wife killed him. That was basically what happened. Now, in response to this, the local community begins to freak out. And all of it's done under a guy named Brother Malleus. Brother Malleus is sort of an indication, or at least the closest thing we get to a villain in this story. But remember, Grant Morrison is grabbing a lot of real world themes. Back during the days of the Salem witch trial, it was basically this idea that if people didn't understand what was going on with regards to how the world worked and people in it, they would just chart it up to witchcraft. This person does a thing I don't really understand. They look different, or they talk different, or whatever the case may be. They're not like the rest of us. They're not like us Christians. Therefore, they're witches. And so that was a huge thing, you know, all over the place. The idea of Malleus, he essentially goes through and finds people who are witches. Now, again, this is all really kind of nonsense. I mean, the fact that this woman would grab a bat, she would pin it to a church door. The argument is that she's a witch. Now, we're not explicitly told why. She's just being charged with witchcraft. And so the result is that Bruce basically sort of leaves. And what he ends up doing is picking back up with this girl named Annie. It gives us a little bit of information about what's going on here. The fact that Brother Malleus is basically just a witch finder, but there's still a lot of information about what's going on. With the character of Annie, it really kind of fleshes her out in the sense that she seems to be a legitimate witch who really ascribes to like nature, different things like that. Says, I don't really believe in the Judeo-Christian God. For me, it's the gods of nature, different things along those lines. But the indication here, regardless of the circumstances, is that in his mind, she's more of an outlier. She's more of an outcast. And that creates kind of a bond between the two of them, because while he's operating under the name Mordecai, he still doesn't really remember anything about himself. And so in a lot of ways, he views himself as an outcast. So it creates a bit of a bond between these two people. Now from here, we basically pick up with the body of Matthew, which is essentially torn apart more or less, or at least at the very least been burned. But it's this idea that Bruce Wayne is using his detective skills instinctively to look at this entire situation and to realize there's basically something going on here. There's a bigger picture taking place here than what these guys believe. With the character of Malleus, you know, he basically starts making all these different claims and talking about things like an eclipse and so on and so forth, and it starts to sort of ring some bells in the mind of Bruce Wayne. He gets these little glimpses from the first book that we talked about, this big eclipse, different things like that, just small little moments here and there, not enough to put the pieces together, but enough to create some measure of an understanding about what's going on. So what he ends up doing is immediately traveling back to Annie and demanding to know what his story is. And what Annie basically says is that as far as she knows, he just rose out of the water one day. She doesn't know where he came from. She has no idea who he is or what he's about. But in her mind, because of the fact that the town is filled with people who are so hubris, who are so arrogant, who are so full of the idea that they are Christian and right because God told them so, it's basically this notion that she considers them to be the downtrodden failure in society. In her mind, their desire to pull out witches here and there is basically going on a crusade to destroy things they don't understand. But in her mind, she's basically making this case that a time will come when they will most likely destroy themselves, whatever the case may be, and she's just sort of waiting until it happens. But what she also says is she had basically prayed to her own gods, and she had summoned a beast that she thought would be capable of taking out all these arrogant people. And so what we end up finding out is that this monster that essentially shows up on the scene is the same one that's been tracking Bruce Wayne. So it's interesting, because with Annie traveling back to her home, she ends up finding it raided by Brother Malleus and all his various forces, and it's essentially this idea that she's just guilty of witchcraft. They throw her on trial, they immediately find her guilty, and they basically throw her into the fire pit, and that's about it. And so while Bruce Wayne tries to take out, you know, these tentacles and tries to destroy this monster, at the same time, it's also a bit of recognition. Looking around this cave, he begins to realize this cave is familiar. The indication is that this is the Batcave. This is Gotham City before it becomes Gotham City. And it's interesting because in this moment, what we do is we jump back to the Vanishing Point, and we pick up with, you know, Superman and Green Lantern and Rip Hunter and, you know, Booster Gold, and we end up finding out that this construct they've been talking to is actually Bruce Wayne at the end of time. And what he says is that he's on a mission to essentially, quote unquote, fix things. Very cloak and dagger. We're not given a lot of information here. But what Superman says is that Batman's basically been turned into a booby trap when Darkseid hit him with the Omega Sanction and sent him back to the beginning of time where he was supposed to have died. Instead, what's happening here is that Darkseid sent something else after Bruce Wayne and relied on his detective instincts. And so what this means is that Darkseid not only time displaced Bruce Wayne, he sent whatever this monster is after Bruce, hoping that Bruce's detective skills would kick in and he would just start time hopping. The result is that he would end up in the modern day and effectively activate whatever trap it was that Darkseid had set up. And so again, it's interesting because a lot of this stuff is very ambiguous. There's a lot of clues here, but we're not really given any definitive answers to things. Not only that, what we also end up finding out is that this man, Brother Malleus, is actually a guy named Nathaniel Wayne, the first member of the Wayne family to take up residence in Gotham City. And that's what's so crazy about this, because what Grant Morrison says is that where previously we just kind of left to our own devices and left to believe that the Wayne family was honorable and they did great things, in truth, they're rooted in ignorance, they're rooted in bias, cruelty. And that's what's so crazy about this, is because it basically says that's the nature of the Waynes. The Waynes are people who just do terrible things over the course of their existence, and it wasn't until society got a little bit smarter and got a little bit wiser that they did the same thing. And so what we end up doing here is finding out that with Annie more or less being eliminated due to the claims of witchcraft, where Bruce is essentially time displaced yet again, Gotham City began to grow. Gotham City began to expand, and it turned into the town that we've become most familiar with leading up to the modern day. Okay, so continuing our coverage on the whole idea of the return of Bruce Wayne and how it ties in the Dark Knight's Metal, the mini-series that was really kind of the foundation for how it is that Barbatos basically began to rise to prominence, you know, with regards to the Dark Multiverse and the current DC Metal storyline. One question that I do have for you guys is, following the events of the return of Bruce Wayne, DC actually had another publication going at the same time, if I remember correctly, that largely dealt with Dick Grayson taking up the mantle of Batman after Bruce Wayne had been sent to the past. And so following this, at the end of the return of Bruce Wayne's story, Bruce Wayne makes it back. I mean, of course, we know he makes it back to the modern day by this point, but of course, following that, what he ended up doing is launching something called Batman Incorporated, which was basically creating a kind of worldwide Batman team. And so I'm curious if you guys are interested in seeing something like that. It doesn't really tie into Dark Knight's Metal, although it does lay the foundation for some of the characters that we've seen in the Batman stories as part of DC Rebirth. So let me know what you guys think about that whole thing. But nonetheless, kind of continuing on, you know, with this third part of the story, you know, as we said before, when the events of Final Crisis happened and Bruce Wayne shot Darkseid, you know, of course, Darkseid used the Omega Sanction, Omega Effect, whatever you want to call it, and sent Bruce Wayne into the past. The result is that he's actually being chased by like this giant monster. But at the same time, Bruce Wayne is actually jumping at different points, you know, starting at the very early days of humanity and going all the way up to the modern day and even into the future, just kind of hopping and skipping. Now, it's more or less like he's being thrown into locations. So in the last story, we had talked about how he was basically the witch hunter Batman, which is to say he had basically appeared in an era of the United States, the early days of Gotham City, whereby witch hunting was going on. Going into the end of that story, Bruce Wayne was thrown into the age of pirates. And so this is cool, because what we actually end up doing here is picking up with the journal entry of a guy named Jack Valor. Now, Jack Valor, of course, is for the most part injected into the story. He's effectively created for this. But there's actually a series of characters called Valor, and it's actually called the Black Pirate, which is more or less the mantle they take up. John Valor originally appeared back in Action Comics in 1940. And the whole thing about this is, remember, while Action Comics did feature the first appearance of Superman in DC Comics, it was not just a Superman story. Very few comics ever focus on individual characters. Most of the comics were anthology series, meaning the comic itself housed, you know, 4 or 5 different stories. One of the stories they focused on was the story of John Valor, the Black Pirate, and it was really more or less just kind of experimenting, throwing a character out there, seeing if readers were interested in him. Now, of course, as we know, Superman was the standout star of Action Comics, but with regards to the whole concept of John Valor, where he was the original Black Pirate, his son took up the mantle after him, and then his grandson Jack Valor took up the mantle following that. And so this is basically Grant Morrison reaching all the way back to the early days of DC Comics and grabbing all those things in. Now, of course, this also picks up with a character of Edward Thatch, also known as Blackbeard. Now, here's the funny thing about Blackbeard. He's one of those pirates where he was more romanticized after he died than anything else. People consider Blackbeard to be the most famous pirate of all time, whereas there were other people who were far more ruthless than he was in terms of, either real world people or even individuals who were created in fiction. Blackbeard actually never really killed anybody he held captive. Blackbeard was a guy who actually relied more on fear tactics than actual combat in order to do the things that he wanted to do. And so with Bruce Wayne having washed up in the middle of all this, they essentially believe that he's Jack Valor. They believe he's the Black Pirate. And the reason why this matters is because it's believed, according to legend and different things like that the Black Pirate knows the key to a massive amount of treasure. This is really just Blackbeard on a classic treasure hunting trip, but it involves Bruce Wayne because with them believing he's the Black Pirate due to the fact that they chased down the ship of Black Pirate, it basically wrecked, and then Bruce Wayne emerges from the water, they legitimately believe it's him. Now, of course, one thing to keep in mind is that while Bruce's memories are slowly starting to come back, which is to say how he was sent into the past, his memory of who the Justice League are, different things like that, his detective instincts are an ingrained part of who we are. We talked about that in the last video, that, Batman is nothing if not a detective. And so because of this, Bruce Wayne figures out rather quickly that in order for him to basically make his escape alongside this young cabin boy that's been taken by the forces of Blackbeard, that they basically have to lead him on this treasure hunt. What they end up doing is they actually end up first heading to this sort of cave out in the middle of nowhere. Now, the cool thing about this is, remember, this brings in the Bat People. So this all basically goes into the very beginning actions of Bruce Wayne when he was thrown back into the early days of the DC universe, referencing the events of Dark Knight's Metal. Remember, Barbados, in terms of being this, grand poobah villain in the Dark Knight's Metal story, he rose to prominence by basically manipulating the Bat People. But in terms of the Bat Tribe, that all originates with Bruce Wayne, who basically had his cloak and cowl when he was sent back to the past, and people believed that he was some sort of god or something along those lines. And so when Bruce Wayne led these people, led these pirates into this cave, it in a lot of ways is still at the very early days of the area that would become Gotham City. But the cool thing about this is that at the same time, a lot of these drawings that are there are drawings that were made by Bruce Wayne, were made by followers of the Bat Tribe, in the sense that you've got the, Bat symbol, you've got the Wonder Woman symbol, the Superman symbol, so on and so forth. But Bruce Wayne's ingenuity also comes to bear in the sense that there's echoes, there's sounds, which is how this group communicates. Of course, a few of the traps are basically activated prematurely so they don't trip over them, different things like that. But it's interesting because what we also end up finding out is these members of the Bat Tribe are in every ounce the name they follow. They truly live up to their namesake. They hang from ceilings, they live in dark caves, different things like that. But what it's also designed to do is basically sort of take a lot of these early myths and a lot of these early legends and provide some measure of grounding and context to them. Because one thing to remember is that when it came to society, before science became as advanced as it is now, a lot of legends basically gave way to the idea that there were ghosts and there were demons and everything like that. In this instance, it was people who would go down into that cave and then they would die, they would be killed by the ghosts of the Bat Tribe or something along those lines. In truth, it's basically methane that's put off by bat droppings. So the methane quite literally suffocates the people who were down there. But when you're a pirate and you're living in 1700 something or other, for you don't know about the idea of methane. All you know is that people go into this cave and they suffocate. They die by the demons of the Bat Tribe. And that's really it. But remember, this is all predicated on the nature of Batman himself. And that's why this works. Batman is a hero who relies on fear. Batman's greatest weapon is people being afraid of him. The fact remains here, it is cool because it's basically Batman's science, his knowledge, his ingenuity, and his detective skills being brought to bear to basically say, hey, look, we got to cover our mouths, different things like that. We have to keep ourselves protected. The methane that's down in this area is flammable. So either those individuals, either they, suffocated from methane, or they were lighting torches and the torches just burst the whole area into flames and they all literally cooked alive. So it's cool, and it's really interesting in terms of how all that comes together. And so again, what we end up doing is we sort of sidetrack for a second and we pick up with the modern day, which is to say the Justice League trying to find Batman. Now keep in mind, because of the fact that Bruce Wayne is for the most part gone, his mantle has been taken up by Dick Grayson. Of course, you also have Damian Wayne who's working as Robin. I'm pretty sure it's Damian Wayne, I could be wrong. But something else that I want you to keep in mind is the character of Red Robin. Now Red Robin was kind of interesting. I always thought he was somewhat cool, but I always found, at least from what I've been able to read in like letters pages and things like that Red Robin was somewhat polarizing. Red Robin is basically Tim Drake. It's the mantle he took up after he stopped being Robin for Batman. But a lot of people just wanted Tim Drake to stay Robin forever. Now it was the same way when it came to like Dick Grayson. Dick Grayson fans did not want him to become Nightwing. They didn't want him to become his own character. They wanted him to stay Robin forever. You can't really do that because then after a while it would just sort of grow old. They kind of had to move him in a different direction. But again, it's everybody hunting for Bruce Wayne. Something else that we also end up finding out here here is that when they began going around and looking for subtle clues, because Tim Drake had trained alongside Batman for so long, he basically is able to pick up on all these little clues that are left behind, things that are indicative that Batman was around, and they find the original cloak and cowl of Bruce Wayne when he was thrown back into the early days, the same cloak and cowl that led to the formation of the Bat Tribe, who worshipped it as a god. But all indications point to the idea that Bruce Wayne is still alive somewhere in the time stream. It's literally a needle in a haystack. He could be in any second at any point along the time stream. How do you find someone like that? But the Justice League is trying. They're doing the best they can to try to locate him. Not only that, because of the fact that this young cabin boy and Bruce Wayne are effectively captives of Blackbeard, a kind of camaraderie forms between the two of them. What we end up finding out here is that the Black Pirate, Jack Valor, is actually this kid. It's actually this young boy. And it's interesting because what ends up happening here is he basically begins to play on this notion that he's there willingly. He's more or less there to monitor Blackbeard and crew as opposed to actually work against them. He's sort of keeping his identity secret from everybody. Now, of course, this also leads to Bruce Wayne, quote unquote, stumbling off a ledge, of course, getting this kind of a cloak of the Black Pirate himself. Now, of course, following this, when they all believe him to be dead, suddenly he starts popping up again. Now, some of these traps are triggered, but most of these are just like throwing various weapons, different things like that. But it's also the Bat Tribe within the cave turning on the various pirates who were here. But the actual reason behind a lot of these things that are going on is because of Bruce Wayne himself. And this is interesting. This feeds into the nature of him being Batman. While he is wearing the cloak of the Black Pirate, he's playing on fear. He's playing on the fact that these guys, these pirates, are exceedingly superstitious. They believe it's ghosts and demons and, the fires of hell and, the devil himself that's chasing after them all. And so if Batman can grab that concept and feed on it all, then it in turn means that he will continue to live up to the legacy of being Batman. But notice this, because of the fact that he's in the past, this influence continues to expand the notion of the Bat Tribe. Every single time Bruce Wayne pretends to be Batman back in the past, it furthers the legend and the mythos surrounding the Bat Tribe, the fact that they're dangerous, mysterious, the Bat Demon will come and get you if you violate the Bat Tribe or if you work against them or something along those lines. And so it is kind of cool because the only individual who really looks around here and says, this is preposterous, is Blackbeard. He's like the only person that looks and says, these are just weapons. There's not monsters and ghosts here to get us. It's just a man who's wearing a cloak and he's going through and subduing us all. But for all these other pirates, they're not the sharpest tools in the shed. Their superstition gets the best of them. And that's why this works. Because for everything that's going on here, you could take this entire scenario, you could change up, the characters who are in here, but it all still remains the same. The element of fear is being used by Batman to basically defeat his foes. And so again, feeds perfectly into everything that goes on when it comes to the Batman mythos. And so following this, of course, for the most part, each of these guys are basically defeated. But where Jack Valor begins to speak up, he basically says, look, I am an agent of the Bat Tribe. Now, what this means is that the Bat Tribe has grown quite a bit. Where the Bat Tribe was originally just a handful of people who looked at the cloak and cowl of Bruce Wayne and said, oh my God, it's a bad god, and then they began worshiping it. As time began to progress, the Bat Tribe began to become this thing that permeated almost all these different facets of society, from pirates to so on and so forth. So for those of the guys who are familiar with like video game lore, think of the Bat Tribe as like the Templars or the Assassins from the Assassin's Creed games. It is a primitive organization that basically that was rooted in superstition and the belief in a bat god, and began to grow to encompass all these different things. Well, he begins to say things like, I work with the Bat Tribe and so on and so forth, the Miagani as they call them, different things like that, that is designed to basically say the legacy that you started at the early days of humanity is continuing to grow. Now, the reason why this feeds into Dark Knight's metal is because at this point, Barbados has his pick of the litter. He doesn't have to pick the sharpest tools in the shed. He has to pick the ones that will basically try to find a way to bring the Bat God into the main DC universe. That's the nature of it. Where the Bat Tribe is predicated on Bruce Wayne, they don't know it's Bruce Wayne. They have no idea who Bruce Wayne is. All they know is they found a cloak and a cowl that was basically attached on some sticks, and it's the Bat God. All Barbados had to do was come along, show himself as a vision to members of the Bat Tribe and say, I am the Bat God that you've been worshiping. Bring me into this universe. I will fulfill the prophecies that you guys have been making up. That's how Barbados works. And that's how all this ties into Dark Knight's metal. It's cool and it's intriguing. And so, of course, again, at the end of all this, where Bruce basically tells Jack Valor, look, the eclipse is starting, meaning that's the point at which he starts getting thrown back to the time stream again. What we end up doing is, of course, we find out that Jack Valor lived a pretty long and eventful life. He had a child of his own, different things like that. But he also maintained the idea of the Bat Tribe. Not only that, in addition to him, there were parts of society, whether they were the rich or the powerful or what have you, who were all members of the Bat Tribe as well. And so again, this is something that's been growing for quite some time. Now, of course, what we end up doing is actually jumping a little bit into the future with a couple of guys who are looking for someone to basically have him taken out. Now, the person they're contacting is actually Jonah Hex. So this is cool because we get a character that we've never talked about on this channel before. Jonah Hex is interesting. Jonah Hex is a really cool guy. There was actually a story called Hex, I think it was, where he was thrown into the future. But for the most part, he was one of these old Wild West bounty hunters, is really all he was. But while his fan base is pretty small, the fan base is hardcore. They are dedicated, man. Like, people who love Jonah Hex love Jonah Hex. It's crazy. It's definitely one of the funny things out there. But of course, all indications seem to be here that the person that's, Jonah Hex is being contracted to go after is Bruce Wayne. So again, it's going to bring those things back together again, which of course we'll pick up with in the next video. Okay, so getting into really the conclusion of Batman, The Return of Bruce Wayne. Again, for those of you guys who are just joining us, this largely comes after the events of Final Crisis, when Batman was sent to the very early days of time, and where he's kind of been jumping forward through time. For the most part, one of the big caveats with this is that his memory was effectively wiped. Now, of course, we'll actually find out the motivation behind this, and that there's actually a very particular reason why this was done. But the whole ideology behind this is that it kind of allows Grant Morrison, the writer of this story, to kind of craft these intertwining scenarios whereby we basically end up learning Bruce Wayne guarantees his own existence. But in regards to Dark Knight's Metal, one of the things that went on with that whole line of stories is we basically learned there was a bat god out there called Barbados that existed in the dark multiverse. And the whole motivation was to basically try to find a way to enter the positive multiverse and then destroy it, which he's basically entered the positive multiverse at the moment. And then we're kind of in the process of watching it be destroyed because everybody seems to have no chance to win. But what The Return of Bruce Wayne does is it kind of serves this purpose of being a bridging gap between the events of Dark Knight's Metal and what it is that led to the introduction of Barbados, and why it is that his character is so significant to the life and times of Bruce Wayne. So again, when Bruce was thrown all the way back into the early days, that's when Barbados first noticed him, and that's when Barbados came to the realization, I can use Bruce Wayne as a means to enter the positive multiverse. Now, in terms of why it was Bruce Wayne, it seems to be more of he was just chosen. Plus, I mean, he's Batman, so it kind of makes sense. But the other idea is that it really was kind of a bonding process, in the sense that in order for this gateway to kind of be opened, Bruce had to be exposed to various metals over the course of his life. And that's what Dark Knight's Metal does, where Dark Knight's Metal comes along and says, over the course of Bruce Wayne's existence, during this story, he was basically exposed to these different metals through a series of events. What it does is it grabs this story and it kind of throws information in that wasn't here originally. But in the previous comic, we had talked about how he basically had been thrown into the age of pirates, and that now he'd been kind of sent to the age of cowboys, more or less. But one thing to keep in mind is that what this initially does is it picks up with a guy who's referred to as Mansoor Savage. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that Mansoor Savage is actually Vandal Savage, and we had talked about that in the first video we did on The Return of Bruce Wayne. Vandal Savage, and this is how all that Dark Knight's Metal stuff kind of ties together. Vandal Savage was originally just a guy who was basically exposed to a meteor, I think it was, which basically granted him eternal youth. Now, the same thing was done to a guy named the Immortal Man. But when DC rebooted in 2011, writer Scott Snyder came along and said actually what it was is it was a substance called Dionysium. And this substance was basically, exposed to or consumed by Vandal Savage when it was in his most pure form. For the sake of this video, assume that it all kind of comes out of New 52 in the sense that Vandal Savage is immortal because he gained access to Dionysium, he consumed it, and that's why he's able to do the kind of things he does. But he's been a recurring theme. He's played a multitude of different roles over the course of this life he's held for, how
Kuro_Saki left.
Very early days of man. The other half of this is that this also deals with a handful of criminals who are pursuing a box that has a Batman insignia on it. And of course, there's only really, this woman who's here is the one who can kind of decipher it, a woman by the name of Catherine. And then of course, she's taken by the forces of Vandal Savage and brought to his location. But what it does is it brings in the character of Jonah Hex. Now, of course, again, we talked about this in the last video, so you're welcome to reference that if you want to learn more about his character. But Jonah Hex was always one of these weird scenarios in the sense that he was a character that was kind of like, living in the Old West, and he was, the world's best bounty hunter, and he was the fastest gun in the West, had his own line of comics that really pertained directly to him. There were stories that would see him kind of thrown into the modern day, but more often than not, Jonah Hex is just kind of associated with the Wild West in the DC landscape. But the fact that he is the best bounty hunter is the reason why he's been contracted by Vandal Savage, because having Jonah Hex here is designed for the purpose of the fact that after this woman, Catherine, had basically lost her son, everything that she cared for, she had basically reached out and said, God, give me some avenging angel that will take his revenge on these men, which is when Batman had kind of shown up, when Bruce Wayne has shown up. Now remember, he's basically catapulted in time. He doesn't willingly choose to time travel. He doesn't willingly decide what place he goes to. He's just sent there. But like we would expect, his detective skills are somewhat subconscious, and that means that in every generation, every era that he appears in, he basically becomes that era's version of Batman. He immediately shows up in Gotham town. Now remember, a lot of this stuff takes place around the city of Gotham. For the most part, it's kind of intertwining and part and parcel to that landscape. There's a few instances where it moves beyond the realm of Gotham, but it largely focuses around Gotham's vicinity. I mean, at this point in time, Gotham's not fully fleshed out. It's not a great big huge town. It's really more of like a settlement than anything else. We also end up finding out that this woman is basically being exposed to a series of different hallucinogenic drugs and different things like that. They're designed to kind of bring out the nature of what's in this box, what it means, and why it's so important, because that's the question everybody wants, as well as getting her to open it up. Now again, this is pretty intriguing and it's kind of cool, because the whole idea of Jonah Hex being brought here, we end up finding out, is for the sole purpose of protecting Vandal Savage. Because remember, where Vandal Savage could jump in and Vandal Savage could fight Batman, he relies in much the same way as Batman on secrecy and guile. And people can't know that he's immortal. If they do, they'll seek the means to immortality, just like he was able to gain it himself. And so the result is keeping it all kind of hidden, keeping his true nature secret from a lot of different people. And so of course, with Batman attacking these various forces of Vandal Savage, things really kind of progress exactly as you would expect them to. You know, they basically end up really just kind of getting wrecked left and right, so on and so forth. You end up having Vandal Savage and a guy named Thomas Wayne basically board a carriage along with this woman and take off. Now, one thing I want you to keep in mind is this character of Thomas Wayne, because he's not who he claims to be. He is, but he isn't. He's actually, he's really more well known by another name, which is Simon Hurt. And we'll actually find out a little bit more about that here in a second. But it is a cool little bit here, just because of the fact that this woman basically continues to refuse to open the box. Not only that, she's a member of the Miyagani. And so what this means is she's a descendant of the Bat Tribe. Again, keep in mind that when it comes to Dark Knight's Metal and in the confines of this story, when Batman was thrown back all the way to the earliest days of mankind, in order to keep his memory intact, or at the very least, try to maintain some identity of who he is, he started scribbling drawings of, you know, Wonder Woman symbols and Superman symbols and his own symbols, so on and so forth, but he was wearing his cloak and cowl. And so because humanity was so primitive, when he initially took off his cloak and cowl and kind of threw it on a mantle, people saw that and they immediately thought it was a symbol of like a greater god or something along those lines. And that's where worship of the Bat Tribe began to start. Now from there, it just kind of progressed over the years the way that you think it would. Legend gave way to myth, and that's when we start to get into the idea of the character of Barbados. Because with this particular story where this carriage comes flying down the road, you know, they end up running into Alan Wayne. Of course, Alan Wayne is in the process of, you know, ending his own life, but chooses not to, ultimately comes into contact with Catherine, and the two of them basically fall in love, and they end up getting married to one another, so on and so forth. Of course, Jonah Hex showing up and Jonah Hex shooting Bruce Wayne falling into the water, and basically waking up in the 1930s. What it did is it set in motion the nature of Alan Wayne. Remember, what we know is that Alan Wayne was basically the guy that developed Gotham City. He developed Wayne Manor. He's the one that led to like a lot of these major buildings being constructed. But also keep in mind, the Court of Owls is currently in existence. And that's where Dark Knight's Metal really begins to intertwine with the nature of the return of Bruce Wayne. Because the timeline really kind of falls like this. You basically ended up having the formation of the positive multiverse and the formation of the dark multiverse. And the whole idea was that Barbados was just one of these beings that existed out there that was designed to basically destroy worlds that were not supposed to exist. When Bruce Wayne was thrown back into the early days of humanity, Barbados took notice of Bruce Wayne. And so what he ended up doing was saying, there's a way for me to enter the positive multiverse. This of course came after various instances where he tried to enter and was ultimately defeated. But because of the fact that Bruce Wayne had led to the formation of the Bat Tribe, what this meant was that as this tribe began to grow, as it began to sort of progress throughout the era of time, where it was predicated on Bruce Wayne, Barbados kind of co-opted it and basically said, well, no, what you guys have actually been worshiping is me, and you guys need to find a way to bring me into the positive multiverse, preying on the idea that a lot of the later generations, hundreds of years down the line from the original dawning of the Bat Tribe, the people at the time didn't really know where it originated from. They just knew whatever legends were handed down, and it all stemmed from a bat god. And so again, that's why it was also intriguing, and that's why it really works, is because this writer Scott Snyder grabbing what Grant Morrison did in this story, reworking it a little bit, and then rolling it over into Dark Knight's Metal. And so of course with Bruce Wayne arriving in the 1930s, it is kind of interesting because again, this also deals with the modern day, which is to say the Justice League trying to figure out a way to save Bruce Wayne or try to get him back to the modern era. Now again, that's really more of like an afterthought to the story. The bulk of everything that goes on focuses almost exclusively on Bruce Wayne. But notice this, Bruce Wayne's met by the arrival of a woman named Marsha Lamar. Now on the surface, she doesn't really seem to be that important. In fact, she'll actually be exceedingly important. But Marsha Lamar basically shows up and says, you just kind of appeared, you're just kind of there, but what I need is someone who basically has no name. I need a man with no real identity that can help me solve a murder. And when the question is asked, well, well, whose murder needs to be solved? It's the murders of Thomas and Martha Wayne. What this means is that Bruce Wayne is an adult at the same time that he's a child, and he's basically trying to solve the murder of his own parents. What we end up having is, Marshall Lamar present Bruce Wayne with a kind of bat outfit, so to speak. Now, the reason why this matters and the reason why it's so important is because this outfit stems from the fact that the mother of Bruce Wayne, Martha Wayne, is part of the Miyagani. Either that or it was the father. Maybe it was Thomas Wayne. Anyway, one of Bruce Wayne's parents were basically descended from the Bat tribe. And so what this meant was that Bruce Wayne solidified his own legacy, essentially. This basically leads to him kind of donning a 1930s outfit, very reminiscent to the old Batman stories from Detective Comics 27 and, from the 1940s, late 1930s going into the 1940s. It is kind of cool. But this, of course, also introduces a lot of information about the parents of Bruce Wayne that weren't readily available before. For the most part, the lives of Thomas and Martha Wayne when it came to DC Comics was not really explored all that often. What this does is it comes along and it basically offers this explanation that Thomas Wayne was not nearly as great as Bruce believed it was, that he was a guy who slept around a lot, that he cheated on his wife, different things like that. Now, this really seems to be fed into the idea that the reputation of the Waynes is being destroyed as opposed to this actually being legit. But notice this, for Bruce Wayne himself, a lot of it just kind of gets ignored. He doesn't really worry about it too much. Instead, in his mind, he knows who his parents are, and that's really the only thing that matters. And so, of course, beginning this investigation, the question has to be asked, if Thomas and Martha Wayne were taken out, then they had to have been taken out by people who were close to them. Now, the reason why this works is because of the fact that, remember, where we know that Bruce Wayne, his parents were killed by Joe Chill because it was in a dark alley, it was a mugging gone wrong, Bruce does not put this together because his memory has been altered. So for him, he's tracking down the murder of his parents. He's trying to figure all that out. Now, of course, it rapidly comes to the idea that his parents were killed in an alley, but more or less, it's maintaining the autonomy of the time, because what you're talking about is the possibility that if Bruce Wayne, for example, were to go visit his younger self, it would irrevocably change the timeline. It could potentially alter his own future. And so what he has to do at this point, where these little bits and pieces of his memory begin to come back, and he knows the truth of the murder of Thomas and Martha Wayne, if he acts, it could change the future. So he basically just kind of plays the role that's assigned to him. He does not tell anybody who actually killed Thomas and Martha Wayne. But of course, visiting the Wayne Manor grounds of Thomas and Martha Wayne, of course, checking out the various tombs and so on and so forth, also does continue to offer some insight into the idea that Catherine had basically died in childbirth. Alan Wayne went on to form Gotham City, different things like that, kind of allowed it to develop, so on and so forth. And so what this ends up doing is basically leading into this investigation of sorts, where Bruce kind of takes on this mantle, this outfit that his father wore at various get-togethers, galas, things like that, and it introduces a group called the Black Glove. Now, the reason why I say this matters is because the Black Glove is led by a man named Simon Hurt, and Simon Hurt, of course, as we just talked about, went by the mantle of Thomas Wayne. Now, Simon Hurt appeared at Batman 156 back in 1963, and while his character has played several roles over the course of the Batman publication history, in truth, I would say it was Grant Morrison who probably fleshed out a lot of his history, or really made it more intriguing, like what you're seeing right here, this idea that Simon Hurt had been around for quite some time. Now, he played a pretty significant role in Batman's run, following the events, really kind of coinciding with this, with Batman and Robin, going into the future of Batman, following this story, different things like that. The fact remains here, this whole ritual that's being conducted by Simon Hurt and the Black Glove is done for the purpose of bringing Barbados into the positive multiverse. Now, again, that was not the original intention, because Barbados didn't exist at the time the story was written in terms of how Scott Snyder's depicting him. Instead, grabbing this information and rolling it over into Dark Knight's Metal, this is basically a part of the Bat tribe that broke off and eventually became the Judas tribe, also known as the Court of Owls. And so basically what this means is that these guys are serving the purpose of worshiping Barbados and trying to bring Barbados into the positive multiverse. The only issue is that Batman doesn't know about it. He has no idea what's really going on here. Again, we kind of have to take Dark Knight's Metal and slap it onto this. We kind of have to offer that conjecture just because of what we've seen in the story so far, different things like that. Again, taking this story for what it is, Simon Hurt's just leading a group called the Black Glove, and his idea is to bring Barbados in, is to take over the name of Thomas Wayne, and then just kind of call it a day. But with regards to Dark Knight's Metal, again, it feeds into the idea that Barbados is trying to find a way into the positive multiverse, and there are people that are trying to bring him here. And so, of course, Marshall Lamar was basically one of them, that she had set him on this path of eventually running into the Black Glove, and then ultimately being used as a unwitting member of their group to basically bring him in. And so what ends up happening here is that where Bruce Wayne is able to engineer his escape, and he's sent through time yet again, where he travels into the far distant future, basically to the end of all time itself, the version of Bruce Wayne from the end of all time itself is transported to the present day. And what I mean by that here is, we had talked about in one of the previous videos that by some form or fashion, Bruce Wayne was alive at the very end of the universe, and that version of himself, kind of a cyborg of sorts, seemed to be a villain. And so when Superman and Green Lantern and these, the time travelers more or less had come together and try to try to locate Bruce at the end of time, or at least wait for him to arrive there, this evil version of Bruce kind of locked him in a prison and then jumped back to the present day. What this does is it tells us how he got there. And what we end up finding out is that where Bruce Wayne was teleported to the very, very end of time, that he immediately came across these sort of beings, more or less, that just kind of monitor time itself. They're like the timekeepers, something along those lines. But they're sort of like chronicling everything that's happened over the course of the universe. Now, of course, what this means is that at this point in time, the universe is coming to an end. It's basically at the final moments before the universe goes kaput, more or less. And so with Bruce Wayne arriving here, what ends up happening is he remembers everything that goes on. And this is where we start to get this great big huge exposition on everything that's happened. So if you feel yourself being a little confused, don't worry, we're gonna fix that right now. So essentially what had happened with regards to this timeline of events, just in regards to this story, is that at the end of Final Crisis, Bruce Wayne was thrown to the very, very beginning of time, and then people saw his cloak and cowl and began believing that, there was a bat god out there somewhere. The Bat Tribe formed, Bruce Wayne kept getting thrown forward through time. And as he was thrown forward through time, his memories began to restore bit by bit. And so by the time he was thrown into this far distant future, he's basically remembered everything. The caveat to this is that the monster that was chasing him, the Hyper Adapter, had been sent back by Darkseid for the purpose of eliminating Bruce Wayne. The issue with this is that the Hyper Adapter basically kind of intertwines itself with Bruce's knowledge of who he is. And so as he began to remember bit by bit, the Hyper Adapter would chase after him. And so it's basically followed him all the way to the very end of time. In order to ensure that he can travel back to the present day and not have the Hyper Adapter follow him, he's had his memories wiped yet again by these beings, which is the reason why he arrived moments before Superman and all those guys did. And when they first encountered him, he was basically cybernetic and was a villain because his memories had been wiped and he didn't know who they were. And so again, that's why all that really seems to work, is because in this instance, we end up having Bruce Wayne show up, and of course he ends up encountering Tim Drake along with the other members of the Justice League in the modern day. Now, for the most part, because of the fact that he's a hybrid of man and machine governed by a singular purpose, what this does is it brings him into direct conflict with the Justice League themselves, who are trying to find a way to defeat him, just because of the fact that he's basically presenting himself as this extreme enemy. At the same time, you also end up having, Superman and all those guys in the future who are basically using Batman's time capsule to transport themselves, back to the present day. So it's kind of one of these things where all these bridges converge back into a singular location. Now, for his part, Tim Drake actually tries to talk Batman down. He tries to talk reason into him, and it's kind of cool because Bruce Wayne starts to remember different aspects of his past, and his memories sort of start to restore to a degree. The caveat to all this is that as those memories start to restore, then ultimately the Hyper Adapter is going to pursue him again. As a result, where Bruce Wayne is able to take on various members of the Justice League, which culminates in the arrival of like Superman and Green Lantern and all these different guys, this exposition's kind of offered yet again in terms of what it all means and how it all comes together, so on and so forth. Not only that, this energy inside of Bruce Wayne is basically stripped away from him by Superman, who quite literally just kind of pulls it all off. And of course, at that point, is put into a time stasis capsule, which of course leads to this energy kind of being sent back to the very early days of man. And it's one of these things where Grant Morrison plays on the idea that all of this is doomed to repeat itself, that all of it's going to happen again. It leads to the first battle between the tribe of Vandal Savage and the Bat Tribe, which explains how it is that Vandal Savage is able to find the Bat Tribe in the first place. So again, it's all these things that kind of feed in. All of this has happened before, and all of this has happened again. What it does is it allows Grant Morrison to basically solidify the story and essentially say that this is doomed to happen. But what ends up taking place here is that following the events of Bruce basically having this source of energy kind of cast off of him, he gets this sort of image, where he's basically, where his life force is kind of stopped, more or less. His heart is kind of stopped by the Justice League. He ends up getting this image of like Darkseid and Metron, things like that, that try to pull him in two different directions. The idea of Darkseid is embrace anti-life energy so that I can be reborn. Basically, it's Darkseid trying to bring himself back. Simultaneously, it's Metron saying, you can't do that. You have to embrace the nature of what it really means to be Batman and accept the truth of Batman. And what this does is it establishes the idea that Batman's never alone. That's effectively the nature of what Grant Morrison was doing with this whole story. It was taking the nature of Bruce Wayne, taking the nature of the anti-life equation, the domination of people's will to live, and kind of rolling it all together into a nice package and reworking Bruce Wayne. So that where traditional stories and conventional thought would always give way to this idea that Bruce Wayne is a guy who believes that he'll always be alone. Grant Morrison comes along and says that's not true. In fact, Bruce Wayne always needs people. He needs the Justice League. He needs the Robins. He needs other Batman. And so what this does is it lays the groundwork for the post-return of Bruce Wayne line of stories from Grant Morrison, which go on to basically offer this thing called Batman Incorporated. And this is quite literally a story which is far less complicated than this, where Bruce Wayne travels around the world and starts forming an international Batman team. Basically, all these different Batmen from all these different parts of the world. Now, of course, that all goes into New 52, and it goes into really what's happening right now with regards to like Batman comics and Detective Comics as part of DC Rebirth. One of these really weird stories. This is one of those stories where you're kind of best reading it and sort of digesting it as best you can, because again, we can't run over every single nook and cranny in the story. But if you guys are new here to Comics Explained, make sure you guys hit the sub button to become part of the Rob Corps. If you guys enjoy this video, make sure you drop a like, and yeah, I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob. I think I'm going to go to the Ultra Music Festival. Actually, I'll probably do like Miami Music Week in March of 2019. And then I'm buying tickets for the Olympics in 2020 in Tokyo, Japan. I am excited for that. We doing this shit, baby. Anyway, we are covering Heroes in Crisis, DC's Heroes in Crisis event. So this is really like a highly anticipated event. Here's one of the things to bear in mind, guys. For those of you guys who are new to DC Comics, whenever a story with the word crisis gets thrown out of there, people initially like basically think that it's going to be like a cosmic event, because historically speaking, that's always been the case. Like when it comes to these major cosmic events, really it started with Crisis on Infinite Earths, 0 Hour Crisis in Time, then it became Infinite Crisis, then Final Crisis, but you also had Identity Crisis in there, which was the first time that you had an event like that that wasn't cosmic in scope, which means to say it didn't impact the entire universe, like it wasn't being destroyed or something along those lines. And this is another one. This Heroes in Crisis doesn't deal with like the end of the world. It actually deals with like how superheroes function and what they do when they're basically suffering from PTSD. And this is cool, because what this does is it initially picks up with Booster Gold, and there's really no better character to pick than like somebody like him that's dealing with, you know, essentially like crisis level events. Because we know from the most recent story, for example, in Detective Comics, that Booster Gold had the idea to like save Batman, to basically like give him like the gift that Booster wanted to give Batman was like the perfect life. And so he went back in time and saved his parents from being killed, and that caused all kinds of problems, because then it turned out that like, you know, his parents ended up being killed anyway. And so it's kind of crazy when it comes to Bruce Wayne's whole idea and Booster Gold trying to do the right thing and so on and so forth. And so what this does is it initially switches over to Harley Quinn. Now, these are a series of interviews that DC kind of throws in there for the purpose of establishing what Sanctuary is. Now, we know by definition from the various stories that we've seen that Sanctuary is where the heroes go when they're dealing with a crisis of sorts, when the overwhelming aspect of being a hero becomes too much for them to bear. Sanctuary is where they're supposed to go to, but it's largely been ambiguous up to this point. We didn't really know what Sanctuary was about. We didn't know if it was spearheaded by some doctor somewhere. We didn't really know if it was just an organization where superheroes just sit down and talk to other superheroes, and that's it. There is no exterior source out there. There's no doctors or, you know, no medicine or anything like that. We didn't really know how that worked. And so Harley Quinn's interview here, I guess her talking point really just kind of comes with the nature of her character and saying that like she's familiar with trauma because she used to be like a psychologist or somebody that worked with individuals' minds. But as she began to go crazy by virtue of the Joker, she's kind of started to switch to this idea of simply saying like these people out there with all these problems, like we should just like smash them with a sledgehammer. We should just like get rid of them, which is kind of an extreme point. But she also kind of has a breakdown towards the end. And that's the cool thing about this, because you see this sort of systematic adjustment to her character. That first she starts off confident, then she starts to use comedy as like as a defense mechanism, and then she starts to get to like the inner part of herself, and then she starts to cry. And so it's really one of these moments where she sort of, it's like her character being broken down. And it's one of these things where like all she needed to do was just talk. And so what this does is it jumps back over to Booster Gold. And it's kind of funny because in this initial segment, there was this, you know, this diner woman who was like, hey, there's another hero here. And Booster's like, that's not a hero, that's a villain. It's like, well, is it going to be a fight? And he's like, yes, it's going to be a fight. And it's kind of a cool thing because the way this unfolds, the way that like Tom King does this is so cool. It's like a fight that's building to anticipation, because you're talking about like Harley Quinn showing up here on the scene, and then it's just kind of like, it's only a matter of time before they fight. Nobody else really seems to know. And even Booster Gold's aware this is going to turn into a fight. Harley Quinn's like, yeah, this is going to turn into a fight. And so it's really just kind of like, when do we strike? It's one of those classic sort of like, you know, Mexican standoff scenes, you know, for example, from like, the good, the bad, and the ugly at the end. The Mexican standoff scene that lasted like 10 minutes before anybody started shooting anybody else. It was kind of weird. But at this point, we switch over to Superman, and we kind of get Superman just sort of arriving on the scene for a particular location. Now, again, the invocation of Superman in this story means that we're not dealing with like small beans here, that we're dealing with a pretty significant event. And so from here, we jump over to a guy named Blue Jay. Now, Blue Jay was a character who was originally introduced back in 1971 in Justice League of America, issue number 87, I'm pretty sure, and he was created by Michael Friedrich. Now, with regards to his character, he's kind of like Ant-Man in the sense that like he can shrink down. The difference is that he grows wings when he shrinks. But the funny thing about this is that he really just kind of says like I can control my power under normal circumstances. I'm very good at it, but as time has progressed, I seem to have lost control of my power. And so it's one of these things where it sort of feels like he has like a mental block in place. Now, Blue Jay is a pretty small time guy. I mean, he's not a big superhero, which is probably why you've never heard of him. He's small fish. But the cool thing about this is this kind of, Tom King telling us that the struggle of being a superhero isn't relegated to just the big guys, right? It's not like, the struggle of being Superman, the struggle of being Batman or Wonder Woman or Aquaman or something like that. It affects everybody in some form or fashion, big and small, which is actually a pretty cool idea. It's very akin to like Civil War from Marvel Comics, those of you guys who read that, where you basically had like everybody from the top, the big guys, Captain America, Iron Man, so on, all the way down to the bottom with like heroes for hire who were basically experiencing this rift in the superhero community. So it's kind of a cool concept. But from here, of course, the fight breaks out between Harley Quinn and Booster Gold, and it goes exactly as you would expect it to. I mean, for the most part, Booster's able to hold his own, but Harley Quinn's driven by absolute insanity and madness. And so when she starts lashing out, it's just kind of like, look, she's not going to stop here. I mean, she's just sort of lost her mind in the moment. And so what we end up doing is switching over to Batman, to Superman, and to Wonder Woman. Now, this is basically the Trinity that we're dealing with here. And that really seems to be what the story's boiling down to in a lot of ways. Can we also just say here, this is an amazing drawing. Clay Mann's the one who's doing like the art for the comic, and it looks amazing. Like, I would want this framed without the speech bubbles. Like, just the picture and no speech bubbles. Dude, I would love that. Like, have that and frame it in my house. It would be amazing. Important things. When you're talking about what's basically a whodunit murder mystery,
you.